A near-death experience at 12:30 a.m. Capital Time, a plane flying to Bellmont City crashed while landing. The death toll has risen to 136 people. So far, there are only 3 known survivors. Live updates of the plane crash were being given on the TV screen in the hospital at that moment. It snapped Gwen Lawson out of her trance. She was one of the 3 survivors who survived the plane crash. Currently, she was lying on the sick bed in the ICU ward with her legs wrapped in bandages. Her entire body was riddled with injuries as well. The phone that she was clutching tightly in her hand kept replaying the same automated message. The number you have called is unreachable. Please try again later. Since the crash, Gwen's legal husband, Jake Hall, hadn't bothered answering any of her calls. This tragic crash had shocked the entire nation, so Gwen refused to believe that Jake didn't know about the crash. She still remembered the sight of corpses being strewn everywhere at the scene of the crash. The fear invoked by the near-death accident had her fighting for her life. She couldn't even breathe out of pure terror. But the man she had been married to for 3 years couldn't even be bothered to pick up her calls when she needed him the most. Gwen was extremely disappointed, to say the least. A long while later, her phone rang abruptly, snapping her out of her trance. When she looked at the caller ID, the sparkle in her eyes gradually dimmed when she saw the name Mrs. Hall Sr. Hello. Gwen answered the call in a raspy voice. She heard an elderly voice that was laced with concern. Gwen, you scared the living daylights out of me. Are you okay? Is Jake keeping you company? It was Jake's grandmother, Agnes Cladwell. She was also the only one in the entire Hall family who cared about Gwen. Agnes picked up on Gwen's silence acutely. That brat. You're his secretary and his wife. The only reason why you have to fly out of the country is so that you can deal with work on his behalf. To think that he chose to disappear when you got involved in a crash. Just you wait, Gwen. I won't let him off the hook this time. Then Agnes continued, which hospital are you in right now? I'll have the butler pick you up right now. The phone call ended a moment after Gwen told Agnes the address. She lowered her head before unplugging the 4 drip out of her arm. Then, she got out of bed while enduring her pain. What are you doing? Your legs have yet to recover. You need to recuperate in bed. The nurse, who had come to check on Gwen, didn't stop her from leaving despite her words. Please grab 2 crutches for me. I want to be discharged. Gwen's gaze was determined and filled with resolve. It was better for her to recuperate in Hall Manor than the hospital. Besides, she was the secretary of Hall Group's CEO. She needed to fly to Dornwick as the representative of Hall Group because she had to oversee the setup and verify the list of attendees of an upcoming medical expo. After that, she needed to write up everything into a report and have it submitted to Hall Group immediately. Then again, the most important thing for Gwen to do right was to find out where Jake was, and what the hell he was a near-death experience doing right now. Seeing as that she couldn't convince Gwen to stay in the hospital, the nurse brought her 2 crutches as requested. Gwen left the ICU ward right away, limping toward the payment counter along the wall. But when she reached the lobby, she noticed a familiar license plate belonging to a luxury car through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the lobby. There were even a few other luxury cars trailing behind it. These cars belonged to Hall Group. A few people got out of the cars. The man in the middle of the small group was clad in a black suit while carrying a woman bridal style. One could tell that he cherished the woman greatly, for his suit jacket could be seen draped over her exposed legs. The man could be seen rushing into the hospital lobby hurriedly. He didn't even notice Gwen. She remained rooted to the spot, though there was some distance between her and the man. Just like that, she witnessed him whisking the woman into a specialist's treatment room. Gwen and that man had been married for 3 years, yet she never knew he had such a tender and loving side to him. Who on earth was that woman? It didn't matter who that woman was though. Indescribable pain began spreading from Gwen's chest all the way to the rest of her body. It hurt so much that she could barely breathe at this point. A short while later, a few nurses could be seen walking from the other end of the corridor. When they walked past Gwen, she could catch wisps of their hushed conversation. Oh my God. That man from earlier is Jake Hall, the heir of Hall Group News, who often shows up on finance reports, and he's so macho. I can't believe we get to see him at the hospital. He even accompanied his girlfriend to her prenatal checkup. A prenatal checkup? Are you sure about that? Of course. The medical report did state that the fetus is already 8 weeks old. His girlfriend suffered from bleeding because of the fetal instability. That's why Mr. Hall carried her into the hospital earlier. 8 weeks. That meant it was conceived 2 months ago. Gwen suddenly remembered something. Jake's schedule did entail a 1-week business trip that had taken place 2 months ago. She gripped her phone so tightly that her locks began to turn white. Did this mean Jake had cheated on her? As Jake's secret wife and the secretary of Hall Group, she had never detected any romantic scandals involving him and other women before witnessing the scene at the hospital. Mr. Hall is so nice to his girlfriend. I wonder who's the lucky woman. I guess he'll make his relationship public soon. I've searched for the woman on the internet. Is she the one? The nurse, who was pushing a medical cart, grabbed her colleague's phone and glanced at it. She replied in a shocked tone, "Yeah, that's her. Holy shit. Isn't this Sienna Charles, the second daughter of Charles Group? Her looks and background are definitely on par with Mr. Hall's. They really are a match made in heaven." Both nurses were still gossiping about the matter as they walked away. Charles Group, huh? After Gwen was done with the discharging procedures, she got into the Hall's family car, which was sent by the Hall's butler. She found it difficult to calm down even after a long time had passed. The car window was lowered halfway to let fresh air in. The glow coming from the lit screen of Gwen's phone illuminated her pallid face. She had used many keywords in her search, yet she couldn't find any news that suggested a possible alliance between the Halls and the Charleses. Obviously, this was abnormal because both families were extremely wealthy and influential in Bellmont City. Upon returning to Hall Manor, Gwen noticed that the lights in the living room were still turned on. Her sister-in-law, who never liked her, wasn't home at the moment. Agnes was the only one waiting for her return with a walking stick in hand. "Oh, my darling Gwen. You really are lucky to have survived the crash. When I saw the news, I was so shocked that I almost got a heart attack." "TOF, I'm fine, Mrs. Hall Sr." Gwen squeezed out a smile. She quickly came up with an excuse so that she could head upstairs and rest. "I feel a little tired right now. I'm going to go rest upstairs." "All right. Hurry up and go rest. I already told someone to contact Jake. He'll be home soon." Gwen paused in her tracks. She could feel the familiar pain washing over her senses once again, causing her expression to darken. It turned out that Jake had been avoiding her all this time. Agnes thought Gwen was sad because Jake wasn't here to keep her company. She had no idea that Gwen was being tormented by the idea of the other woman's existence in Jake's life. Gwen felt like an absolute clown for putting in so much hard work. It was already well past midnight by the time Jake returned to Hall Manor. The bedroom was dark, so he flipped on the switch. An annoyed look could be seen on his handsome face thanks to the warm yellow glow of the lights. "You're not asleep? Then why didn't you turn on the lights?" At that time, Gwen had spent the day bedridden. She barely ate or drank anything. The food brought up by the butler hours ago was still on the nightstand. It had already gone stone cold. "Where were you over the past 2 days?" Gwen's back was facing Jake when she spoke. She looked thinner than before. A hint of exhaustion and weariness tinged her hoarse voice. Grafter 7, a match made in heaven. Jake had just taken off his jacket when he heard his question. He visibly froze up for a moment, but his brows were quick to knit into a deep frown as he turned to look in the bed's direction. They had been married for 3 years. This was his first time hearing Gwen demanding to know where he was in such a hostile tone. "Something happened in the branch company of Osmondale. I traveled there to deal with it," Jake replied coldly. He yanked his tie off in a fit of irritation before making his way toward the bathroom. "Oh, is that so?" Gwen let out a soft chuckle upon hearing the excuse. Her faint voice rang out from the bedroom. "I asked Mr. Jed about your schedule. There aren't any attachments of your flight ticket heading out to Osmondale on the schedule." It was easy for one to pick up on her sarcastic undertone. Jake stopped right outside the bathroom. Even though Gwen didn't make eye contact with Jake, she could still feel his intimidating gaze being pinned on her form. She knew very well that this was a telltale sign of Jake's impending wrath. "How she became his wife? When did you get acquainted with that woman?" Gwen propped herself with her crutches as she stood under the dim lights in the bedroom. Only then did Jake realize that she looked a lot thinner compared to when they had gotten married 3 years ago. A gust of wind could easily topple her over. "Were you stalking me?" Jake's expression darkened immediately. "Do I look like I have that much time on my hands? We were at the same hospital. I saw how close you two were with my own eyes." Although Gwen's voice was soft, she enunciated every word clearly. After she was done speaking, she could feel harsh pain coming from her chest. Meanwhile, Jake looked quite pissed. Gwen remembered how Jake never bothered talking to her ever since the crash happened. In the times he did, his words were often tinged with disgust and impatience. Yes, they had been married for 3 years, but things between them made them seem as though they had never gotten married in the first place. Gwen did her best to serve her fussy mother-in-law and take care of her sister-in-law, who didn't like her at all. Her status was nothing short of being a maid at Hall Manor. At the same time, she dedicated her time to playing the role of a devoted secretary who was loyal to the company. She had done all of this just so she could grant Agnes' wish by giving birth to Jake's child. That way, he'd learn to appreciate her more. If Jake were to show Gwen a shred of kindness, she'd think that her past 3 years of hard work wouldn't be in vain. But what did she get in the end? She never got to hold hands with Jake over the past 3 years. Even though they shared the room, they never slept on the same bed. Gwen endured the pain flaring from various parts of her body while gazing into Jake's icy eyes. For some reason, she was able to muster up the courage to laugh softly. Your mother claimed that I'm an infertile piece of trash, yet you went ahead and knocked up your beloved mistress. Where does that leave me then? She tilted her chin defiantly. Her body was visibly trembling due to the fact that she was still supporting herself on crutches, but that didn't stop her from freeing up her right hand just so she could reach out to Jake's sleeve. The next thing she knew, Jake gripped her hand. He gazed back at her coldly. Sienna isn't a mistress. I've known her for more than 20 years. Oh, so it turned out that they were childhood friends too. Gwen could feel Jake's grip tightening slowly. Sienna was abroad for 5 years. We were never in touch during that period. Gwen was taken aback by the information. No wonder she couldn't find any traces of that woman. She soon remembered that the Sienna woman was pregnant, so she asked hoarsely, does that mean you two have gotten back together? Is unnecessary. Jake's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. For a moment, he wanted to explain himself, but he felt that it was instead. His gaze grew colder as he continued staring at Gwen. Have you forgotten the reason why I chose you to become my wife in the first place? Of course, Gwen would never forget about the reason even if Jake never said anything about it. There were many branches in the Hall family. Many people coveted the position as the next heir of Hall Group. It led to how she became his wife, Agnes, intending to select a woman out of the available bachelorettes in Bellmont City and have her marry Jake. That way, the woman would be able to give birth to his child in order to stabilize the situation in Hall Group. Gwen had saved Agnes' life in the past. Naturally, she volunteered to become Jake's wife. She was the one who sought Jake out and told him that she wouldn't interfere with his life. In fact, she also agreed to keep their marriage a secret. After that, she closed down her boutique despite its booming business. Instead, she willingly resigned herself to a busy life as a secretary in Hall Group, where she had to deal with all sorts of work. But now, Jake was telling her that she had crossed the line. Gwen simply smiled. I never forgot about how I became your wife. But the thing is, people are always greedy, aren't they? Her eyes sparkled animatedly, though her complexion was deathly pale. Jake would have mistaken her for a vengeful ghost if not for the fact that she had the faintest of smiles etched on her face. At that moment, Jake had a feeling that Gwen had changed, but he couldn't put his finger on what that change was. That was until he felt Gwen pulling her hand out of his grasp easily. The windows in the large bedroom were shut tightly. A heavenly aroma began wafting in the air, soon becoming more and more intense. The temperature in the room began rising as well. When Jake looked at the thermostat in the room, it showed that it was currently 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Jake's expression grew thunderous, particularly when he felt Gwen's hand slipping under his shirt. His breathing became heavier, and he was starting to look angry. However, he couldn't summon enough strength to push her away. What did you do? No longer his wife, Gwen took off Jake's shirt for him and began trailing kisses down the contour of his sculpted abs. Her ears were already red because of her desperate need and craving for him. She continued peppering kisses while saying, didn't you ask me how I became your wife, Mr. Hall? I almost forgot that my primary role as your wife is to bear your child. I'm merely carrying out my duties. How dare you? Jake's abs jutted out as he began lashing out at Gwen in anger. I sprayed some aphrodisiacs in the room. Just go with it for now. All I need is some time. I just want a child, that's all. Gwen's actions became even more outrageous. She was nothing like the understanding and demure wife she used to be. When Jake felt his body responding to Gwen's touch, his breathing became heavier. He did his best to suppress the aphrodisiac's effects before grabbing her hand forcefully. Gwen Lawson, you disgust me. The flames of desire burning in Gwen's eyes were instantly put out by that sentence. She looked up at him. She was still hanging on to the last shred of hope when she asked, does the idea of having sex with me really disgust you? Yes. Jake stared back at Gwen while answering without hesitation. Gwen could feel an invisible hand squeezing her heart in return. The next thing she knew, she was shoved away by Jake, who had disgust and hatred written all over his face. He didn't even bother saying anything to her. Instead, he picked up his discarded clothing and got dressed hurriedly. A few moments later, he strode past her with wide steps without even buttoning up his shirt. Soon, the door slammed shut loudly behind Jake. The bedroom finally fell silent. Only then did Gwen collapse to the floor, her nails digging into her palms. There was nothing but self-deprecation in her eyes. It was time for her to give up on Jake now. The next morning, Gwen limped down the stairs with her suitcase in hand. The household staff was serving food on the table when she made her way downstairs. Agnes was often praying at the chapel at this time, so she wasn't home at the moment. "Hey, Gwen, you just escaped from death's maw, didn't you? Where are you going with that suitcase of yours? Are you going on a trip?" The one who spoke was Caitlyn Hall, Jake's younger sister. She was a sophomore student at Bellmont University. Caitlyn had never liked Gwen from the start, which explained the sarcastic tone she often used whenever she spoke to the latter. "Even if you want to go out, you'll have to style my hair and drop me off at the campus first." Gwen had nimble fingers. Caitlyn's classmates often showered her with compliments whenever she showed up to class after Gwen did her hair. However, Gwen ignored Caitlyn. Instead, she dragged her suitcase all the way to the first floor. That was where she bumped into Sarah Lander, who had already gotten dressed for the day. Sarah looked just like a typical rich woman. She was Percival Hall's second wife as well as Jake and Caitlyn's biological mother. She had always looked down on Gwen's background and family, so she was often rude toward Gwen. "Why are you lugging around a suitcase so early in the morning? Put it down. I want you to help Maddie clear out a bedroom right now. A new family member will be moving into Hall Manor soon." No longer his wife, Gwen felt her eye twitch at the command. She had a premonition about the new family member. Then, she heard Caitlyn ask curiously, "A new family member? Who's that? Who else?" "Sienna, of course." "What? Sienna has returned from abroad? Not only is she back but she's also pregnant with Jake's child. Our home is suitable for recuperation, so she won't be returning to the Charles residence for the time being. Instead, she'll stay with us throughout her pregnancy." Sarah glanced at Gwen as she spoke. The truth was, Sienna was Sarah's top choice as her daughter-in-law. If it weren't for that incident, Sienna would have been the one marrying Jake from the start. She raised her chin haughtily in Gwen's direction. "What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and clean the room." If this incident had taken place in the past, Gwen would have abided by Sarah's instructions in order to appease her. But now, she no longer sucked up to Sarah even after hearing about Sienna's impending arrival. Even though Gwen's heart was still throbbing in pain, she still did her best to put on a cold facade. "From today onward, I won't have anything to do with Jake. You should have someone else to do these chores for you." Enjoy ad-free readings. Go Chaplet Pierce Age Divorce Agreement. Sarah couldn't believe her ears at all. To think that Gwen would talk to her in such a bold tone. She pointed a ring-clad finger at Gwen indignantly, inadvertently showing off the huge sapphire on top of the ring. "What the hell is with that attitude of yours? Say that again, I dare you." Gwen just looked at Sarah fearlessly. "Since Sienna is about to move into Hall Manor, you should have her do these chores in the future. I will never do anything for you from now on." Every word was enunciated loudly and clearly. Once Gwen was done speaking, she felt extremely relieved, as though a burden had been lifted off her shoulders. However, her response succeeded in angering Sarah even more. "You, Mom." Caitlyn grasped Sarah's arm at that moment, her tone lowered in a conspiratory fashion. "Gwen must be mad right now. I heard that Jake." Caitlyn recounted the exaggerated version of the incident which had happened last night. Based on the way her lips moved and the smug expression on her face, Gwen could tell that Caitlyn was definitely talking smack about her. Realization dawned on Sarah instantly. She exclaimed haughtily, "Ha! It seems that you're just venting your anger on me because you failed to retain your own husband." Gwen sauntered out of the manor with her luggage. She stopped in her tracks when she heard Sarah's words from her spot outside the manor. Anger began to build up from within. She suppressed her urge to turn around and lash out at Sarah. Instead, she tilted her head slightly before saying in a frosty tone, "Haven't you been doubting my fertility over the past 3 years? Why don't you tell Jake to get his reproductive health checked out? He can't even get it up, you know. Let's see who's to be blamed for not being able to pop out a baby. You little." Both Sarah and Caitlyn were stunned. Once Sarah regained her senses, white-hot rage flooded her senses. "Gwen Lawson, I'll tell Jake to divorce you right away." In the past, Gwen avoided getting into conflicts with the other Halls out of respect for Agnes. That was why she did everything she could to appease Sarah and Caitlyn. She might have been afraid of them in the past, but now, she no longer cared about what they thought of her. Gwen merely replied, "Do whatever you want." With that, she left Hall Manor right away while ignoring Sarah's temper tantrums. Once Gwen was gone, Sarah felt that something was definitely wrong. She instructed Caitlyn, "Head upstairs and check if we're missing any valuables. Gwen's suitcase looks so heavy. Who knows what she might have stolen from us." A while later, Caitlyn bounded down the stairs with a document in hand. "Mom, all of our valuables are still here, but I found this document on the nightstand." Sarah retrieved the document from Caitlyn. Her eyes went as wide as dinner plates when she saw the contents. 2 words were printed in large font on the cover page: divorce agreement. Sarah called Jake immediately and began complaining about the things Gwen had done and said to her. The moment Jake heard the words divorce agreement and sexually impotent, he gestured for the meeting to be adjourned. Then, he grabbed his jacket, which was draped on his chair, and left the meeting room. "Mom, calm down," he said to Sarah coolly. "I'm calm. It's just that I'm mad at her as well. I'm more than happy to watch her leave. Sienna will be able to replace. Zero. How about we have a race?" Jake froze instantly, his deep gaze fixed on Gwen. He remained silent, maintaining a cold demeanor. She was stunning and completely unpredictable. He couldn't read her at all. Her questions felt like traps. One wrong move and he'd find himself in a downward spiral. He had to question whether there were still lingering feelings between them. However, he did regret ending their marriage too soon. Gwen lowered her gaze with a faint smile. Her expression was laced with a hint of coldness. "Ha! It was just a slip of the tongue. A man as heartless as you wouldn't be bothered by such a trivial past, Mr. Hall." She continued, "In business, profit is the priority. I'm sure you know this better than anyone. What are you trying to say?" Jake's expression darkened. His cold, oppressive tone sliced through the air. Unfazed by his cold demeanor, Gwen replied, "Since it's not our past that's causing you to reject Savant Group, I suppose what's missing is a reason to convince you. How about we have a horse race?" she asked. A stray lock of hair fell across Gwen's cheek. Her expression remained bold and confident. "If you win, I'll stop bringing up Savant Group joining the project again. If I win, Hall Group has to let Savant Group join the project." Jake had undergone professional horseback riding training. His skills were on par with professional athletes. But Gwen was confident that she would beat him today. Ashton, though seemingly neutral, couldn't hide the bias in his response. "Ms. Lawson has been very clear with her your terms. Her riding skills are impressive too. The only question left seems to be whether you have enough faith in own skills, Mr. Hall." Jake frowned slightly, his gaze darkening as he looked at Gwen. "Why should I compete with you?" Gwen shrugged with an indifferent expression. "Fine. When I leave, I'll make sure everyone in Bellmont knows that Jake Hall is a coward who's scared of his ex-wife." Her words had pushed him to the edge. He wouldn't be the Jake she knew if he brushed off her provocation. His cold voice replied, "Deal." Gwen's red lips curled into a bright smile. Of course. They were competing in a flat race. The racetrack spanned around 1 mile. It was approximately 3 laps around the field. From the viewing platform, Jake and Gwen could be seen taking their positions at the starting line. Gwen chose the same brown Dutch warm-blood horse as before. She squeezed her legs against its sides to steady it. She glanced sideways at Jake with a bright smile underneath her helmet. "Mr. Hall, are you ready?" She hadn't imagined she'd be racing against Jake after their divorce over such an important project. Her excitement rivaled that of her horse, and she was eager for the race. She was determined to defeat Jake. She wanted to trample on his confidence over her feet, just as he had treated her during their 3 years of marriage. Jake glanced at her radiant smile. It was a kind of beauty he had never seen before. His eyes narrowed slightly as his thoughts wandered. Suddenly, the whistle blew. Gwen's horse leaped forward, half a step ahead of his. Jake quickly regained focus and urged his horse to catch up. On the racetrack, they raced at full speed with one ahead of the other. The sight of the 2 good-looking riders drew the attention of the people around. Many of them stopped to watch. Gwen held the lead through the first lap, her horse galloping swiftly. Jake's horse followed closely. He overtook her on the second lap. His sharp, chiseled features remained calm and focused. His muscular figure showed through his shirt when he grasped the horse rope. The sight of him made the onlookers gasp. As they approached, the final was just slightly ahead, and the 2 were neck to neck. The tension in the crowd was palpable, but Jake's horse. Finding Jake at that moment, Gwen was already standing in the departure hall of the airport while staring at her phone screen, which had already dimmed. Finally, she let out a long breath. Perhaps she had spent far too long being all pent up in Hall Manor. Right now, she felt extremely relieved. As Gwen looked at the passengers, who hurried toward their own destinations, she wondered if she was saddened by the idea of leaving Bellmont. Perhaps she was, but she was mainly filled with relief. In the past, Gwen thought Jake didn't love her at all. Now, she finally understood the truth. He was merely in love with another woman. She might as well give up on him right away instead of getting stuck in this rut. After that, Gwen headed to the check-in counter to begin her check-in process. She had already booked a ticket to Dornwick some time ago. Back then, she left her family and hid her identity to stay in Bellmont. If not for the fact that her grandfather, Marlon Lawson, wished to see her and Jake at the medical expo in Dornwick, he wouldn't have signed over the project to Hall Group in the first place. But Jake didn't care about Gwen at all in the end. He chose to dispatch her on the business trip on her own. Now, it was time for her to return to her family. "Hi there, miss. This ticket has been cancelled. We can't print out the boarding pass for you at the moment." The attendant of the business class counter turned Gwen's request down politely. "It got cancelled," Gwen replied, a mixture of shock and disbelief apparent on her face. "That can't be it. Can you help me check the information again? Did you use your company's account to book this ticket? Someone may have cancelled your ticket on that account. I need you to show me your ID." That was when Gwen realized what was going on. Since she was Jake's secretary, all of her accounts were arranged for her by Hall Group. As for her ID, she had given it to the HR department to register for something that she couldn't quite remember. This time, Gwen was in a pinch. She was so absorbed in leaving the city, which had broken her heart, that she forgot to consider everything. "Excuse me, but I need to make a phone call regarding my ID." Gwen left the check-in counter while pulling out her phone so that she could call the HR department of Hall Group, but she couldn't make the call no matter what. It showed that her number no longer existed. Up was in charge. Goosebumps crawled over Gwen's scalp at that moment. How could she have forgotten that Hall Group of registering her phone number as well? Hall Group, damn it. That company was now plaguing her like a ghost. After exiting the airport, Gwen quickly flagged down a cab and made her way to Hall Group. It began raining a few moments after that. Soon, the skyscraper could be seen right in front of the cab. Gwen gave the cab driver $20 once he stopped. Then, she rushed into Hall Group's futuristic-looking lobby with her suitcase in tow. Thankfully, news of her resignation had yet to spread. Her hair was already drenched from the rain, resulting in her locks being plastered messily across her face. She had to scan her face a few times to activate the elevator and enter it. There, Gwen hit the 12th floor button. That was where the HR department was located. "Oh dear, Ms. Lawson. You look so wretched. One might think you're a refugee." The HR manager was Jason Bloom, an effeminate man who always kept his pinky pointed upward to show his feminine finding Jake charms. He was a professional bootlicker as well. After observing how uncaring Jake was toward Gwen, Jason became accustomed to ordering her around as well. "Where's my ID?" Gwen cut to the chase right away. She couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on Jason right now. "Your ID? How unfortunate. 2 minutes ago, Mr. Jet dropped by and took it from me. I have no idea where it is right now." Gwen was astonished, to say the least. Then again, she should have known that this would happen. Jake was a brutal and decisive businessman. He would never change his mind once it was made. In fact, he was famous for being a heartless demon in Bellmont. There was no way he'd allow Gwen to use such methods to challenge his authority. Gwen was about to look for Jake with her luggage when Jason called out to her. That demeanor of his showed that he was either up to no good, or he was purely taunting her. "It's fine if you get fired, but you should at least mind your manners. The top brass is having a meeting on the top floor. It's a pretty important meeting. Also, I heard that Mr. Hall's fiancée is there too. Sienna, Charles, Jake's fiancée." Gwen and Jake had gotten married in secret. That was why the people working in Hall Group only knew of her as his secretary. That meant the so-called fiancée was Sienna, right? The moment Gwen decided to ask for a divorce, Sienna took it as her chance to show up at Hall Group as Jake's fiancée. In fact, she'd become a regular at Hall Manor in the near future. She'd sleep on the same bed Gwen had slept on, and she'd partake in various positions with Jake during copulation that thought was enough to strike Gwen's heart with pain. Still, she said as casually as she could, "Thanks." With that, she left the HR department's office. Jason just looked at Gwen's retreating silhouette, a knowing glint in his eyes. Everyone could tell that Gwen was in love with Jake. It was no wonder she got fired. After Jason turned on his computer, he made a snide comment. "Oh dear, I guess more juicy drama will be happening soon." Once Gwen reached the CEO's office level, she saw Cedar the moment she stepped out of the elevator. "You're here, Ms. Lawson." Cedar glanced at the suitcase Gwen was holding. He knew right away that she was here to retrieve her ID. Hence, he used the folder he was holding to point at the meeting room. "I've given your ID to Mr. Hall. He's still in a meeting. This is his 3rd meeting so far. Are you in a hurry to retrieve your ID? Do you need me to step into the meeting room and ask Mr. Hall to come out?" "Oh, it's fine." Gwen sounded distant. "I'll just wait here for him." No problem. Would you like a cup of coffee then? Cedar had a vague feeling that Jake had no plans to let Gwen quit. Gwen was responsible for many minuscule tasks in the company. Not to mention, she was in charge of many important projects too. If she were to quit, it'd be difficult to find a suitable employee to take over her tasks in such short notice. As such, Cedar was nicer to Gwen than before. I just learned how to brew Terradian coffee by hand. No, thank you. Gwen wanted to sever all ties with Jake, so she was cold and aloof to the people working for him. Since she had already taken her stance, Cedar didn't say anything else after that. He entered the meeting room and passed the document to Jake. When Gwen walked past the office area, she glanced in the meeting room's direction. There was a small gap in the door, revealing a bunch of people inside the room. There weren't any slots left at the table. She could see the back of Jake's head. His shoulders were broad enough to fill out the suit jacket. At the moment, he was listening to reports coming from the people sitting at both sides of the meeting table. His side profile looked cold and aloof as usual. Occasionally, he'd open his mouth to speak. Whenever Jake was in a meeting, he'd always look very focused. After Gwen ripped her gaze from Jake's visage, she looked down at her drenched clothes. She was still dragging her suitcase behind her. Even though she'd like nothing more than to barge into the meeting room, she felt that it was still inappropriate for her to do so. Then, Gwen looked at the CEO's office once again. Although the door was made of frosted glass, she could still see a woman sitting on a chair in the office. Based on her appearance, she had to be Sienna, the woman she had seen at the Sienna Charles Hospital. If she were to enter the CEO's office, she'd just humiliate herself even more. Gwen decided to store her luggage somewhere safe before heading to the washroom. She turned on the tap and washed her face. It helped her calm down while allowing herself time to think about how she should confront Jake to get her ID back. Ms. Lawson, you came to work late today. An intern assistant happened to enter the bathroom to wash her hands. She took the liberty to speak with Gwen. Gwen just hummed in response without explaining anything to the intern. Once the intern was gone, she pulled a few tissues from the tissue box in order to wipe her face clean. At the same time, she kept staring at her reflection in the mirror. The last time she had traveled to Dornwick, her eldest brother, Henry Lawson, had commented about how much weight she had lost. Back then, she had explained to him with a smile that she was on a diet. Clearly, this marriage was extremely tormenting for her. Perhaps getting a divorce was the correct decision. In Gwen's haze, she noticed the bathroom door being opened once again. A beautiful woman walked into the bathroom. Her face was smooth and flawless, and she looked elegant and well-dressed. There was a little bump poking out of her belly. The moment Gwen noticed Sienna, she felt extremely self-conscious for some reason. She quickly wiped her face clean and checked her appearance before turning to leave. Hold on, Sienna called out to Gwen. I just heard that person calling you Ms. Lawson. You must be Jake's secretary, right? Gwen froze up immediately. She could hear Sienna's footsteps getting closer to her. Soon, Sienna stopped in front of Gwen. She flashed the latter a tender smile. Jake's meeting should be over soon. Can you brew a cup of coffee and deliver it to the CEO's office? You should know his coffee preferences, right? Her ID. Gwen was reluctant to carry out the task. She had already resigned from Hall Group, so she wasn't obligated to do such a task. Besides, Sienna might sound like she was asking Gwen to do something for her, but in reality, she had phrased it like an order. Gwen didn't like it at all, but Gwen soon remembered that her ID was still with Jake. This would be her last time carrying out such a minuscule task. She could use the opportunity to ask him for her ID after bringing him the coffee. So Gwen took a deep breath and decided to accept the task. All right, got it, thanks. After that, Sienna left the washroom. Now that she was pregnant, she was starting to resemble a loving mother, but her confident and radiant persona as a rich heiress formed a huge contrast with Gwen. The truth was that Gwen's elite background gave her a superior edge over Sienna, who was already wealthy in her own right. To think that 3 years later, Gwen would turn out to become a loser in life. The huge contrast left her rooted to the spot. She was stuck in her trance for quite some time, before she managed to suppress her emotions. After exiting the washroom, she made a beeline to the pantry to brew Jake's coffee. Once Gwen was done, she brought the coffee to the CEO's office and locked on the door. Come in. Sienna's soft voice rang out instead of Jake's cold tone. The hot coffee almost splashed out of the cup, courtesy of Gwen's trembling hand. She hesitated for a while before mustering enough courage to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, Gwen saw Sienna sitting on Jake's lap with her arms wrapped around his neck. Although Gwen was already mentally prepared for what was about to come, she still found it difficult to calm down when she witnessed the couple's intimate behavior. Her heart was in so much pain that it almost gave out on the spot. Sienna seemed rather embarrassed to see someone else walking in on her and Jake's intimate moment. "Just leave the coffee here. You can leave now." Sienna's voice snapped Gwen out of her trance. She slowly raised her head and made eye contact with Jake's unblinking gaze from across the distance. His gaze was so dark and cold that she had a feeling it could swallow her senses up. At that moment, Gwen's sixth sense told her that Jake must have done this on purpose. It wasn't as if he didn't know the reason why she was here. Yet, he still chose to let her witness this particular scene just to humiliate her. Ms. Lawson. Sienna looked at Gwen when she noticed that the latter wasn't moving at all. Gwen just hummed in response and nodded. Then, she placed the coffee cup on the table before turning around, albeit wretchedly, just to leave. However, she stopped in her tracks after taking 2 steps. As she listened to the suggestive sounds coming from behind her, all she could imagine were images of Jake and Sienna kissing passionately. Gwen's knees almost buckled under her weight, but she forced herself to be strong and stand tall. Obviously, her prolonged presence was starting to grind on Sienna's gears. Sienna thought Gwen was interfering with her private moment with Jake. "Is there anything else, Ms. Lawson?" Gwen finally mustered enough courage to face Jake and Sienna once again. "I left an extremely important item with Mr. Hall. I hope he can return that item to me." Chapter her $2 to the 2,000 square foot office fell silent instantly. The pile of documents on Jake's desk was tall, but it wasn't enough to block out the sight in front of Gwen. Jake, who was wearing a white button shirt, had his collar wide open. A red hickey could be seen dotting his neck. It brought out the flushed redness in his eyes, most likely triggered by lust. "Oh, what is it?" Now that Gwen had said her piece, Sienna's curiosity was instantly piqued. She tightened her grip on Jake's arm in return. "Jake, why did you detain your secretary's belongings?" "It's nothing important." Jake grabbed Sienna by the arm before pulling her into a hug. From Gwen's point of view, she could see them hugging each other tightly. She pressed her lips into a fine line quietly, feeling her heart break at the sight. It lasted until Jake turned to look at her coldly, as though she was just a stranger to him. "You may leave now." That sentence was sharp and intimidating. It seemed that he didn't plan on returning her ID to her so easily. "It's my ID." Gwen spoke up straightforwardly, seeing as Sienna was present. She hoped that she could leave Bellmont immediately after dealing with this incident. She no longer wanted to spend a minute longer in this accursed city. "Truth be told, I've already resigned from Hall Group, but Mr. Hall detained my ID instead. His actions make me think that he has ulterior motives in mind. Mr. Hall, there are a lot of talented and capable employees working for you. You don't have to use such underhanded methods just to deal with a mere secretary like me." Stripping in public, tension rose sky high in the CEO's office. In the past, Gwen always spoke to Jake tentatively. This was her first time putting on such a strong and cold front. Jake's expression darkened immediately. "Is that true, Jake?" Sienna asked. The moment Jake felt Sienna leaning into him, he frowned ever so slightly. "Of course not," he replied bluntly. "Like she said, there are a lot of talented and capable employees working for Hall Group. I don't need to detain a mere secretary's ID. But since you wish to resign, you need to carry out the handover process properly. You're breaking the company's rules if you fail to carry out that task and choose to leave the company while wearing the uniform." At that moment, Gwen finally understood the reason why Jake used her ID to coerce her into coming to Hall Group. Either she bit the bullet and chose to stay, or she could leave without her clothes on. To think that Jake would use such underhanded methods just to force Gwen into giving in. He must have thought that she'd definitely give in. That was when Gwen felt her last shred of dignity getting ground to dust by Jake. "Ah, so that's the reason. In that case, you're the one at fault here, Ms. Lawson." "Goodness, you made me misunderstand that there might be something going on between you and Jake." When Gwen noticed that Sienna was about to snuggle into Jake's arms, she did her best to calm her trembling heart down. Then, she took off her black jacket before undoing the buttons of her undershirt one by one. "I'll strip." Those 2 words were enunciated clearly. Jake was right. Since Gwen wanted to end things between them, she should do so cleanly. Her sudden movements made the office go quiet. Sienna could only stare at her in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jake, who already had his head lowered and his eyes tinged with lust, was stunned to see Gwen stripping down. Having interacted with her last night, he could clearly tell that she was completely different from before. He didn't know how to describe that feeling. It was as though she was about to break free from his hold on her. Jake felt that he was starting to lose control of the situation. Could it be that he never got to know the real Gwen despite having married her for 3 years? News began spreading instantly. Many employees kept looking at the doorway curiously. No one would have thought that Gwen, who had always been gentle and soft-spoken, would display such a stubborn and defiant side. To think that she'd take off her uniform just to resign. Finally, Gwen's undershirt was tossed to the floor, revealing her white cropped tank top. Her amazing curves could be vaguely seen from under the fabric. The sight of Gwen's endowed chest and perky, but left her former colleagues in awe. Who would have thought that Ms. Lawson is actually this hot? I know, right? The uniforms distributed by this company are so loose. We can't tell if anyone else has a good figure. Everyone began discussing Gwen's figure with each other. The discussion was quickly halted when Cedar clapped his hands together. Are you all that bored? Don't you have work to do? Don't make the company deduct your salary for slacking off at work. The employees just swapped glances with each other before returning to their workstations immediately. Stripping in public, only then did Cedar sneak a peek through the gap in the blinds, while wondering what on earth just happened. It was his first time seeing Jake going so far to make things difficult for a secretary who was about to resign. Could there be a misunderstanding between them? Back in the office, Gwen, who had already shed her uniform, couldn't help but shiver when her skin made contact with the cold air. She raised her head while enduring her cold. Can you return my ID to me now, Mr. Hall? Gwen was worried that Jake might turn her down with another excuse, so she continued, as for the handover process, I'll send the details to Mr. Jet's inbox once I've settled down in my new place. If you're still worried about it, you don't have to pay me last month's salary. Obviously, she was planning to sever all ties with Jake once and for all. Jake's eyes grew colder. For some reason, an unknown emotion began growing within him as he stared at the defiant Gwen. Leaving Jake. Sienna didn't know Jake and Gwen's actual relationship. She just felt that Gwen's presence was starting to annoy her. Just let Ms. Lawson leave. Mom and Dad are still waiting for me to take you home for the gathering. It's been a long time since we last got together. They've missed you a lot. Her soft voice snapped Jake out of his trance. The Halls needed to make amends for the Charleses out of guilt. It was true that Jake needed to visit Sienna's parents out of respect. But Gwen didn't seem to be affected even after hearing Sienna's words. It was as though everything in Jake's life had nothing to do with her anymore. Jake felt quite stuffy on the inside. Mixed feelings were all he felt at the moment. It's over there. Gwen turned to look in the direction that Jake pointed with his tilted chin. Only then did she see her ID being pressed under a water cooler. The fact that he mistreated her ID like that made her feel as though she had been mistreated and abandoned as well. Thanks. Gwen suppressed the bitter feeling as she headed over to pick up her ID. After that, she left without any hesitation. She could feel a cold gaze being pinned on her back the whole time. The moment she opened the office door, everyone in the public office area turned to look at her immediately. Some people were eager to watch more drama unfold before their eyes. Some people sympathized with her. Then again, most of the crowd was merely curious about what was going on. There were even rumors about her flying around. They said she had been chased out of the company by Jake's actual fiancé because she had tried to seduce him. Gwen was supposed to be Jake's legal wife, yet she ended up being branded as a mistress. That thought made her eyes go red after she stepped into the elevator. Still, she forced herself not to cry. It wasn't until she reached the lobby on the first floor that she heard footsteps echoing from behind her. To her surprise, Cedar passed her an umbrella. Ms. Lawson, it's raining right now. If you're feeling chilly, I can give you my jacket as well. It turned out that not everyone in Hall Group was cold-hearted. When Gwen noticed that Cedar was about to take off his jacket, she quickly stopped him. She suppressed the bitter feeling in her heart before saying, "It's fine. Thank you, Cedar. Goodbye forever." Having noticed how dejected and lost Gwen looked, Cedar parted his lips, yet he didn't know how to respond to her. While he deliberated on what to say, he witnessed Gwen leaving Hall Group's lobby with a steel-like resolve in her eyes. She soon rushed into the heavy downpour. Only during moments like this could the downpour clear her mind. After getting into a cab that was heading toward the airport, Gwen stared at the heavy rain outside the window. She could still make out the faint outlines of the city she had lived in over the past few years. Finally, she couldn't resist dialing a certain number. The moment the call went through, Gwen used all of her energy to utter a name. Her voice was laced with nothing but exhaustion. Leaving 22 Henry. The call was over after a few moments. 8 hours later, a private jet landed on the tarmac of Bellmont Airport. A tall and well-built man, who was dressed in black, wrapped an arm around Gwen protectively. His bodyguard carried her luggage while escorting the duo into the jet. It was already late at night when a black Bentley slowly cruised into Hall Manor's compound. Jake looked out the window from the back seat. He found himself looking at one particular wing of the manor, had 2 stories. It was being shrouded by the shrubbery at the moment. The bedroom light was usually left on, but now, it was completely shrouded in darkness. The lack of lights kept reminding him about Gwen's departure. Sienna could feel Jake's bad mood. She thought her father's words had pissed Jake off earlier at dinner. Which Jake, I know our families have suffered from major heartbreak because of Emily and Joshua's tragedy. There's no need to rush the wedding. You don't have to take my dad's words to heart. He's just anxious because of my pregnancy. Sienna's voice succeeded in derailing Jake's train of thought. He glanced at his sleeve, which was all wrinkled because of Sienna's grasp. It's wrinkled, he stated coldly. Sienna released her grip on Jake's arm out of instinct. After that, Jake opened the door and got out of the car, leaving Sienna stunned in the car. She could only stare at the man's receding silhouette. She couldn't understand what was going on. Back in the office, Jake had allowed her to sit on his lap. Why was he acting so differently right now? But Sienna couldn't be bothered to dwell on that question. She quickly followed Jake out of the car. One qualified, one disqualified. Maddie had been waiting for Jake's return for a long time at Hall Manor. After she took Jake's jacket from him, she was surprised to see Sienna, who was trailing Jake from behind. "Ms. Charles, I've already prepared your room for you. You can take the stairs over here." Sienna was about to follow Jake into the express elevator that led straight to his wing when she heard Maddie's words, which caused her to halt in her tracks. Then, she looked at Maddie in disbelief. "Are Jake and I not sharing a room?" Since Jake agreed to her request to stay in Hall Manor, he must have acknowledged the fact that he'd be marrying her in the future. It was only natural for them to stay in a room together. Jake frowned after hearing Sienna's question. Maddie dared not say much. The reason why Sarah wanted her to clear out a guest room was due to the possibility of Gwen leaving traces of her existence in Jake's room. "I still have work to do. You should rest first." Jake shot Sienna a cool glance. Then, he gave Maddie a look. But as expected, Sienna was reluctant to accept the outcome, hence her follow-up question. After noticing Jake's look, Maddie quickly stopped Sienna. "Ms. Charles, please follow me." The doors of the express elevator soon slid shut, effectively blocking Jake's story face from the rest of the world. Sienna suppressed her dissatisfaction the best she could. She kept having a feeling that Jake had been treating her differently ever since she returned to the country. He was still close to her, yet at the same time, he seemed so distant. She could never figure out what he was thinking. Once Jake returned to his study, he took a shower and changed into his bathrobe. He spent some time flipping through the documents, yet he found it difficult to focus on the contents. Usually, Gwen would bring him a bowl of chicken broth at this hour. Then, she'd return to the bedroom and wait for him there. Sometimes, Jake would spend the night in the study. He'd occasionally return to the bedroom to spend the night with her. Even so, one of them would sleep on the bed, while the other took the couch. Still, Gwen never changed the habit of bringing him chicken broth every night. Tonight, he had been waiting for a long time, yet he never detected any movement coming from the bedroom. The absence of the chicken broth stirred up an inexplicable sense of irritation within him. At that moment, Jake's phone began ringing. When he picked up the phone, he noticed Cedar's name flashing on the screen. This elicited a small frown from him. He had no idea why he was feeling irritated just now. "Mr. Hall, the organizer of Dornwick's Medical Expo just called. He claimed that our company has been disqualified from the expo because our sponsored amount isn't enough." Jake's expression became stormy instantly. Gwen was originally in charge of this project. Since she had already quit her job, Cedar was the one who took over the project. "The amount, you said?" The Medical Expo always drafts a list of attendees according to the donations each company made to the Red Cross Society in the previous year. Last year, Hall Group's donation reached a total of $300 million, yet the organizer claims that it's not enough. Cedar could clearly feel that Jake was in a bad mood. Cold sweat began dripping down his back. "I'm also perplexed by this reason. I called Ms. Lawson just now because I wanted to get to the bottom of this matter, but her phone number has been unregistered." He dared not continue his sentence after that. The atmosphere in the study fell scarily silent. Jake frowned instantly, soon recalling the way Gwen had looked when she took off her uniform without hesitation. She was hell-bent on resigning from Hall Group no matter how much humiliation she had to endure. That memory itself was able to invoke unknown emotions within him. If Jake remembered correctly, Gwen had claimed that she came from a farming village. She had worked extremely hard to get enrolled in a university so that she could stay in the city. She had put her blood, sweat, and tears into opening a fashion boutique, but she was quick to shut it down shortly after marrying him. Over the past 3 years, Gwen didn't have any additional income other than the allowance she regularly received from the Hall family. Where could a woman who had nothing but the clothes on her back possibly go? First things first, I want you to travel to a village. Jake still remembered the address of the farming village Gwen had given him. He refused to believe that he couldn't track her down. Secondly, I want you to contact the organization in charge of the medical expo in Dornwick. I want to see the person in charge. Jake tossed his phone onto the desk after ending the call. His expression gradually darkened. 5 brothers. Gwen woke up in a luxurious bedroom belonging to an Illyrian-style building. The decorations and the furniture in the room were left exactly how she had remembered when she had left years ago. She turned around to see a bowl of warm soup on the nightstand next to her. There were even a few beautiful outfits laid out on the bed for her to pick from. For some reason, Gwen could feel her nose starting to tingle with emotions. She had never received such treatment during her time in Bellmont. Grandpa was extremely anxious when he found out about the plane crash. He tried to call you, but he couldn't get in touch with you. It led to his cardiac arrest getting triggered. He's still bedridden as we speak. A pair of steady footsteps echoed for a few moments. Soon, a tall and well-built man in black appeared inside Gwen's bedroom. He looked quite domineering and intimidating. This was Henry, Gwen's eldest brother, who had personally traveled to Bellmont just to take her back to Dornwick. He was the current patriarch of the Lawson family, who often maintained a cold and stony exterior. When Gwen heard that her grandfather, Marlon Lawson, had fallen ill, she was so anxious that she almost burst into tears. "Henry, is Grandpa? He's fine. He's currently on bed rest. But you," on the other hand. Henry grabbed Gwen's hand immediately and stopped her from leaving. "Just look at you right now. I can't believe you still have the gall to meet Grandpa. Do you still remember the promise you made back then?" Gwen stopped in her tracks instantly after hearing her brother's words. Naturally, she would never forget what that promise was. She had promised Marlon that she'd stay in the Lawson family forever and help out with the Lawsons' business if she failed to make Jake fall in love with her, or worse, got a divorce with him. In fact, she'd even follow the family's orders by getting roped into a marriage alliance with the Quinns, which was also one of the 4 greatest families. That way, she'd be able to help expand the Lawsons' business empire. Since Henry mentioned that promise out of the blue, could it be that the Lawsons were planning to arrange her second marriage for her this soon? She heard that the Lawson heir was a notorious playboy. "But I just got divorced. I have no plans of getting married for now. Henry, please." Gwen looked at Henry pleadingly. Henry's icy heart melted at the sight of his little sister's expression. Even his voice was noticeably gentler than usual. He had planned to intimidate her by bringing up the promise. "After all, you're a daughter of the Lawson family. We don't plan on marrying the women of our family in exchange for money, but you need to recompose yourself as soon as possible. You'll work as my right-hand woman for the time being, at least until Grandpa makes a full recovery." What Henry meant was that Gwen would have to join Savant Group, which was a company based in Dornwick. Back then, the Lawsons had drafted Gwen into Utropolis School of Business because they wanted her to work in Savant Group. Who would have thought that she'd travel to Bellmont and open a boutique there just to pursue her dream, which then led to her falling in love at first sight with Jake. Both Henry and Marlon must have been resentful because of this. Okay, Gwen would gladly agree to any condition as long as she didn't have to marry another man right away. Henry gazed at Gwen seriously before finally grunting in response. His heart ached for her because of what she had endured, but at the same time, he was greatly disappointed in her. Hopefully, this failure of a marriage would serve as a painful lesson to her. Sick. At that moment, someone knocked on the bedroom door gently before opening it. It was a female secretary who followed Henry around. Hall Group of Bellmont City has voiced its protests about its disqualification from the medical expo. The CEO would like to make an appointment to meet up with you in order to discuss the details. Gwen was stunned to hear the news. Henry, it turned out that Henry had already begun his attack on the Halls right after picking her up from Bellmont. His attack was swift, precise, and definitely brutal. The reason why Jake didn't care about the medical expo was because he knew that Gwen would definitely handle the project expertly. But who would have thought that something so drastic would occur at the very last minute? "I did this mainly to let you know that we Lawsons will never let anyone bully you. You should know what to do next." Once Henry was done saying his piece, he had a feeling that Gwen knew what to do next. So he patted her on the shoulder gently before leaving the room with his secretary. At the same time, he said to the secretary, "Over the next few days, I want you to take Gwen under your wing. Let her familiarize herself with all of Savant Group's major industrial zones, as well as the duties within the job scope of the CEO's executive assistant." "Got it, Mr. Lawson." Their voices soon faded into the distance. Gwen's bedroom was silent once again. The CEO's executive assistant, that position was second to only the CEO. Gwen clenched her fists tightly. This time, she mustn't disappoint Henry and betray his trust. 120 for the day. After Gwen started working in an office located on the top floor of Savant Group, a seemingly laid-back figure barged into her office. Surprise. 3 Ryan's origins. I can't believe I'm the last one out of the bunch to find out about your return. What sort of a sister are you, Gwen? I loved and cared for you for so many years, yet you did this to me. Ryan wasn't her. Judging from that voice, Gwen could tell that the intruder was her third brother, Ryan Lawson. But Ryan's biological brother. He was abandoned right after he was born, so the Lawsons adopted him. Gwen didn't even bother looking up from the documents. Take a seat. Don't disturb me. It had been 2 days, yet she hadn't finished sorting out all of the documents given to her by Henry's secretary. She had received almost 100 calls coming from companies and conglomerates from all over the world the whole day, which left her feeling overwhelmed. Ryan didn't mind Gwen's attitude at all. He plopped down on the couch instead. Wow, Henry really is ruthless to you. To think that he'd give you this many documents. He's trying to nurture you the next heiress. You'll definitely go crazy from this amount of work. Honestly speaking, Gwen, you should have just followed me on my tour. Think of it as a holiday, yeah? I'm not going, Gwen replied while sorting out the documents. Don't think I've forgotten about the time your fans mistook me as your girlfriend when I went to your concert last time. If it wasn't for Henry's timely appearance, I'd have gotten stitches on my forehead thanks to the egg attack. How the hell do you still remember that? Ryan was instantly elated. He wiped his mouth before smiling at Gwen happily. And you claimed that you weren't interested in me. Why else would you remember the memories we made together so vividly? Gwen was speechless, to say the least. She raised her head long enough to roll her eyes at Ryan. You should get your brain checked out since you're being delusional. Ryan's half smirk was still etched on his face. You're the only one who can cure me. Once again, Gwen didn't know what to say. It was a good thing she was already used to such conversations with Ryan, so she didn't feel uncomfortable in the slightest. Ryan had always enjoyed singing since young. Now, he was an internationally popular singer. He was always busy with his work, but he could always squeeze out time just to shower Gwen with love and care. During the time when Gwen was adamant about marrying Jake, Ryan cancelled his upcoming concert immediately to fly to Bellmont City just to fight Jake. In the end, Henry was able to stop him. Now that Gwen thought about it, she wasn't sure as to why she'd ditched the nice men around her and opt to fall in love with Jake instead. I got a phone call coming up, so I'll have to answer it first. Gwen could feel her phone vibrating. She glanced at the caller ID, only to see the same unknown number again. Ryan clammed up immediately. He watched as Gwen walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window so that she could answer the call. Hello, are you Savant Group's new executive assistant? Can we talk about the case of Hall Group getting disqualified from the medical expo in Durnwick? It was Cedar. No wonder Gwen kept receiving calls from the number. Henry had told her before that Hall Group's landline would be automatically blocked by Savant Group. That was why Hall Group decided to try contacting Savant Group with a new number. This was most likely Jake's instruction. There's nothing to talk about. Hall Group's donation doesn't reach the quota needed. I think the previous secretary has already told you about this the last time you contacted us. 3 Ryan's ongs. Gwen dealt with the business accordingly. Besides, she spoke nothing but the truth. Jake thought Hall Group was qualified enough to attend the medical expo. The truth was that Gwen was the one who had convinced Henry to let Hall Group in. Ms. Lawson? Cedar's shocked voice could be heard coming from the other end of the line. He had worked with Gwen for a very long time, so he could recognize her voice right away. Gwen neither confirmed nor denied her identity. I'm very busy, so I'm going to hang up now. She let out a sigh after the call ended. If anything, she was very sure that Cedar must have dialed her number in Jake's office right in front of him. It'd be amusing to see Jake's expression right now. As expected, Cedar passed the phone to Jake in the CEO's office of Hall Group. Mr. Hall, the new executive assistant of Savant Group, sounds like Ms. Lawson. But how did she? Jake's expression was very tense. He wasn't deaf, of course. He heard Gwen's voice from the loudspeaker. A moment ago, Cedar had reported to him that Gwen's parents didn't exist in the farming village at all. That meant her background information was falsified. How dare she lie to the Halls for 3 long years? Mr. Hall, will Hall Group still be attending the expo? Judging from Jake's expression, Cedar wasn't sure if he still wanted to attend the medical expo. Keep calling her. Jake finally spat those words out after pursing his lips for some time. Cedar fell silent at the order. For her wedding ring, Cedar had no choice but to call Gwen again. He tried calling her a few times, only to be notified that she was on another call. After Cedar called her for the umpteenth time, Jake snatched the phone from him. At the same time, Gwen had accepted the call. "That's enough, Cedar. Tell Jake that he can kiss the expo goodbye," Gwen said impatiently. Nothing but silence was coming from the other end of the line. A moment later, Jake's voice rang out. "It's me." Gwen's breath was hitched in her throat upon hearing his voice, but Jake didn't seem to mind her rude response. "If Hall Group increases the donation from $300 million all the way to $500 million, will we be eligible to join the medical expo?" At that time, Gwen was already strapped in Ryan's sports car. "What's the point in doing this, Jake?" Just now, Ryan insisted on taking Gwen on a tour around the night markets in Dornwick after seeing how busy she was with work. She couldn't turn him down, so she ended up getting into the car. "If $500 million isn't enough, then I'll make it $1 billion. If this amount still isn't enough, I'll report this incident to the Global Chamber of Commerce. They'll be the ones in charge of determining whether or not my company is eligible. Your company isn't the only organizer of this expo, after all." Gwen didn't know what to say after hearing Jake's threat-laced words. Ryan, who was driving, grew impatient as well. He snatched Gwen's phone from her immediately. "You really are shameless, huh? You've already divorced my darling Gwen, yet you keep badgering her. Are you trying to get back together with her? Ha! You should forget about it. She's mine. By the way, we're on the way to a love hotel right now. Goodbye." After that, Ryan hung up on Jake immediately before throwing Gwen's phone aside. Poor Gwen was left flabbergasted. "Love hotel? Haha. You must be feeling confused right now. Will you believe me if I tell you that sentence is enough to G-bastard an aneurysm? Give that." Gwen was rendered speechless by Ryan's response. Jake's expression turned stormy as soon as the call ended, but Cedar didn't know the exact reason why. He mumbled, "Ms. Lawson was the one who resigned in the first place. Why would she target Hall Group all of a sudden? Also, how did she become the executive assistant in an international company like Savant Group? This company is known for its difficulty in getting hired. How on earth did she manage to pull this feat off?" The same questions reverberated in Jake's mind as well. The more he thought about them, the worse his mood became. "Book 2 tickets to Dornwick right now," he ordered. "Also, if I remember correctly, the current president of the Multinational Chamber of Commerce is still a Quinn, right?" "Yes, sir. Recently, an election for the next president was hosted. Mr. Pedro Quinn has renewed his presidential term." "All right. Tell Theodore that I'll see him in 8 hours. Theodore Quinn was Pedro's only son, making him the scion of the Quinn family, which was one of the 4 greatest families. He was known for being a playboy. Whenever he went out, he was often flanked by beautiful women. Too at the same time, Theodore was one of Jake's closest friends in his tiny social circle. Living abroad for long periods, both of them rarely got in touch with each other. Since Theodore had been, Jake decided to return to Hall Manor before his departure to Dornwick. He needed to pack his luggage and have it checked into the flight. But the moment he walked through the front door, he saw workers from an interior design firm walking out of the express elevator. Jake had a bad feeling that something happened, which elicited a frown from him. He strode into the expression elevator right away before the 2 women could rise from the couch to welcome him home. After that, he headed straight toward the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Everything in the bedroom was brand new. The curtains, the bed sheets, and even the closet were all new and untouched. Gwen's traces were completely eradicated from this room. Who did this? Jake turned to glance around him. The maid in charge of cleaning the 2nd floor could only tremble in fright. MMS. Charles was the one who Jake's expression became thunderous immediately. He was about to lash out when he heard Sienna's voice. "Jake." She waddled over to Jake, looking like a typical pregnant woman. Then, she said graciously, "I've already found out about the truth concerning you and MS. Lawson. Since you 2 have already gotten divorced, everything in this house should be swapped out, no? Surely you won't blame me for making this decision without consulting you, right?" Jake didn't respond to Sienna. Instead, he glanced at Sarah, who stood next to her. Sarah quickly denied her own involvement. "It's that woman's fault for leaving a ring behind. Sienna happened to see it. That's why I had no choice but to tell her the truth." Truthfully speaking, Sarah was extremely dissatisfied with Gwen's actions. She was the reason why Sarah got interrogated by Sienna the whole day. "If you ask me, I think that woman did it on purpose. She doesn't want us to live in peace." "What ring?" Jake asked with a frown. He never saw the ring despite having stayed in the bedroom all this time. How was it possible for Sienna to find the ring by chance? 5 Restoration. This is the ring. Sienna extended her hand, revealing a ring of a simplistic design sitting on her palm. Still, the sparkle it emitted was quite unique under the light. The moment Jake gazed at the ring, he finally remembered that this was the only gift he had given to Gwen during their 3-year marriage. He still remembered Gwen asking him to slide the ring onto her finger for her back then. He had responded impatiently with "I'll do it later," but Gwen stubbornly wore it for 3 years. She never took it off no matter what. Sienna grew displeased when she saw Jake spacing out while staring at the ring. Still, she continued maintaining a gracious smile on her face. To think that Ms. Lawson left behind such an important item. "Jake, should we return this ring to Ms. Lawson? Why should we return it to her?" Sarah cut in angrily. That woman pretended to be demure and gentle back then. Now that she couldn't keep up her facade after so long, she decided to leave and pretend to not know us. "She's nothing but vile." "Precisely. When she first came to our home, I always had a feeling that she was up to no good." Caitlyn chimed in as TPM. Jake's expression grew thunderous. He gripped the ring box tightly. The memory of that unknown man saying shit about going to a love hotel with Gwen made his gaze darken a lot more. An inexplicable sense of rage was quick to surge into his heart, making him even more annoyed and frustrated. It appeared that Gwen had already found her next lover. No wonder she was in a hurry to leave. In an icy tone, he said, "Throw it away." Since Jake had already given his order, Sarah adopted an unfriendly tone instantly. "He's right. We should throw away everything that she's touched in this place. Those things bring us bad luck anyway." Caitlyn nodded in agreement as well. "Yup, Mom is right. Let's just throw everything away and have them replaced." Despite his order, Jake didn't do anything concrete. Instead, he looked around the master bedroom before giving the latest orders to the nearby maids. "I don't like others interfering with my personal style. I want everything in this room to be restored to the way it was in 24 hours. After that, he tugged at his tie impatiently before walking into his room so that he could start packing his luggage. Sienna paled instantly. She remained rooted to the spot, unable to register what just happened. "Ugh, how troublesome. It's just refurbishing the room, isn't it? Why must Jake look so pissed?" Caitlyn mumbled as she plopped onto the couch. That Lawson bitch kept changing the bedroom's decorative style every day just so she could hear Jake into sleeping with her. But I never saw him scolding her like this before. When Gwen was still around, Jake treated her with disdain. Now that she was gone, he refused to let anyone touch her belongings. What the hell was wrong with him? Sarah had always been perceptive. When she noticed Sienna's mood souring, she quickly walked over and whacked Caitlyn on the head. "Shush, you. Tur 15 Restoration 2-2." Then, she turned to Sienna and began comforting her to suck up to her. "Jake is quite a germaphobe. He doesn't like it when others touch his things. Don't take it to heart, all right?" Sienna just tuned Sarah's words out. Her gaze remained fixed on Jake's form. This was meant to be Gwen and Jake's room after their marriage, so Gwen's traces were everywhere. Since Jake slept in this room every day, it'd be inevitable for him to recall his previous marriage with Gwen. But at the same time, Sienna knew that Jake was being serious. She needed to restore this room to its previous outlook no matter what. That fact was enough to make her feel uneasy. Jake actually cared about Gwen more than he ever let dil. As Sienna watched Jake throw his clothes into a suitcase, she decided that it was time to keep an eye on him. 6 Secretary and wife Jake pulled out the 2 rings that he had ordered to be thrown away earlier when he was nestled comfortably in the business class cabin. He hesitated for a moment before picking out the ring with a thicker band and sliding it onto his finger. He never tried it on before, so he was surprised to see how snugly the ring fit him. It was as though the ring was measured intricately in the past, but Jake had been using his work as an excuse to avoid wearing his wedding ring over the past 3 years. If this were to happen to a regular married couple, the wife would definitely get into a fight with her husband. But Gwen never kicked up a fuss over it. She was mild-mannered and understanding. In fact, she was extremely tolerant toward him. What Jake didn't expect to see was that Gwen would leave so resolutely after getting a divorce from him. She didn't even want the wedding ring anymore. Jake spun the ring quietly, a deep frown marring his face. Mild-mannered and understanding, or resolute and determined? Which one was the real Gwen Lawson? Hours later, the plane landed in Dornwick. Jake headed straight to the top floor of Quinn Group, where the CEO's office was located. Theodore squinted at the computer's monitor to ensure that the details were correct. Then, he picked up the project proposal and reconfirmed the details. After that, he put down the document before saying seriously, "Jake, I've checked everything. Your company fits the requirements needed to attend the expo." Jake raised an eyebrow in return. He knew it. Savant Group was the one actively stopping Hall Group from attending the medical expo. Theodore asked, "Did you offend the CEO of Savant Group, Henry Lawson, in any way?" Based on the records, it's shown that he used his authority to object to Hall Group being included as an attendee of the expo. Jake's expression went dark. No one could tell what he was thinking. "I've never seen him before. My secretary was the one who dealt with the expo's registration this whole time. Previously, the reports showed that everything was proceeding just fine. All we had to do was get the contract signed." "Well, where did your secretary go? Tell her to carry on." Theodore played with his pen while looking bored. Jake lowered his gaze subconsciously in order to conceal the flicker of disappointment. "She quit." Realization dawned on Theodore in an instant. That secretary must have been the one screwing things up for you. After she quit, she must have stolen your resources and caused you to sustain a huge loss. She must have signed the non-compete agreement when she first joined Hall Group. Hurry Una, sue her right now. Theodore didn't hesitate to accuse Gwen of screwing things up before goading Jake into suing her. This made Jake's expression darken even more. At that moment, Cedar noticed Jake's unnatural expression. He could only smile awkwardly before managing to speak up at the right time. "Mr. Quinn, the secretary in question is Mr. Hall's wife." Theodore slapped a hand over his mouth, his alluring eyes wide in shock. "Holy shit. Jake, where on earth did you find that precious gem? She's capable of being both your secretary and your wife." Chapter to secretary and WHE22. Jake decided to not respond to that comment. Besides, he couldn't be bothered to argue with Theodore. Theodore had always been the type who ran his mouth a lot without care in the world. Jake was already used to his antics. Moreover, Theodore was right. Gwen was an outstanding secretary who was as efficient as a well-oiled robot. Jake's heart felt heavy at that moment. He finally realized that he had been demanding Gwen to do things the way a perfect secretary would, but he completely forgot that she was also his wife. Theodore drew to his feet before patting Jake on the shoulder, a teasing smile on his face. "When did you two get married? Why didn't I know anything about this? You should introduce your wife to me sometime." Both of them might be good friends, but they rarely met up with each other due to their families' competitive expansion of their business empires. Besides, Jake and Gwen's marriage was meant to be a secret. It was only natural for them to not hold a grand wedding at all. Jake's friend, Bradley Moss, as well as a couple of others living in Synoviria, were the only ones who knew about the marriage. Those friends of his had always looked down on Gwen, whom they thought was a nobody without a background. They all thought Jake seriously lost out by marrying such a bumpkin, so they never mentioned anything about his marital status. If anything, they all pretended that he was still single. They got divorced some time ago. Cedar's mouth reacted before his brain did. It was already too late by the time he realized what he had done. Upon sensing Jake's sharp gaze on him, he could only bow his head while mentally chastising himself for running his mouth. Theodore was able to stop himself from cracking another joke. "It's fine, Jake. Marriage is the death of love anyway. Getting a divorce is the right choice." Then, he sighed when he recalled his own matters. "What's wrong?" Jake asked coolly. Since they were good friends, Theodore had to tell Jake the truth. He was quick to lament, "I don't want to get married. My dad has been forcing me to marry that ugly heiress with a face full of acne from Savant Group. That heiress used to live abroad, so I could still avoid her. I heard that she returned to Dornwick recently, which explains why my dad has begun nagging me again. Hell, he's even decided on a wedding date for us. He wants me to hurry up and marry that ugly duckling. Ugh, I'm so anxious that my hair has literally turned gray. 7 welcome party. It's just a business alliance. Getting married is fine as long as you two promise to stay out of each other's lives," Jake said truthfully. "You're too profit-oriented, but I'm not the same. My perfect wife should be a drop-dead gorgeous bombshell. You know, the type that makes me fall in love at first sight. She has to have impeccable beauty, unmatchable intellect, and an irresistible charm. That sort of woman is my cup of tea." Theodore waved his hand afterward. "You're not me, so you don't understand what I want." Having heard Theodore's words, Jake decided to drop that topic. Instead, he brought up the medical expo. "Can you resolve this matter for me?" "Oh, once again." Theodore patted himself on the chest confidently. "Quinn Group and Savant Group are the ones hosting this expo together. If I call Henry, he'll definitely let this matter slide out of respect toward me." After that, he dialed Henry's number. It continued to ring for more than 10 seconds, yet no one answered the call. Theodore refused to believe that Henry would be this rude, so he tried calling him again. But this time, Henry hung up on him right away. It was clear that he didn't want to discuss the matter with Theodore. A variety of emotions flickered across Theodore's face. He felt extremely humiliated at the moment. It was rare for Jake to ask him for help. He had agreed to help Jake out so confidently, only for Henry to spit in his face. Theodore rubbed his nose, feeling quite awkward. Maybe he's busy right now. Let me throw you a welcome party. We'll talk about it later. Jake followed Theodore out of the office. He knew that Theodore most likely failed. The success rate of Theodore resolving this matter was extremely low. It seemed that Jake would have to find a way to convince Gwen to help him out. Meanwhile, Henry was seated on an invitation leather couch in a luxurious boutique that was geared toward designing gowns for VIPs. He looked like a cold and aloof nobleman. After declining the call, he looked at Gwen, who was having her measurements taken by a designer. Jake is now in Dornwick. He had Theodore Quinn help him out by speaking with me on his behalf. As Henry spoke, he paid attention to Gwen's expression the whole time. The truth was, he was worried that Gwen might not have given up on Jake just yet. But Gwen remained impassive. She turned around so that the designer could start taking the measurements of her waistline. Henry, just leave this matter to me. With that, she looked at herself in the mirror. Now Gwen looked beautiful and radiant as before. Her eyes sparkled animatedly, and she held herself with utmost confidence. She was completely different from the wretched version of her back in hall group. This was the real her, radiant and attractive. She didn't need any man in her life, that was for sure. Babe, I missed you so much. A cheerful figure lunged at Gwen at that moment. She enveloped Gwen in a bear hug and stayed there for quite some time. When Gwen heard the voice, she recognized it immediately. It was her best friend, Yara Jefferson. This made her tear up immediately. She choked out, "Me too." Yara released Gwen afterward. "You bastard. How dare you cut all contact with me over the past 3 years? I only found out about your divorce from Ryan, you know. Am I even your best friend at this point?" Gwen could feel tears welling up in her eyes. "You'll always be my best friend. It's just that I feel so ashamed." A pause later, she continued, "Back then, you kept advising me because you cared about me. Not only did I fail to you were doing this for my own good, but I also ended up fighting with you. Seeing as I got divorced in the end, let's just say I'm too ashamed to see you." Realize in the past, Gwen chose to join the Hall family as their daughter-in-law and made the brash decision to give up on her boutique business just so she could become Jake's secretary at Hall Group. Yara had tried to talk some sense into Gwen, saying that Jake wasn't a good match for her and that she should aim higher. But Gwen was completely blinded by love back then. She decided to shut down the boutique that she and Yara had established together without taking Yara's opinion into account. Realizing that their shared dream was shattered thanks to her best friend's brashness, the enraged Yara decided to fly to Fernwald instead. Since then, both of them had never contacted each other. Yara took Gwen's hand, her expression now warped into one of anger. "Jake should be the one who's ashamed. He's a fucking idiot. Babe, now that you're back, I won't let anyone else bully you from now on. I'll kill those who have the guts to bully you." Tears streamed down Gwen's cheeks at that moment. Then, she and Yara smiled at each other. "Don't cry, babe." Yara grabbed a tissue and wiped Gwen's tears away for her thoughtfully. "I've already arranged for a welcome home party for you tonight. Let's celebrate the fact that you've dumped that bastard and that you're making an epic comeback." "All right." Gwen looked at Henry, who had been waiting patiently for her to cry her feelings out. Then, she tightened her grip on Yara's hand. She really felt that she was a fool in the past. To think that she was willing to give up on the people who loved her for the sake of a heartless man. Her friends and family were definitely a lot more precious than a loveless marriage. 8. Know your place before you show. Yara threw a lavish party for Gwen in the most exclusive elite club in Dornwick that evening. The place was buzzing with energy, and the bass from the music was echoing throughout the room. Yara had her arm around Gwen as they stood on stage, raising her glass to the crowd of glamorous men and women she'd personally invited. "All right, everyone. Let's raise a glass to my girl, Gwen, for finally breaking free and getting a fresh start. Cheers. Congrats." Gwen downed her drink in one go before Yara pulled her into the center of the crowd. "Babe, this is the heir to HB Group. His family's worth billions. And over here, meet the CEO of Titan Industries. His body's as good as his business." Gwen greeted them one by one with a polite smile, but as she turned around, she accidentally bumped into someone. "Do you even watch where you're going? You just stepped on my shoes." A shrill voice screeched from behind. Gwen raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold laugh. She knew that voice well. It was Caitlyn Hall, the spoiled little sister of her ex-husband. Before Gwen could say anything, Yara stepped in front of her. "Who the hell are you? How about you learn some manners before running your mouth?" Caitlyn was too busy fussing over her scuffed designer heels to care. but when she looked up, her eyes widened as she recognized Gwen, her ex-sister-in-law. A smirk crept across her face as she sneered. "So, it's the one my brother kicked to the curb, huh? How's single life, Gwen?" Caitlyn had tagged along to Dornwick with Sienna Charles and had spent weeks convincing Sarah to let her go. Yara's temper flared instantly. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to throw hands, but Gwen stopped her. "It's fine," Gwen said coolly, "people like her aren't worth our time." Back when she was married to Jake, Gwen had been nothing but kind to Caitlyn, treating her like family. But now, Caitlyn was nothing in her eyes. Caitlyn wasn't even worth Gwen's time to argue with her. Gwen's eyes swept over Caitlyn dismissively, landing on Sienna, who stood nearby in a loose Dior outfit and flat pearl-studded shoes, her pregnancy evident. What was she doing here? Shouldn't she be on bed rest? Sienna's gaze flickered with discomfort when she met Gwen's eyes, clearly sensing the hostility. She'd flown all the way to Dornwick to talk to Jake about Gwen, but now here she was, facing Gwen directly. This was only the second time Sienna had seen Gwen in person, and it was clear as day that her presence posed a threat. Gwen's beauty and elegance only amplified the sense of competition brewing inside her. Not wanting to waste any more time on the two eyesores, Gwen pulled Yara away to leave. Caitlyn, however, wasn't used to being ignored, especially by someone like Gwen. Her spoiled temper flared, and she started shouting, completely oblivious to her surroundings. "Why did you have to cause such heavy losses to the Hall Group if you've already decided to leave? If the deal at the expo falls through, I'll have my brother sue you. I'll make sure you lose everything." Gwen kept walking, pulling Yara along with her. "I'll your place before you show to you're all bark and no bite. You're just like a broken record who wouldn't let go of my brother before, and now that you've probably found someone new, you're just walking away like it's nothing. You're a disgrace. Just hearing your name makes me sick." Gwen could keep her cool, but Yara wasn't having any of it. No one could insult her best friend and get away with it. Breaking free from Gwen's grasp, Yara stormed back to Caitlyn. Grabbing a glass of champagne from a waiter's tray, she flung it in Caitlyn's face with all her might. "This is my party, and who do you think you are, squawking like some pathetic chicken in front of my friend? Do you think you're all that? Try again, honey." Yara's sharp words were followed by a burst of laughter from the crowd, the attractive men and women around her all joining in to mock Caitlyn. Caitlyn had never been so humiliated in her life. Her makeup was ruined, and the laughter echoing around her only made her feel worse. Desperately, she turned to Sienna for help. "Sienna, please help me." 9 payback in full. With a crowd gathering around, Caitlyn's public meltdown was becoming a major embarrassment, and Sienna instinctively stepped back, trying to distance herself from the scene. Gwen casually swirled the champagne in her glass and approached the pair with a mocking smile and an icy gaze. "What's the matter? Your precious little sister's in trouble, and you, the future sister-in-law, are ready to run. What the hell is going on here?" Suddenly, a deep, angry voice cut through the noise. The crowd parted, and there stood Jake, dressed in a sharp, dark suit, his eyes cold as he strode toward them with an aura that commanded attention. His gaze immediately landed on Gwen. It had been a while since he'd seen her. She looked different now, more confident and radiant. She was no longer the frail woman she used to be in the Hall family. Standing there under the lights, her custom-made dress highlighted her flawless skin, and her slight smile was nothing short of dazzling. She looked like a completely different person, captivating his attention. Caitlyn's confidence soared as soon as she saw her brother. Pointing at Gwen and Yara, she whined, "Jake, they're bullying me." Jake's eyes swept over Caitlyn's ruined makeup and Sienna's helpless expression. The mocking murmurs of the crowd instantly died under his intense glare. Ganging up on one person. How pathetic. "Think whatever you want," Gwen said dismissively, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "You know better than anyone what kind of person your sister is." She didn't care. Playing the villain wasn't something she minded. Yara backed her up fiercely. "Get your sister out of here. The Hall family isn't welcome at my party." The onlookers, who had been silent until now, began speaking up. "What? That brat started the whole thing by talking trash first. Yeah, she's barely an adult, but she's already spitting out insults like calling someone useless. What a nasty little thing. And threatening to call the cops. As soon as she got a drink thrown at her, she backed down. Hilarious." Jake frowned slightly. He knew his sister's temper. After listening to the bystanders, he turned to Caitlyn. "Is what they're saying true?" Caitlyn hung her head, not daring to lie. Sensing an opportunity to deepen her bond with Jake while also tarnishing Gwen's reputation, Sienna quickly put on a delicate, innocent act. She softly said, "Jake, it's my fault. I should have kept a closer eye on Caitlyn, and now she's caused a scene with Ms. Lawson." However, Caitlyn indeed said some hurtful things first. Turning to Gwen, Sienna added with a sorrowful expression, "Gwen, I'm sorry. I didn't know about you when I started seeing Jake. If I had known, I would never have gotten involved. Please just let go of this resentment. And as for the expo, could you stop making things difficult for the Hall family?" Her eyes shimmered with feigned vulnerability, the kind that made people want to protect her. Even her words seemed to make sense, painting Gwen as vengeful and unreasonable. Most people would have been fooled by Sienna's eloquence, but not Gwen and Yara. Yara pointed a finger right at Sienna. "You've got some nerve. First, you ruined Gwen's marriage, and now you're playing innocent to gain sympathy. Who do you think you're fooling? I can't stand the sight of you. Pay back in Tully." With that, Yara grabbed a wine bottle from the table, ready to smash it over Sienna's head. Seeing her best friend about to go all in, Gwen quickly stopped her. "She's pregnant, Yara. Leave it." But Sienna, ever the actress, raised a delicate hand to her forehead and swayed like she might faint, conveniently collapsing into Jake's arms just as Yara lunged. Jake caught Sienna and pushed Yara away in the process. The force of the shove sent Yara stumbling back, nearly falling to the floor if Gwen hadn't caught her. Without hesitation, Gwen stepped forward and slapped Sienna hard across the face. The sound echoed through the room, leaving Sienna stunned, her head spinning from the blow. Her cheek burned, and it took her a moment to process what had just happened. No one had ever dared lay a hand on her like that before. Gwen, shaking off the sting in her palm, locked eyes with Jake, her voice steady and unyielding. "If you ever lay a finger on Yara again, I'll make sure Sienna pays for it double. Your precious little darling might be fragile, but let's see how many slaps she can take from me." The cold determination in Gwen's voice made it clear she meant every word. Zero, never make the same mistake again. Jake's dark eyes were colder than ever. He'd never seen Gwen act like this. Ever since the divorce, her behavior had become wilder, as if she were a horse that had broken free from its reins, completely out of control. "You've stooped so low as to lay your hands on a pregnant woman. I was wrong about you," he said, his voice dripping with disappointment. Gwen raised an eyebrow, her tone casual. "You were right. This is exactly who I am." She didn't owe him or anyone else an explanation. With a sharp, cold voice, she added, "Haven't you two caused enough drama? Isn't it about time you?" "Gwen, watch your tone," Jake warned, his expression tense, eyes blazing with fury. "Left. Oh, did you think I'd still grovel and apologize to you? Keep dreaming." Gwen sneered, her lips curling with derision. "Jake, I'm in so much pain." Sienna's pitiful and trembling voice broke through the tension. Jake looked down at her, still cradling her in his arms. Tears streamed down her pale, delicate face, her hand protectively resting on her belly, as if she might faint at any moment. Her right cheek, still red from the slap, made her look all the more fragile. Jake frowned. "I'll take you to the hospital." He bent down and lifted Sienna up, the crowd immediately parting to make way for them. After a few steps, Jake stopped and looked back at Gwen. "If anything happens to Sienna's baby, I'll hold you responsible." Yara, as standing next to Gwen, rolled her eyes and shouted, "It was just a slap. What? Is her baby made of glass? Seriously, if you're so tough, don't leave. Let's see who's really scared here. Don't waste your breath on someone like that." Gwen didn't even bother looking at Jake and Sienna as they walked away, her earlier smile slowly fading. Yara threw an arm around Gwen's shoulder. "Babe, you're not still into that idiot, are you?" Gwen let out a cold laugh. "I'll never make the same mistake again." Those 3 years had been a waste of time. It was ridiculous that Jake couldn't see through Sienna's cheap, manipulative tactics. She was such an amateur pick-me. He was being played like a fool, and he didn't even know it. The ride back to the hotel in the Rolls-Royce was drop-dead silent. Jake's gaze briefly flicked to the sleeping Sienna before turning back to the project proposal in his hand. "Thank God the doctors said Sienna's baby is fine, or I'd be going after Gwen for sure." Caitlyn furned from the front seat, her anger palpable. "That bitch. She's gotten so cocky. I bet she hooked up some rich guy the last time she was in Dornwick. That's why she's acting all high and mighty." With Jake's face darkened, Caitlyn's voice grating on his nerves. Without a word, he tapped his iPad, pulled up a video, and tossed it to the front seat, where it landed on Caitlyn's lap. "Watch that before you open your mouth again." Caitlyn looked down and saw it was the security footage from the elite club earlier. Her heart sank as she watched herself in the video. Guilt washed over her, and she couldn't bring herself to meet Jake's gaze. "Why did you provoke her on purpose?" Jake's voice was ice cold, his gaze fixed on Caitlyn. "Zero, never make the same mistake again. I didn't mean to. I was just mad." Caitlyn, feeling cornered, tried to defend herself. "That woman pretended to be so in love with you but turned around and dumped you out of nowhere. Now she's running wild in Dornwick, and I just happened to run into her. So of course I wanted to put her in her place." Her voice trailed off. growing weaker with each word. She didn't even react to your nasty insults. How many times have you harassed her before today? Jake's questions were becoming more pointed, and Caitlyn, feeling pressured, snapped back. You know how it was at home. Grandma treated her like a queen, even better than me. Except for Mom occasionally bringing up the baby thing, no one ever picked on her. Jake's expression grew even darker upon hearing her words. It was true. Whenever he was home, it was always peaceful, without any major conflicts. But now, thinking back to the possible mistreatment Gwen might have endured, he felt a surge of guilt. Reaching for his phone, Jake began typing a message to Gwen. At that moment, Gwen was lying on the hotel bed with Yara, chatting lazily. Her phone suddenly buzzed with a new message. She glanced at it, immediately rolling her eyes. She couldn't even summon the energy to be surprised anymore. Even the executive assistant rolls in with style. Gwen glanced at her phone, reading Jake's usual commanding message. Caitlyn was in the wrong today, and I'll make sure she apologizes to you. But you need to apologize to Sienna too. Fuming, Gwen muttered under her breath, is he out of his mind? What an idiot. After her outburst, she promptly blocked Jake and tossed her phone aside. Yara gave her a mischievous grin. Hey, aren't you going to the auction with Henry in a couple of days? Gwen nodded. Yeah, that's the plan. Then I'll help you pick out a dress. Show me that legendary walk-in closet of yours. Yara's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Sure, go crazy in there, Gwen agreed with a smile. As soon as the closet door swung open, Yara let out a gasp. Wow, this place is huge, bigger than that boutique loved back in Bellmont. The walk-in closet had a sunken design. It was spread across 3 levels and was filled with high-end fashion and luxurious jewelry from all the top brands. Henry had ordered for the place to be renovated recently, and it had just been completed the day before. I thought my closet was already impressive, but yours. This is next level. Yara's eyes sparked as she admired the gowns, evident in her voice. Gwen held up a dress, glancing at her reflection in the mirror. It's not bad. If it gets too full, I'll just expand it. Thinking back, she realized how young and foolish she'd been. She could have come back and taken over the family fortune much sooner. As they chatted, the butler, Kenneth, knocked on the door and entered, followed by 2 maids pushing a rack full of dresses. Ms. Lawson, Kenneth began respectfully, Prada has sent over their latest custom-made gowns from the upcoming collection. They've asked you to select what you like before it hits the market. Got it. Just leave them here, Gwen said nonchalantly. Then, pulling Yara over, she added with a generous smile, pick anything you want. If nothing strikes your fancy, I'll have them send more. What was hers was also her best friend's. Yara's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed Gwen's face and planted kisses all over it. You're the best. The closet was filled with their laughter and joy. Meanwhile, in the Rolls-Royce, Jake stared at his phone, watching the message he'd sent to Gwen fail to deliver. His expression darkened, fury flashing in his eyes. He slammed the phone onto the back seat, startling Caitlyn, who was scrolling through her own phone in the front. That woman, she had blocked him again. Realizing he wasn't going to get through to Gwen, he turned to Theodore, who was in the passenger seat. Still no word from Savant Group. Theodore, already feeling the weight of the situation, wiped the sweat from his brow and answered cautiously. No, they haven't responded. Jake pulled at his tie in frustration. What about Henry's movements? We've tracked him. He'll be attending the Jeopard's auction in Dornwick the day after tomorrow. Theodore quickly won. Even the executive assistant rolls in with style, replied. Jake's brows furrowed. Get everything ready. We'll be at the auction. Upon hearing this, Caitlyn perked up, eager to join the excitement. Jake, I want to go too. I've never been to an auction before. Let me tag along and gain exposure to an auction event. Jake shot her down without hesitation. I have serious business to handle. You'll just cause trouble. Jake, please, let me go. Caitlyn whined, pouting and refusing to give up. Seeing Jake's firm stance, she turned to Sienna for help, batting her eyelashes and pleading, Sienna, please help me convince him. I promise I'll behave. Sienna, who had been pretending to sleep, opened her eyes and smiled sweetly. Jake, don't worry. I'll be there too, and I'll keep an eye on Caitlyn. Considering Sienna's assurance, Jake relented. Dornwick's rich and famous gathered in full force on the night of the Jeopard's auction. A sleek Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up outside the auction house, and Jake stepped out, looking every bit the part in his sharp suit. His demeanor was cold and commanding, and by his side was Sienna, who looked delicate and elegant, perfectly complementing him. They appeared to be the ideal power couple. Behind them, Caitlyn followed, nervously adjusting her dress as she exited the car. Recognizing Jake, several business moguls quickly approached to greet him, but their attention was soon diverted by a commotion nearby. Savant Group sure knows how to make an entrance. Even their executive assistant has such a grand entourage, someone muttered under their breath. At that moment, a stretch Lincoln limousine pulled up and all eyes turned toward it. As the car door opened, Gwen stepped out, wearing a striking red gown and heels that clicked against the pavement, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Too trying to negotiate, Gwen looked breathtakingly beautiful that night. Her silky black hair cascaded down her back, her makeup bold and striking, and the custom couture dress, one that hadn't even hit the market yet, hugged her figure perfectly, highlighting her grace and allure. She was captivating, a walking masterpiece, impossible to look away from, radiating a dangerous, irresistible charm. She walked slowly in Jake's direction, her every step drawing attention. Jake's gaze darkened as he watched Gwen approach, his emotions tangled, and he couldn't quite describe it. She had transformed from the soft-spoken, gentle woman he once knew into someone fierce and stunning, completely unrecognizable from the woman in his memories. Mr. Hall, it looks like you won't stop until you've gotten what you want. Gwen walked up to Jake, her red lips curving into a smirk, her brows full of mockery. Where's your boss? He demanded, his tone sharp. Gwen chuckled, her smile filled with disdain. Did you not see that I came alone? Disappointed. First, he had sent those ridiculous messages to Gwen. When that didn't work, he set his sights on Henry. But now, he realized that he'd still have to go through Gwen before he could meet Henry. Knowing that she'd seen right through his plan, and that he was now being mocked by her, Jake's anger reached a simmer. At that moment, the auction's host hurried over with a warm smile. Ms. Lawson, please come this way. Without sparing Jake another glance, Gwen strode inside. Watching her make such a grand entrance, Caitlyn leaned over to Jake and whispered, Jake, I told you she's definitely hooked up with some rich guy. How else could she suddenly be this loaded? Jake finally snapped. Shut up. Sensing his irritation, Caitlyn fell silent, trailing behind him as they headed inside. Sienna, ever soft-spoken, gently suggested, let's go in, Jake. 30 minutes later, the auction began. A sophisticated, elegant auctioneer introduced the first item. This is an emerald bracelet. Bidding starts at 200,000. Under the lights, the bracelet's delicate, translucent surface gleamed with a soft, luxurious glow. Gwen immediately thought of Agnes' upcoming birthday and raised her paddle. 300,000. 300,000, going once. Sienna, who was seated toward the back, noticed that it was Gwen bidding and quickly raised her paddle too. 500,000. 10 Jake, this bracelet would be perfect for Mrs. Hall Sr. It'd make a great birthday gift, Sienna said sweetly. Jake nodded in agreement. Gwen raised her paddle again. 600,000. She knew the bracelet's actual value, it wasn't worth going any higher than this. In fact, it was already overpriced. 1 million. Sienna declared confidently, lowering her hand with a smug smile. There was no way Gwen had that much cash on hand. After all, she'd walked away from the Hall family with nothing. Most, Gwen had maybe $1 million in total. As a wealthy heiress, Sienna could easily spare $1 million for something like this, especially if it helped her win favor with Agnes Caldwell, Jake's grandmother. It was a small price to pay for such a reward. There was no way she'd let Gwen win, whether it was the bracelet or Jake. Upon hearing Sienna's bid, Gwen glanced over and locked eyes with her, immediately recognizing the challenge in Sienna's gaze. Ha! These people were relentless. They thought they could outbid her with money. It was time to see who had the deeper pockets. 5 million. The room fell silent as the guests stared in shock. Everyone in the room was wealthy, but they weren't accustomed to seeing bids soar so high this quickly. Even the auctioneer stuttered slightly. It was rare for a jade bracelet to reach such a high price. After confirming the bid, she nervously repeated 5 million, going once. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sienna raised her paddle again. 10 million. Jake, standing beside her, spoke up. Sienna, this bracelet isn't worth that much. It's fine. I can afford it. Making Mrs. Hall Sr. happy is what matters most, she said with a soft smile. It was true, 10 million wasn't a fair price, but she could still handle it. 30 million, Gwen said, her voice steady and her expression as calm as ever. The crowd was stunned into silence by their bidding war. Looks like it was true, women really did know how to shop. Sienna, clutching her paddle, was visibly shaken. How could Gwen dare to bid that high? Did she think Sienna's status as a wealthy heiress was just for show? Determined to win, Sienna bit her lip and raised her hand again. 31 million. 31 million, going once. 31 million, going twice. Suddenly, Sienna froze. Why wasn't Gwen raising her paddle again? 31 million, going 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer slammed the gavel. Congratulations to our bidder for purchasing the emerald bracelet for 31 million. It was only after the gavel fell that Sienna realized the truth. She had been played. +3 the beauty catches every eye. The auction staff moved quickly. During the short break between items, they brought the emerald bracelet over to Sienna and waited for her to issue a check. Given that her company's name had been registered at the auction, defaulting on the payment would result in the auction house pressing charges against her company. With trembling hands, Sienna reluctantly signed the check. A few rows behind them, Theodore Quinn leaned back, his charming eyes twinkling with amusement. What a lucky day, stumbling upon someone so gullible. The bracelet was worth no more than 300,000 at best. He had once been conned by a jewelry dealer into overpaying by an extra 200,000 when he bought it for his mom, only for her to scoff at the gift. That was why he had decided to auction it off today. However, his gaze drifted to the stunning woman who had driven the price up during the bidding war. They said beauty caught every eye. And this woman, she had definitely piqued his interest. I feel like I've seen her before. Who is she? Theodore asked the executive of HB Group seated beside him. I heard that her name's Gwen. Gwen? Theodore repeated while the memory of the young, pimply fourth daughter of the Lawson family flashed in his mind. He shuddered at the thought. No way, it couldn't be. He rubbed his eyes and looked again at Gwen's stunning side profile. There was no doubt in his mind. They're definitely not the same person. They just have the same name. The next auction item was brought to the stage. This is an antique foreign pocket watch. The starting bid is 5 million. This was the item Henry had specifically asked Gwen to win, so she raised her paddle. 6 million. 6.5 million. With Sienna no longer trying to outbid her, the auction proceeded smoothly, and Gwen secured the watch for 7 million. Sienna was fuming, her emotions a tangled mix of resentment and frustration. She didn't dare challenge Gwen again, worried that she might pull the same trick. Sienna was, after all, running low on funds. Nevertheless, her voice remained soft and sweet. Jake, I must say, Ms. Lawson has really changed. When she left the Hall family, she didn't take a cent. Now look at her, casually bidding 7 million on a pocket watch without batting an eye. As she spoke, she glanced at Jake, studying his reaction. And now she's the executive assistant of Savant Group. That's a high-ranking position. She probably has shares in the company too. They say Mr. Lawson trusts her with all the major projects, giving her full control. Just like how you used to rely on her back in the day. Jake's face darkened at her words, a flicker of anger crossing his features. Just like back in the day. Was this woman planning to become Henry's wife too? Before Sienna could continue, Jake cut her off sharply. Is there anything else you want to see? If not, let's go. Chaster, too. The Frady catches every eye. 272. Sensing his rising anger, Sienna quickly backtracked, feigning innocence. I'm sorry, Jake. I didn't mean to upset you. Don't worry about it. Let's go. Since Savant Group was a major shareholder in Jeopard's auction house, Gwen didn't need to make a payment on the spot. Instead, she was escorted to a VVIP room to finalize the paperwork for her purchase. After signing the confirmation paper, the staff left the room, placing the pocket watch in a box before giving her some privacy. What as she was putting the watch away, the door swung open and Jake stepped in. She asked him with a cold tone, "Are you doing here?" Jake stood by the door, his gaze intense, as if trying to read her mind. His voice carried a note of accusation as he asked, "What exactly is your relationship with Henry?" He had told Sienna to wait in the car, using the excuse of needing the restroom, just so he could confront Gwen here and hear the truth directly from her. "For we are both blind. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you anything?" Gwen stood up slowly, her tone dripping with disdain, as she raised an eyebrow at him in mockery. At that moment, Jake realized something. They were divorced. He was no longer in the position to ask her these questions anymore. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, another, more unsettling emotion rose in him. Gwen, who had once belonged to him, was now possibly in the arms of another man. His eyes narrowed and a surge of possessiveness bubbled up within him, though he couldn't explain why. What was the real reason behind our divorce? Jake's voice turned dark and brooding. Gwen's lips curved into a bitter smile, her voice filled with icy amusement. "It's been so long, and you still think that's worth asking?" She stared directly into his dark eyes without blinking. "There's only one reason, because I've had enough." "What were you so unhappy about?" Jake snapped, his frustration bubbling to the surface. "For 3 years, you had everything you needed in the Hall family. You had a high-ranking position by my side. How is your life now any different?" He paused, a thought flashing in his mind, the memory of that night before their divorce when Gwen had tried to get close to him. "Is it because I didn't touch you? Once, Jake had his reasons for not being intimate with Gwen. He'd heard her murmur another man's name in her sleep, and his pride had been wounded ever since. It had driven a wedge between them, leading to a marriage with zero intimacy. Upon hearing his words, Gwen let out a cold laugh. Is that really how your brain works? Well then, I'll fix that right now. Jake suddenly strode toward her, grabbing her face as he tried to kiss her. Gwen shoved him away with all her strength and slapped him across the face hard. His cheek burned from the blow, and he bit down on his tongue to keep his anger in check, glaring at Gwen with a storm of emotions he couldn't decipher. Tears welled up in the corners of Gwen's eyes, her chest heaving with anger. This idiot actually thought she had left him just because they were never intimate. What had she ever seen in Jake? Steadying her breath, she glared at him. For 3 years, you only saw what you wanted to see. You're blind. What's the difference between you and someone who can't see at all? Her eyes grew colder, laced with mockery. Then again, I was the first to be blind to think you would ever love MC. From now on, you and I are nothing but strangers. Don't ever bother me again. With that, she grabbed the pocket watch and brushed past him without a second glance. And sign the divorce papers already. If you keep dragging your feet, I'll have my lawyer handle it. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Jake alone, stunned and motionless. His mind replayed the image of Gwen's tear-filled eyes, a rare glimpse of vulnerability from her that he hadn't seen before. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Was their marriage really as miserable as she had said it was? Gwen rushed to the balcony, her gown rustling as she moved. She leaned against the railing, taking in the peaceful view of the Dornwick coastline and the warm breeze of the night. Letting out a deep breath, she finally began to count my 2-2, for we are both IND down. To her right, a hand holding a handkerchief appeared. Here, wipe your tears. She turned to find a strikingly handsome man with bright eyes standing next to her. He was tall and well-built, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, his expression warm as he flashed a dazzling smile at her. When she didn't take the handkerchief, the man stepped closer and gently dabbed at her tears himself. Such beautiful eyes shouldn't be all puffy from crying. Want me to cry for you instead? He teased with a playful glint in his eyes. He had arrived on the balcony just in time to see the intriguing woman who had caught his attention at the auction, the same woman who had outbid Sienna earlier. Under the starry sky, Gwen stood in her red gown, her face shimmering with tears, exuding a fragile beauty that was impossible to ignore. Theodore had been completely captivated by the scene and couldn't resist stepping closer. Gwen couldn't help but laugh at his joke, taking the handkerchief from him and wiping her tears. Hello, I'm Theodore, CEO of Quinn Group. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name? He introduced himself with a charming smile. Oh, and thanks for helping me drive up the price on that jade bracelet earlier. I'll send you a thank you gift sometime. Gwen's smile vanished instantly. It was her rival, Theodore. 5. I will win her over. Gwen's fists clenched tightly as she fought to control her anger, resisting the urge to lash out. The man in front of her was none other than Theodore, the notorious playboy of the Quinn family, and the very person her brother had once suggested as a marriage alliance partner. If it were just about a potential marriage alliance, Gwen wouldn't be reacting this strongly. The real reason for her anger was simple. Theodore had been calling her an ugly duckling ever since they were 5 years old. He had even gone so far as to publicly declare that he'd rather die than marry her. Well, she didn't like him either. If it weren't for the fact that Pedro had been her father's teacher, she would have given this sharp-tongued playboy a piece of her mind long ago. Meanwhile, Theodore remained oblivious to the storm brewing on Gwen's face, continuing to prattle on, never realizing that the intriguing beauty standing before him was the same girl he used to ridicule. So, could I possibly get your number? Before he could finish his sentence, the handkerchief Gwen had used to wipe her tears was flung back in his face. By the time he caught it and looked up again, she was already storming off. Her quick pace was a clear sign of her irritation. Confused, Theodore watched her retreating figure, still holding the tear-stained handkerchief. What was that about? He scratched his head, utterly baffled. Did I offend her somehow? He stared at Gwen for a long time, the confusion slowly melting into a grin as his playful eyes narrowed. Feisty. I like. With that, he opened his WhatsApp and fired off a message to his group chat. Theodore, guys, big news. I've found my dream girl. Bradley. What? Jake, a rare beauty with brains and charm. Theodore, exactly. She's sophisticated, cool, and absolutely stunning. I met her tonight and she's just perfect. This is definitely true love. I'm telling you, she's the one. Bradley, yeah, right. Who do you think you're fooling? We all know you. Stop pretending to have profound love. I'm not buying it. Theodore, don't be like that. What if I finally found the one to settle down with and turn into a perfect husband? Jake, unlikely. The odds of that happening are about the same as winning the lottery. Theodore, mark my words, I'll have her within a month. I'll even post a picture of us together to make you guys jealous." In the study at the Lawson residence, Gwen handed the intricately carved wooden box to Henry. "Henry, I got the pocket watch you wanted from the auction." "Good." Henry took the box, setting it aside as he continued reading the news. Gwen, curious, sat down across from him with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Since when were you into old trinkets like this?" 51 will WN her over just helping a friend, Henry replied without looking up. Gwen rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with interest. "A friend, huh? Care to share who this friend is?" The pocket watch had a distinctly feminine design. Considering Henry's usually cold and aloof demeanor, especially around women, Gwen couldn't help but be suspicious. He rarely had female friends, so why would he ask her to bid on something like this? Unable to escape Gwen's prying questions, Henry finally set down his iPad and replied, "It's for Ms. Sutton. William asked me to get it for her." "William?" Gwen repeated, blinking as she tried to recall who he was. "You've met him a few times. Remember?" Gwen nodded but then hesitated. "I think so, but I'm not really familiar with him." She vaguely remembered that William had grown up in a single-parent household and had taken over his father's business early on. He had always struck her as strict and serious, so they hadn't interacted much. At that moment, Kenneth knocked on the door and entered. "Mr. Lawson, Mr. Hall, the CEO of Hall Group from Bellmont City is here. He wants to pay a visit." Gwen couldn't help but smirk. So Jake was desperate enough to come knocking after all. Didn't succeed in getting Theodore to help, so now he's trying his luck here, Henry said coldly, irritation flickering across his face. "Tell him I'm not seeing anyone today." But Kenneth hesitated. "But what?" "Mr. Quinn is here with him," Kenneth explained. "He said he'd like to discuss some matters with you personally." Henry's expression turned even colder. He didn't owe Jake any favors, but Pedro was a respected elder, his father's teacher. He couldn't simply turn him away. Henry sighed and stood up. "Have them wait in the main hall. I'll be there shortly." Turning to Gwen, he added, "It's probably best if you don't get involved. I'll handle this." Gwen nodded, but her eyes darkened as she watched her brother leave the room. Gwen is the ideal daughter-in-law. Henry entered the grand hall swiftly. He exchanged pleasantries with Pedro before turning to Jake. The tension between the two men was palpable, both radiating an air of power. However, given that Jake was here to seek help, he seemed slightly more vulnerable. "Mr. Lawson, it's an honor to finally meet you." "Mr. Hall, you flatter me," Henry replied coolly. As they shook hands, Jake could sense the subtle but unmistakable hostility emanating from Henry, leaving him feeling uneasy. Pedro, who was dressed in a traditional white suit, had a warm, affable smile. His sharp eyes, however, betrayed the slyness of a seasoned businessman. With a cheerful tone, Pedro began, "Henry, we're here to discuss the medical expo. I heard the Hall family was removed from the list of participants by Savant Group. Could there have been some kind of misunderstanding?" Henry's cold gaze swept over Jake. "There's no misunderstanding. Savant Group simply felt that the Hall family wasn't up to par." Jake, determined to resolve the issue, quickly offered a solution. "Hall Group is willing to increase its financial commitment to the expo. Mr. Lawson, perhaps you could help facilitate our re-entry." He had come here to secure a deal. Participating in this expo would bring significant long-term benefits to the Hall family, far outweighing the upfront investment. However, Henry remained indifferent, setting his coffee cup down without a second thought. His voice was icy as he replied, "No." Jake's expression darkened as frustration and anger bubbled within him. He had made a concession, yet Henry had refused to entertain the idea. "Mr. Lawson," Jake said, his voice taut with frustration, "strictly speaking in business terms, isn't this a bit too harsh?" The tension between them grew thicker, both men refusing to back down. A confrontation seemed inevitable. Sensing the escalating conflict, Pedro quickly intervened. "Now let's not let things get out of hand. With me here as a mediator, I'm sure you two can come to a mutual understanding. How about we all sit down and have a proper discussion?" Jake took a deep breath, suppressing his growing anger. He knew that losing his temper wouldn't solve anything. "Mr. Lawson, if there's something specific you want from Hall Group, just name it. Let's see if we can meet your terms." Henry's response was deliberately casual. "If Hall Group is willing to share its core research technology with Savant Group, then we might have something to talk about." He wasn't truly interested in their technology. This was more of a ploy to politely reject Jake's proposal without embarrassing Pedro. It was a way to make Jake realize the futility of his efforts. "That's impossible." Jake shot up from his seat, his anger flaring again. His voice was sharp and unwavering. You know how important that technology is to Hall Group. Asking for it is unreasonable, Mr. Lawson. This technology had been under development for 5 years, with the brightest minds across the globe working tirelessly on it. The project was still under tight wraps, known only to a few within the company, including Gwen, who was now in 5. Gwen is the ideal daughter-in-law executive assistant at Savant Group. Jake's eyes darkened further, suspicion gnawing at him. Could it be that Gwen had leaked this vital information to her new employer? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the doors to the hall were opened by the maids. As Jake stormed out, he turned back and addressed Henry. Mr. Lawson, once trust is broken, it's hard to repair. If your new secretary can betray her previous employer so easily, don't be surprised when she betrays you next. Henry remained seated, offering no farewell. Instead, he smiled faintly, his tone dismissive. How do you know she and I are just in a work relationship? Jake froze at the threshold, his face darkening further as the implications of Henry's words sunk in. So there was really something going on between Gwen and Henry. Rage surged through Jake, but he kept his composure just long enough to leave, brushing past Pedro without a word. As soon as Jake was gone, Pedro calmly continued sipping his tea, clearly unfazed. He knew Henry well. He had successfully taken over the vast Lawson family business, Savant Group, when he was really young. Rejecting Jake so firmly meant that he had his reasons. Henry, you young folks have your own ways of handling things. Savant Group is expanding into Synoviria soon, with the headquarters based in Bellmont. You'll be seeing the Hall family regularly. It wouldn't hurt to be a bit more flexible, Pedro said, offering some gentle advice. Henry nodded slightly, acknowledging his point. You're right. I'll think about it. Pedro could tell Henry wasn't budging, so he let the matter rest. After all, he had done what he could to help. By the way, who are you sending to oversee Savant Group's expansion into Bellmont? The Savant Group is operating on a large scale in Bellmont, Henry replied. I'm sending Gwen. 7 Whirlwind divorce. Pedro's eyes gleamed in excitement when he heard the news. Gwen is going to Bellmont City. How wonderful. With her back in the country, the previously discussed union between our families can be expedited. Henry's reaction was milder, if not less enthusiastic than the elderly gentleman's. We'll let Theodore and Gwen decide. They're the ones getting married. After all, Pedro knew what Henry was implying. He had sired Theodore in his old age and spoilt the young man beyond reason. While Theodore had yet to cause trouble at work as CEO of Quinn Group, his personal life was a mess. His partying and womanizing ways did not make him an ideal candidate for marriage, much less the perfect son-in-law for the Lawsons. Gwen was the only daughter of the Lawson family, a veritable princess who had been doted upon her entire life. Naturally, her parents would never allow her to gamble her happiness on a deadbeat like Theodore. Pedro had met Gwen in person before. Looks aside, she had an even temperament and lovely manners. She would make the perfect daughter-in-law. It seemed that Pedro had no choice but to make Theodore pack for Bellmont. He would remind Theodore to seize the chance and give the young man a push. Deciding that he would talk to Theodore about this, Pedro rose to his feet. Henry stood up to see the older man off. Upon Henry's return to the living room, Gwen emerged from the study and asked, "You want me to work at Bellmont City?" Henry frowned as he said, "Yes. You know Bellmont well, and I can think of no better candidate to lead the corporate strategy department. It's up to you to stay or leave for Bellmont." Gwen's eyes flashed with confidence. "I'll head to Bellmont then." Henry warned, "If that's your decision, you must act with Savant Group's best interests in mind. You cannot allow whatever past sentiments to cloud your judgment. Do you understand?" He doubted that Jake would be in a generous mood once he returned to Bellmont following his humiliating defeat in Dornwick. If anything, the Dornwick incident had thrown Savant Group and Jake's company into intense rivalry. But if Gwen didn't mind, Henry would respect her decision. Gwen knew where Henry's concerns were coming from. She was also well aware that she would be shouldering the future of Savant Group's branch office. She reassured Henry, saying, "Don't worry. I want to go to Bellmont because I want to establish myself there. The company was already unhappy after I was internally appointed as general manager. I'm better off setting up my career in a branch office. Once I've made something of myself, I can always return to work at the headquarters." Pleased with Gwen's answer, Henry nodded and said, "At least you've got the good sense to play the long game. Looks like I have nothing to worry about." It's just that Gwen trailed off, looking conflicted. "What? I won't be able to see you as often anymore, Henry." She flashed him a bright smile. The anger Henry had felt for Jake waned as he walked up to Gwen. He gave her an affectionate smile and a pat on her head, saying, "You certainly know how to charm someone. I promise I'll fly to Bellmont to see you as often as I can." Chamber 27 whirlwind advance. No takebacks, Gwen added in mild warning. No takebacks, he promised. 377 over at Hall Manor, Jake tore off his necktie as soon as he entered the house and said nothing as he stormed upstairs to his room. At the sight of his thunderous expression, Caitlyn and Sienna followed him without a word. Even Sarah knew better than to comment on Jake's sudden foul mood. Jake shrugged off his jacket in his room and poured himself a strong drink. He took the glass and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Savant Group had cornered him into forking out an extra $1 billion for the exhibition rights. His trip to Dornwick had been nothing short of humiliating, and it irked him even more to know that Gwen had played a part in it. He fumed at how she had turned on him so quickly despite having been on his side for so long. She had been fiercely uncompromising, as if she was intent on cutting him off. Jake's fingers clenched tightly around the glass as his gaze darkened like an oncoming storm. Just then, his phone rang. He picked up and demanded in a low snarl, "What is it?" "Mr. Hall, your attorney just delivered a set of divorce papers. There's a message for you from Ms. Lawson," and the person on the other line spoke slowly and hesitantly, knowing there was nothing good about the news he was about to deliver. "Out with it," Jake growled impatiently. "According to the attorney, Ms. Lawson has left the divorce matter up to him. If you're going to drag out the process, she will take the case to court," Cedar said quickly. He then winced as he braced for the storm that was sure to come. A second later, Cedar heard the sound of glass shattering over on Jake's end. Although they were on the phone, he still couldn't help shuddering and breaking a cold sweat into it was a no-brainer. Gwen had well and truly pissed Jake off. "8 intimidation tactic," Jake snarled. "If she's so eager to divorce me, so be it. Call the attorney and tell him to meet me at the courthouse tomorrow." His voice rose toward the end, the rage burning like a wildfire in his chest. Cedar dared not hang up. "Ms. Lawson said that it's best if you finalize the divorce as soon as possible. She'll show up at the courthouse no matter the date and time." Upon hearing this, Jake threw his phone on the ground despite being in the middle of the call. He pressed a hand to his forehead to ease the headache that was building. "Well played, Gwen," he muttered under his breath. At Savant Group's branch office in Bellmont, Gwen was dressed in an elegant, fitted ensemble when she opened the door of the conference room with Yara in her stead. Several directors and executives were already waiting for her. Having reunited with Gwen, Yara decided not to return to Fernwald so that she could remain and build up her career alongside the former. She was also looking forward to setting up the boutique with Gwen. Gwen greeted the executives first. "Hello, everyone. I'm Gwen Lawson, your new general manager appointed by our headquarters in Dornwick. This is Yara Jefferson, my deputy. I hope we can all work together to build up the Bellmont branch office's portfolio." Most of the executives had come from the Dornwick headquarters as well, and some of them had been here a year before Gwen. They had already marked their territories, and a few of them had been eyeing the role of general manager until Gwen came along. However, some of the executives had done their homework on Gwen. They knew she once worked as Jake's secretary but did not learn much about her beyond that. Her family background, in particular, remained a mystery. "Welcome, Ms. Lawson. Pleasure to have you on board, Ms. Lawson." Furious as the executives were about the internal appointment, they dared not protest the headquarters' decision. But not all of them were content to keep quiet. "Isn't headquarters worried that you might leak trade secrets to your previous employer, considering your former role as secretary to the CEO of Hall Group?" someone asked. Yara was about to defend Gwen when the latter stopped her with a meaningful look. Yara knew what that look meant. Gwen could handle this herself. The person who had spoken was none other than the Director of Business Development, Carson Lowe. He was the highest achieving executive among those gathered in the conference room and had been perceived as a shoo-in for the general manager position. Not only was Carson upset that someone else had been appointed general manager, but he was also irked to find that the role was given to a young woman whose latest stint was as a secretary for 3 years. In other words, he felt snubbed. However, Gwen did not seem to mind Carson's question. She even smirked as she drawled, "I don't think you have to concern yourself with the headquarters' decision, Mr. Lowe." She had already read up on the executives' backgrounds, personalities, and workplace demeanors. She wasn't surprised by Carson's aversion toward her at all. In fact, she had come here expecting some kind of objection from the board. "I won't stand for it. I refuse to work together with you, Ms. Lawson." Carson was the first to speak up against the decision. Chapter validation tactic. He wasn't a fool. He knew he would get on Gwen's bad side after speaking up like this, but he would never allow someone like her, who had been handed the role of general manager without the usual formalities, to climb over his head on her first day. He was a senior manager in the company and knew the business development could not survive without him. If he could intimidate Gwen, who was much younger and greener, she would be more inclined to give in to his requests in the future. Unfortunately for Carson, Gwen did not look the least bit ruffled by his threat. Her gaze was indifferent as she pointed at the secretary taking down the minutes, and said loyally, "Type out a resignation letter for Mr. Lowe. I can sign off on it right now." Pin drop silence filled the room, as the words left her mouth. Carson was alarmed. He had wanted to intimidate her, but it had completely backfired, for Gwen was a much more intimidating person than he imagined. This was a power struggle. A few of the executives had veto rights on matters of human resources. They were about to argue in Carson's defense when she asked coolly, "Has the letter been printed?" The secretary immediately rose to her feet. "The printer's outside. I'll go retrieve the letter now." Realizing that it had not been a bluff, Carson quickly sought a way out of the predicament. He stood up and forced a laugh, saying, "You're tougher than you look, Ms. Lawson. I was only jolting. All in good fun." Gwen cut him a mocking look. "But I wasn't." Carson grew anxious as blood rushed to his cheeks. He resorted to apologizing. "I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, Ms. Lawson. It was impulsive of me. You have my full cooperation from now on." "Very well. You're all dismissed," Gwen said. She did not give the executives a second glance as she strode out of the conference room with Yara. 9 pair of thieves in the center of the commercial district was a 5-story building, its reflective glass exterior glinting in the sunlight. Today was the opening ceremony of Yara's boutique. She had picked up the capstone project from where she left off 3 years ago, though the district and area had improved since then. The boutique boasted unique decor, the bright lights bringing out the fine selection of expensive jewelry and clothes lined up in the store. The large and sparkling glass windows gave passers-by a peek into the store and its hand-picked wares. Back in the day, Yara and Gwen's unique and unconventional designs had made waves among the ladies of leisure in Bellmont. Many young women had found the designs intriguing as well. Presently, a long line had formed outside the boutique before it was even officially open for business. Most of those waiting in line were young heiresses with formidable backgrounds, each holding a number indicating their slots. Yara had summoned Gwen as well to help with styling the customers. The two women worked their way through the morning. When lunchtime rolled around and the crowd had thinned, they were so tired that they were close to collapsing. Yara clung to Gwen's arm and groaned, "Doesn't this remind you of old times, babe?" "Definitely. It's like we've gone back in time," Gwen agreed wholeheartedly with a smile. She caressed Yara's face. "It's good to have you here, babe. I could say the same about you." Yara left Gwen to rest and headed up to check things out on the second floor. Gwen was taking a breather on the couch when she caught Caitlyn and Sienna walking around the store. The former was wearing a vintage designer dress while taking pictures around the store. She then edited the pictures and turned them into a 9-grid collage, captioning it with, "This premium boutique made us shop till we dropped." Caitlyn then posted the collage on social media before pulling Sienna with her to check out the wares of the store, practically buzzing with excitement. She picked out a $1,800 dress from the latest collection and looked at Sienna expectantly. "Do you think I'll look good in this one, Sienna?" Her intention was clear. She was respectful enough to ask Sienna for her opinion, and in turn, she expected the latter to buy her the dress. Sienna knew what Caitlyn was hinting at, of course. But money had been tight these days, and her credit card limit had been exceeded after she bought that $300,000 bracelet. As things were, she was in dire straits. She certainly was in no position to splurge on Caitlyn. Left without a choice, she pretended not to have heard the latter and walked away to peruse other things in the store. Caitlyn scoffed lightly, miffed that Sienna did not rise to the bait. She wouldn't have needed to resort to such means if she hadn't overspent her allowance. She had only just turned around when she spotted Gwen sitting alone on the couch. She grabbed Sienna by the arm and they made their way across the room. My, if it isn't Gwen. I didn't know the store's patrons included scorned wives," Caitlyn drawled, quirking her lips as she surveyed the boutique. "I guess this store isn't as exclusive as it's touted to be." Gwen was exhausted and into mood to deal with Caitlyn and Sienna. She said curtly, "If you think this store isn't good enough for you, feel free to turn around, go straight, and make a left out the door." Bristling, Caitlyn planted her hands on her hips and snapped like a shrew, "How dare you talk down to me? I'm a customer." She then pointed at one of the shop assistants and demanded, "I want to speak to the store owner. My shopping experience has been greatly deteriorated because of the low clientele threshold." Gwen crossed her arms, then reached up to push her hair away from her forehead. Snorting, she replied, "1 a.m. the owner." Caitlyn's jaw dropped as she gaped at Gwen in disbelief. You own this store. She snapped to her senses. What do you get out of lying to me anyway? Gwen countered sarcastically, as if I'd waste my time lying to you. Caitlyn's bark had always been louder than her bite, and Gwen's response had rendered her speechless. Sienna, on the other hand, smiled warmly and walked up to Gwen. Well, since you're the owner, you must have an eye for flair. Perhaps you could style me. I'll be getting married in 2 days, and I'd like to wear something bright and festive for the occasion. She was still seething over the $300,000 Gwen made her pay the other day. Getting the latter to wait on her now was the best payback she could think of. A smirk curved on Gwen's lips as she shot Sienna a frigid look before returning to the couch. She sat down and did not bother moving a muscle. Aren't you going to serve your customers even though you're the owner? Sienna challenged, taking one step toward Gwen. I won't mind waiting on you, Gwen drawled as she stood up. However, she did not move and merely continued, it's just that I don't recall your names being on the list of invitees today. Sienna and Caitlyn flushed like a pair of thieves who had been caught. Panic welled up within them. They hadn't been invited to the grand opening today, and they had paid an exorbitant price for slots just so they could be part of T glamorous crowd in the store today. The real reason, Gwen added, any RSVP slots purchased from scalpers are considered invalid. She raised a brow as she regarded Caitlyn and Sienna with mild contempt. And naturally, you aren't entitled to one-on-one styling sessions by yours truly. Her eyes gleamed as she continued, but if the both of you spend more than $500,000 in the store today, I won't mind attending to you. Sienna's family was well off, but not so much so that she could splurge hundreds of thousands of dollars on a shopping spree. Gwen was willing to bet that the $300,000 Sienna had spent the other day had tanked her savings. But even if Sienna did blow through $500,000 today for the sake of pride, it was to Yara's benefit. Either way, Gwen and Yara had nothing to lose. Caitlyn, being the idiot that she was, said loudly, "Come on, Sienna. Prove her wrong and buy out this entire store just to show that you can." Sienna said nothing and refused to budge even under Caitlyn's relentless prompting. Strapped for cash, huh? Gwen mocked. You got the slots from scalpers just so you could come here to chase the clout, but you don't even have the money to show for it. I'm afraid I'll have to ask security to escort you out. Gwen did not speak loudly, but her voice carried well enough for the other customers to hear. The ladies of leisure in Bellmont were a vicious bunch, and a few young women vying for gossip had already circulated the debacle on social media and group chats. Not long after, chimes and beeps rang out across the store, indicating that everyone had gotten word of the confrontation. At once, the crowd around Sienna and Caitlyn sniggered at them. The two ladies grimaced as the humiliation set in. Sienna narrowed her eyes, her face white with anger as she warned, "Get off your high horse, Gwen." Gwen was still smiling as her gaze sharpened. "Why should I? I think I rather enjoy looking down on you both." After that, two security guards in black shades showed up. They stood behind Caitlyn and Sienna, courteously motioning for them to leave. As the other ladies watched and mocked them, Caitlyn and Sienna dashed out of the boutique. Once they were outside, Sienna was so embarrassed that she did not have the heart to shop anymore. As such, she bade Caitlyn a quick goodbye and left in her family car, leaving Caitlyn to stomp her foot in anger. Fuming, Caitlyn called Jake. Jake was in the private lounge of a bar, drinking away his frustration with Bradley and a few other friends when he got the call from Caitlyn. He glanced at the screen before picking up. "You will not believe what Gwen just did, Jake." Caitlyn shrieked as soon as the call connected, much to Jake's annoyance. The vein in his temple throbbed at the mention of Gwen. He was gruff as he demanded, "What is it now? Sienna and I were at her boutique, but she picked on us and called us poor in front of everyone. She even had security throw us out." Caitlyn cried. "You have to divorce her immediately. I don't ever want to see her again." Caitlyn was still snarling and shrieking on the other line, but Jake had heard enough and hung up. His brows furrowed as his face darkened, and he downed his drink in one go. Caitlyn had spoken so loudly that even Bradley overheard the conversation. He topped Jake's drink off and patted the latter's shoulder comfortingly. The heat reason you know we're on your side if you choose to file for a divorce from that manipulative woman. She tried to use her act of saving your grandma to come between you and Sienna so that she could marry rich. Now that she's climbed up the social ladder, she turned on your family and picked on Caitlyn and Sienna. I told you before Deke ill about Gwen. He leveled and that's enough. Jake cut him off. For some reason, he didn't want to hear anyone icy stare at Bradley as he demanded, "Have you always thought of Gwen that way?" Noting Jake's grave tone, Bradley pointed at the other guys playing poker behind him and said, "I'm not the only one. They think so too. None of us hold Gwen in high regard." She likely only got the secretary job at Hall Group because of you, and other than that, what skills does she actually have? Don't tell me you think of her differently. Taking a sip of his drink, Bradley drove his point home. You must have found her to be a crutch if you married her behind all our backs and kept it a secret from the rest of Bellmont. Jake's chest tightened with frustration and he loosened his tie. He had chosen to keep the marriage a secret because he wanted to spare Gwen from the unwanted attention that came with the title of Mrs. Hall, which would inadvertently get in the way of her life. He didn't think that his decision, which had come from good intentions, made Gwen the object of Bradley and the others' scorn. He hadn't realized that his friends never saw Gwen as his lawfully married wife. In retrospect, if his closest friends could think that way, he wouldn't put it past Gwen to have the same notions about herself too. One failed attempt at reconciliation 3 days later, Gwen and Jake showed up at the courthouse at the agreed time. Their attorneys had already gone through the administrative work. After taking their forms, Gwen filled in her details without hesitation, only to glance over and find Jake's pen hovering over the paper. She cast him a sidelong look and said coldly, "I'm kind of in a hurry here, Mr. Hall." Jake clenched his jaw when he heard her prompting and filled in his details. When they were done, they handed the forms to the administrator behind the counter. "Wait," Jake suddenly said before the administrator could stamp the divorce papers. At once, the administrator froze. She never expected Jake and his secretary to be the first couple whose divorce she was facilitating this morning. She had initially believed they were here to get married after years of pining for one another, but they came for an even more shocking reason: divorce. Jake eyed Gwen with the same indifference and arrogance he had shown her all these years. He asked in a hard voice, "Have you thought this through?" He told himself that if she so much as expressed a flicker of doubt, he would overlook Gwen initiating the talk of divorce, the money she forced him to cough up in Dornwick, and the humiliation she put Sienna through. He was willing to give her a second chance. "My mind is made up," Gwen said with a raise of her brow, a smirk curving her lips. "What? Did you think I was pranking you?" A knot formed in Jake's chest when he heard her resolve, and his heart sank. In the days since she walked out of his life, he realized, in hindsight, that they had hardly ever sat down and gotten to know each other. His tone softened. "I can give you time to sleep on this, and we can talk about our marriage after we've cooled off. We haven't communicated with each other enough." He paused and added, "Don't think your contribution to Hall Group has gone unnoticed, Gwen. You'll always have a place in Hall Group and the Hall family if you want it." Jake made his implication clear: he did not want a divorce, and he was loath to see Gwen leave her job at Hall Group. "We don't need to cool off or communicate any further on the matter," Gwen said coolly, meeting his darkened gaze. Her words dripped with sarcasm as she continued, "I was prepared to give you my whole heart, Jake, but you never cared. It's too late for you to try to get to know me now. Besides, with Sienna so far along in her pregnancy, are you intent on making her your mistress forever?" Jake's gaze flickered as he said, "I'll figure my way around Sienna." Gwen stared at him wordlessly. They were one stamp away from divorce, and the man who was so close to becoming her former husband still could not get over the fact that he was being dumped. He thought he was still oh so desirable. "Egoistic prick," she cursed inwardly. "Don't think I'll go back to slaving away for your family just because you're asking nicely, Mr. Hall. You're not meant to be a dreamer," Gwen drawled, narrowing her eyes at him as if regarding some past. Jake could not take her snappy remarks anymore and glowered at her. Rage burned in him as he growled, "You'd better not regret this." "Oh, don't you worry, Mr. Hall. I will never regret this," she said, practically swearing an oath. She then turned to the administrator. "Hey there, you might want to hurry up and stamp the papers." One failed attempt at reconciliation 27 after getting the divorce papers, she did not so much as glance at Jake before she hurried out of the courthouse. He looked lost as he stood in place, the divorce papers heavy in his hand. He could not tear his obsidian eyes away from the dazzling woman walking into the distance. Such was the end of a 3-year marriage, and there was nothing left between them to show for it. A deep sense of loss filled Jake, threatening to rip the air from his lungs and leave him in tatters. Over at Hall Manor, Sarah had cooked up a storm to celebrate Jake's divorce. Sienna wore a festive red dress that differed from her usual pastel wardrobe, as if in anticipation of her nuptials with Ja. "Let us toast to finally washing our hands off Gwen." "Good riddance." Sarah beamed as she stood up with her glass raised. Caitlyn was quick to join her in the toast. "Finally, we don't have to put up with that woman anymore. You're finally free, Jake." Sienna could not drink on account of her pregnancy, so her glass was filled with juice instead. She flashed Jake a grin and said sweetly, "Congratulations on having weathered a storm to have a brighter future, Jake." Too scandalous write-up. Sienna was over the moon. After waiting for so long, she could finally claim the man before her as her own. Proposed to her now, she would definitely say yes. Despite being the topic of conversation, Jake pursed his lips and did not respond to the toast. He remained in his seat, unmoving and sullen, his brows tightly knitted. He was still thinking about Gwen as she strode away from him. Noting everyone's awkwardness while waiting for the toast to happen, Caitlyn prompted, "Jake, come on. Say something before this dinner turns into a total bore fest." "Yes, Jake. Surely no one is happier than you to have gotten rid of that wretched woman, yet your expression says otherwise," Sarah chided. She shot a pleased look at Sienna and added, "I won't ask for much, only that you marry Sienna as soon as possible. I'll be a grandmother soon." Sienna blushed and said, "Mrs. Hall, we'll need to wait for Jake's schedule to free up." Jake stared at the three women before him and said icily, "No one will mention a word of my divorce to Grandma." Sienna froze. What did he mean by that? Was he saying he had no plans to marry her or give her child a rightful place in the Hall family? She blinked and tears sprang to her eyes as she asked, "What about me and the baby, Jake?" Her hand fluttered to her stomach as teardrops fell on her red dress. Jake took a deep breath and leashed his temper, which he knew was close to flaring, before answering, "I'll take responsibility for this, Sienna. I'm heading upstairs. All of you carry on without me." He left the three women at the table and went upstairs alone. The shock did not wear off Sienna for a while as she stayed in her seat. She was right. Jake truly could not let go of Gwen. A vicious gleam flashed in her eyes as the realization dawned upon her, and she vowed to make Gwen pay for this. Next to her, Caitlyn and Sarah hurried to comfort her. "Sienna, a divorce is no celebratory matter, even for Jake. Let's just give him some space for now." "Yeah, Sienna. You're my favorite person. Jake's probably still too traumatized from his last marriage to ask for your hand now, but just give it a few days. I'm sure he'll turn up with a bouquet and get down on one knee soon." When Sienna made no reply, Sarah and Caitlyn exchanged a conflicted look. The next morning, Gwen was reviewing documents when Yara stormed into her office. "Babe, you will not believe what Jake did. That moron will be the death of me." Gwen asked, "What happened?" Yara handed Gwen her phone. The latter took it, saw the page open before her, and smirked. "It seems he has a talent for storytelling." The headlines for the day were written in bold and bright letters, "From rags to riches, a cheating princess fall from grace." The write-up mainly detailed how a certain CEO's wife, Mrs. H., his former mistress and secretary whom he secretly married, cheated on him with a billionaire in Dornwick out of greed. After dumping her scorned husband, she sold his company for parts and stole his billion-dollar fortune from under him. The article was accompanied by a picture of Gwen meeting with the collaborators in Dornwick. Hateful comments flooded the section under the article. One of them read, "Shameless wench. As if she can rip off a billion-dollar fortune." Too scandalous once UPC. I heard the CEO in question is Jake Hall of Hall Group, which means the article is about Gwen Lawson, his secretary. I knew she looked like a scheming witch from the start. Ladies, unleash hell her. Yara gritted her teeth, seething, "Jake is a bridge-burning jerk and an idiot. How dare he kick you down the ladder after divorcing you?" She spun around to look at Gwen, only to see her unaffectedly scrolling through the comments. Having read the comments, Gwen commented nonchalantly, "It's quite a sordid tale, and it has pictures for visual aid too. I'd say the writing is pretty good for a tabloid." Yara sputtered in disbelief. "How very magnanimous of you." Just then, Judy called, "Hey, Gwen. I just looked into the write-up about you that's been circulating on the internet. The person who paid for the piece goes by Sienna Charles. Do you know her?" Gwen sneered. "That bitch. Do you want me to take down the article?" Judy offered. She was the editor-in-chief of Universal Entertainment and had a say in what was published in the entertainment column. However, Gwen's eyes flashed with an icy gleam as she said, "No. Leave it. Where's the fun in quietly taking down a scandalous write-up when we can fight back directly?" Three dinner party debacle. Judy's blunt reply sounded from the other line, "Well, it's your choice. If you need anything, I'm just a call away, thanks, Judy," Gwen said, hanging up. Yara inched closer. "What are you going to do about this, babe? I can't believe the nerve of that bitch. Henry's taking me to a dinner party hosted by the Bellmont Chambers of Commerce. All of Bellmont's high society will be in attendance. I'll expose that bitch's true colors then." Upon hearing this, Yara waved her fist in the air and cheered her best friend on. "That's the spirit, babe. You go and ruin that bitch's life." On the evening of the dinner party, all of Bellmont's high society was dressed to the nines as they gathered in the opulently decorated hall, mingling among themselves. Gwen was naturally fashionably late. She wore a stunning long dress hand encrusted with crystals. It clung to her figure perfectly, and as she wove through the crowd elegantly, her dazzling presence stole the room's attention. She was a portrait of regal beauty with her delicately made-up face and aloof expression. There was no warmth in her eyes, adding to her overall imposing demeanor. The other heiresses who had read the Scandalous right up the day before immediately dived into gossip at the sight of Gwen. Caitlyn was holding a flute of champagne when the ladies around her huddled close. They wore curious expressions as they asked in hushed tones, "Caitlyn, everyone on social media is saying that Gwen is your sister-in-law. Is it true?" "Yeah, and she looks like the woman whose pictures were included in the article. I have to admit, she's quite pretty," one of the ladies added. Caitlyn scoffed, rolling her eyes in contempt. "I would never acknowledge that pathetic cheater as my sister-in-law. My brother has already divorced her." Across the room, Gwen found Caitlyn and smirked as she slowly made her way over. "She used to own a boutique and tried to come between my brother and Sienna. That little vixen tried to marry into my family, and we couldn't get rid of her fast enough." Caitlyn continued. "Jake never touched her though. She worked at Hall Group during the day and straightened out the house at night. She was no better than a maid." Spurred on by the need to gossip, Caitlyn headed to the bar to get herself another drink, her gaggle of friends tailing her. She snagged herself a wealthy man in Dornwick and immediately demanded a divorce. "She's a homewrecker and a whore, right down to her bones." CV stare. The other heiresses were lapping up the information. However, when they turned and found Gwen leveling an icy at them, they shuddered. None dared to make a sound as the air around them crackled with tension. Caitlyn, oblivious to Gwen's presence, carried on. "I mean, have you ever heard of a bigger slut?" She spun around at that moment and found Gwen staring at her. She jumped, the words dying in her throat as she dropped her glass of wine. Gwen was holding a champagne flute as she narrowed her eyes at Caitlyn like the latter was helpless prey. She towered over Caitlyn and scanned her from head to toe as she snorted. "Go on with your riveting commentary. I'm all ears." Prideful as she was, Caitlyn refused to back down even as a chill snaked down her spine. "I was only stating facts. Jake's going to marry Sienna soon, and there is no one better suited for him, which is more than I can say for a filthy peasant like you. You must be confused. It's only been a few days since Jake and I divorced, yet Sienna is 3 months pregnant, so who's the homewrecker here?" Gwen sneered. Sarah, who had been chatting away with the other guests, hurried over to pull Caitlyn aside. She pointed at Gwen and demanded in a piercing voice, "You couldn't even give me a grandchild, you worthless brat, and you dare talk bad about my son. At least Sienna can fulfill my dreams of becoming a grandmother. Can you?" Sarah would have continued hurling abuse at Gwen had Jake not noticed the debacle and come over to stop it. "That's enough," he barked. Sarah looked around and belatedly realized that she should have kept her voice down. She at least had the decency to look sheepish as she fell silent. Jake had heard Sarah's shrewd screaming from across the room, and he did not miss the condescending words she had used. Yet, Gwen did not look the least bit ruffled, almost like she had grown used to such abuse. But that was not Jake's main concern. He only cared about what Sarah and Caitlyn had said. He eyed Gwen, his former wife, and asked quietly, "Is it true? Were you like a free maid for the 3 years you stayed with us?" Gwen looked down her nose at Jake and Sienna, her lips curling in disdain. "You usually take your mother's and sister's words at face value, so why are you asking me now?" Claim for settling the score. Gwen's retort rendered Jake speechless. He had always sided with Caitlyn and Sarah. Not once did he ever ask for Gwen's side of the story. Was that one of the reasons she insisted they divorced? Guilt, true and bitter, coursed through him as he considered the possibility of this. He turned to Caitlyn and ground out, "Apologize to her." However, Caitlyn adamantly kept quiet. She would not apologize. "I doubt that a simple apology could erase the hurt and betrayal Gwen went through in her 3 years of marriage," Henry interjected as he came to a stop next to Gwen. Rage rolled off him as he surveyed the Hall family with a grimace. These were the people who had hurt his sister, and it took every bit of his self-control not to snarl at them. He shot a menacing look at Sienna and said, "I took the liberty of looking into the article that tarnished my company's reputation. I know who had that article written and published." Sienna nearly balked under his intimidating gaze. She clutched her dress to keep herself from shaking, repeatedly telling herself that Henry was only bluffing. There was no way her tracks had been discovered. She had sent in those pictures of Gwen anonymously, taking care to cover up her identity. The article has twisted the narrative and made slanderous claims against a member of Savant Group's executive management. It has seriously impacted Savant Group's image on the internet. The police are on their way, and I'd appreciate it if you could go with them once they arrive to assist in their investigation, Ms. Charles, Henry continued. The blood drained from Sienna's face when she heard this. Her heart leaped to her throat as she backed away. Upon meeting Jake's questioning gaze, she shook her head vehemently. Tears streamed down her cheek as she pleaded, "Jake, you have to believe me. I would never do something like this." Jake pulled her behind him and shot Henry a frigid look. "Has there been a mistake, Mr. Lawson?" "Mistake? Please. The both of them are only trying to pin the blame on Sienna. Look at that sweet, delicate woman. Does she look like she's capable of scheming against you?" Caitlyn piped up from behind Sarah. She stepped forward to defend Sienna. "She's pregnant. If she suffers a miscarriage because of the shock you put her through, can we hold you accountable for it?" Gwen scoffed. "Why don't you go with her to the police station if you're going to defend her so avidly?" Caitlyn fumed at the words. "What are you trying to say? Did you forget what you did? I've yet to settle the score with you after you smashed up my boutique the other day. How did you know it was me?" Caitlyn gaped at her. After Gwen had humiliated her at the boutique, she could not live down the shame and had a couple of hooligans smash up the store. Caitlyn hadn't heard from Gwen after that and thought she had gotten away with the incident. She had luxuriated in her triumph, never once expecting such ruthless payback. "I've tracked down the hooligans you hired, and the police got a confession out of them," Gwen drawled as if it were a simple feat. She looked up and fixed a dark look at the figures before her. "You damaged my property, made slanderous claims against me, and tried to settle an old grudge. How shall I tally my losses and settle the score with you?" Caitlyn's knees buckled at the threat in Gwen's words. She didn't know what to do. She was the mastermind of all the crimes Gwen had listed out, and the police were sure to take her away once they showed up. She clutched Jake's arm and begged, "Jake, help me. I don't want to go to prison." Sienna inched closer to him and folded herself into his embrace. She still insisted on her innocence. "Jake, I didn't do anything, I swear." Anger crested like a tidal wave within Jake. He would have snarled at Caitlyn and called her a damned fool, but he resisted the urge to do so after taking a deep breath. She was still his sister, after all. "Ms. Lawson, let us settle the matter privately." Caitlyn didn't know any better, he said. "5 pay up and go to jail." "Jake, why did you bring home such a wretched wench?" Sarah went up and grabbed Jake's arm. This was her first time hearing him address Gwen in such a humbling manner. They were used to making demands of Gwen, and she'd meekly oblige. But now, the tables had turned. Scowling, she went up to Gwen and remarked arrogantly, "So what if we badmouth you? It's not like you have reputation to begin with. You never said a word when we yelled at you back at the Hall Manor anyway." When Sarah made a scene, she noticed the expression on Jake's face souring. She belatedly realized that she had accidentally let slip her poor treatment of Gwen over the years. Henry could stand it no more. Glancing at Gwen, he grumbled to her, "So, they're the mother and sister-in-law you've served diligently for years. They don't deserve your effort." However, he calmed down after considering that Gwen had decided to cut her losses. He finally said, "The choice is yours, but I'll hold you responsible if you bring shame to our family." She assured him, "Henry, don't worry about that." Then, she smirked at Sarah. "If my guess is right, this is what you're going to say next. So what if Caitlyn trashed your store? We'll just pay up. Is that right?" After Gwen hit the nail on the head, Sarah snapped impudently, "That's right. Your little store isn't worth anything, I bet. Us Lawsons can afford to pay the losses. 311 is $30 million fine with you." Gwen slowly revealed the amount, which nearly sent Sarah collapsing to the floor in shock. Sarah exclaimed, "How is a small boutique worth that much? You're kidding with me." Gwen's unfeeling gaze swept past Sarah's face. "Don't believe me? I have a list of detailed losses. You'll have nothing to say when you read it. You wicked bitch. I'll tear you apart. How dare you?" Sarah yelled in a shrill voice and lunged at Gwen, only for Jake to hold her back. Frowning deeply, he stopped Sarah with a dark cloud over his head. "Shut up." Their fight had attracted the attention of most of Bellmont City high society. The public fight revealed to the Bellmont City people the poor treatment dished out to the seemingly glamorous daughter-in-law of the Hall family. They expressed their distaste by shooting daggers at Sarah. Someone murmured, "I'm surprised that Gwen Lawson's mother and sister-in-law would behave in such a crass manner. To think they are the Hall family. I pity that girl for the physical and verbal abuse she went through at the hands of her in-laws. Right? And to top it off, she has to deal with a troublesome sister-in-law. See, all Mr. Hall could think of is to defend his mom and sister. I could only imagine the life Ms. Lawson led before the divorce. If I were Ms. Lawson, I would have cheated on my husband too, given his toxic family." The fervent discussion did not escape Jake's attention. He admitted that he did not put enough effort into his marriage. Even the outsiders were able to identify his flaws, yet he had been oblivious to his shortcomings for 3 years. As the pillar of the family and faced with Caitlyn's wails and Sienna's pleading, he had no choice but to relent. 5 Pay up and go to jail. Gwen, can we put this behind us if I agree to compensate you for the $30 million loss? I want you to pay up, but I want them in jail too, Gwen replied carelessly and haughtily. His eyes bore onto her face. I know you're angry at my family, but don't you think you've crossed a line by making the police arrest them in public? Caitlyn and Sienna, who were both of distinguished pedigrees, would bring disgrace to their family names if they were arrested in public. It's all up to me. A case worth $30 million in losses is enough to put Caitlyn in jail for a few years. She'll leave the prison a wiser person. Since the Hall family fails to raise its daughter well, it's time for the prison warden to do her job. Then, Gwen turned her sharp gaze onto Sienna's tear-stained face. Only you know if you're guilty or not. You'll get to see the evidence I gathered against you when you're at the police department. 6 Getting to know Ashton Duncan. The police soon showed up at the lobby. After confirming the suspect's whereabouts, they walked over to the group, announcing, Caitlyn Hall, Sienna Charles, please come with us to the police department. Sarah tripped on the hem of her dress and fell during her worried attempt to stop her daughter from being hauled away. She blacked out when she hit her head on the floor. At last, the debacle had come to an end. Now that the unwelcome guests had left the dinner party, Henry led Gwen to the center of the hall and introduced her to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Gwen Lawson has since left her role at Savant Group as the secretary to the CEO. Now, she is the general manager of Savant Group's Bellmont City office. I hope she'll get a chance to work with you all. Murmurs spread across the crowd during Henry's speech. Ms. Lawson's career progression is really something. She got a job at the Savant Group after quitting the Hall Group. What do you think is her relationship with Mr. Lawson? They're both Lawsons, but I don't think they're related at all. Why would a Lawson marry a Hall family member and work as a secretary for 3 years? Anyway, I bet her 3 years in the Hall family was torturous. I would forgive her if she cheated on Jake Hall. Thanks to Henry's support, helped by the Hall family's blunder at the event, the online attacks on Gwen gradually subsided. The guests accepted the olive branch from Gwen. After a night of mingling, she made acquaintance with many figures she hadn't had the chance to meet before. One of them was Quantum Corporation's young CEO, Ashton Duncan. Ashton approached Gwen while swirling his glass. Ms. Lawson, your name precedes you. I'm Ashton Duncan. Flashing him a soft smile, she raised her glass to him. Hi, Mr. Duncan. As the Savant Group was about to kick off the commercialization of its RD research project, she was in search of a trustworthy business partner, and Quantum Corporation was at the top of her list. Getting to know Ashton was her main reason of attending the dinner party, more important than getting Caitlyn and Sienna arrested. She wanted to maximize the profit of the Savant Group Bellmont office via a partnership with Ashton. Congrats to you for regaining your freedom from the shackles of marriage. I hope you soar to greater heights. Ashton's voice was deep and mellow. Yet, he had a sly, intelligent glint in his eyes that seemed to read through anyone he met. Gwen met his eyes fearlessly as she downed her champagne. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. I'll be visiting you for business in the future. I hope you'll remember me from today. Her poise and courage surprised him. He too downed his wine with a smile. Of course, I'll never forget you. After the dinner party, Gwen returned to her family residence in Bellmont City. Right after she stepped foot into the house, she received a congratulatory letter from Judy. Judy had written on the envelope, "For you, my bestie." Gwen opened the mail and found Judy's handwritten news article, in which she had laid out the crimes of the Hall family members. Yet, Judy did not reveal any identifying information about Gwen. The article was succinct yet eye-catching. In summary, Judy had written about 3 scandals. Jake Hall is a cheating jerk. Sienna Charles, the mistress, got herself pregnant. Chapter Getting to know Ashton Duncan. Caitlyn Hall is a gangster. The write-up would piss Sarah off so badly that she would lose sleep over it. After reading the article, Gwen called Judy. Judy answered curtly. Hello, girl, you're the editor-in-chief of Universal Entertainment, all right. I'm in awe of your writing skills. After a pause, Gwen added, anyway, thank you. Gwen felt blessed to receive the staunch support of many people around her. At that moment, she overheard Yara's voice in the backdrop. Yara yelled, "Aw, that's so cheesy. Darling, come out now. We'll wait for you at Halo Bar until you show up." Gwen beamed. It was time for the 3 of them to catch up. Coming. Judy asked for their opinion. Can I publish that article right now? Before Gwen could speak, Yara barked, yeah. Publish it now. The Hall family needs to get onto the trending topics for once. It's time for the netizens to condemn them. Gwen smiled. You're right. 7 past behavior exposed. Meanwhile, it was all doom and gloom at the Hall Manor. Jake slumped on the couch with a dreary expression. He had just come home from bailing Caitlyn out. Although he had immediately paid for the losses incurred by Gwen, Caitlyn might still have to serve a jail sentence due to the huge financial losses in the case as well as Gwen's refusal to settle. According to the attorney's estimates, Caitlyn might have to be in for at least 3 years. Sarah, who had just come around, looked stunned when she learned that her daughter might have to serve a 3-year sentence. Jake, listen to me. Caitlyn cannot go to fall. Voice shaking in disbelief, she continued, Caitlyn is so young. She can't live with that bunch of pests in jail. She'll have a breakdown. Son, talk to Gwen. Back down if you need to. Let her gloat about the win for a few days, and we'll coax her into settling in private. How does that sound? Sarah's tone had taken on a pleading turn. It was at this moment she realized she had to surrender. Frowning hard, Jake snapped at her. Caitlyn has crossed a line by ganging up with gangsters to destroy the belongings of others. Jake wasn't against negotiating with Gwen, but the problem laid with Gwen, who refused to discuss anything and wanted Caitlyn behind bars. What do you mean? Do you want Caitlyn in jail at such a young age? Sarah growled. It's time she learns a lesson. Caitlyn hired gangsters to thrash Gwen's store in a moment of anger because Gwen bullied her. It was all Gwen's fault to begin with. Caitlyn is the real victim. Sarah grew increasingly desperate as she argued. She realized she had to pull off something even harsher as Jake didn't seem swayed by her pleas. Flinging the windows open, she sat on the ledge with one leg dangling outside the window. She threatened him, I'll jump from here right now if you refuse to talk to Gwen. I'll die in front of your eyes. Sienna was horrified by Sarah's actions. She hurried over and grabbed Sarah's hand, crying, Jake, hold your mom back. That's enough. Jake let out a deep growl and Sarah jolted in shock. She had never seen Jake behave in this way. She sensibly pulled herself back from the ledge and sat on the couch. Seeing that, Sienna stood at the side and said nothing. Jake's pent-up anger from the dinner party finally boiled over at this moment. He hissed, I've looked into the incident. Caitlyn started it all by insulting Gwen in Gwen's boutique. Gwen kicked her and her friends out after learning they had bought their tickets from scalpers. Jake tossed a recording pen onto the desk. The pen carries the recording of interviews. Stat members working for the Hall family in the past 3 years revealed how you and Caitlyn treated Gwen like a servant at home. She was yelled at and she was forced to cook and do laundry for the whole family, including hand-washing your lingerie. Sarah pouted when her terrible behavior was exposed. She muttered under her breath, Gwen deserved it. She should have given her future life a second thought before shamelessly forcing her way into our family. Is that how you see Gwen? Jake was aghast at the ugly nature behind the facade of his perfect family. In the past 3 years, Gwen endured the crushing secretarial workload during the day and came home to Sarah and Callan's attitude and abuse daily. However, Gwen had never complained about it in front of Jake, and he rarely paid any attention to her life. Not only did you bully her at home, but you destroyed her stuff at her boutique. Caitlyn will get herself into more trouble if she keeps wanting to get her way. 3 years of jail will be a good lesson for her. Jake decided to send Caitlyn to jail. Sarah wanted to defend Caitlyn, but she clenched her jaw and plopped on the couch indignantly when she met the chilling gaze in Jake's eyes. He loosened his tie irritably. Sienna, keeping her silence, felt the crushing weight of his death stare. He began, why did you pretend that you had no idea about Gwen's identity when you were in the know all along? Not only that, you sent your people to stalk her and take photos of her. Sienna had no words. She didn't expect Jake to get to the bottom of that incident. He remarked coldly, I'll let slide the trending topic scandal. Sienna silently heaved a relieved sigh. 8. A reunion Cedar has made arrangements with a hospital at Fernwald. You'll leave to go abroad in 3 days, Jake informed Sienna. Upon learning that, Sienna softly pleaded for mercy with a begrudging expression. Jake, I don't want to leave. I want to stay at Bellmont City with you and our child. Jake's face remained stern and stubborn. She grabbed his arm tearfully. Even if you're not doing it for our kid, think of Emily. The Hall family was the reason behind her death. You can't do this to me. My family is at fault for Emily's death, that's for sure. But you need to leave. Sienna slumped on the couch when she heard Jake's final verdict. The gloomy environment at home frustrated Jake to no end. At that moment, Theodore called. Bro, have you checked out the trending topics? Thinking that Theodore was referring to the Libel's article against Gwen, Jake replied, that's utterly rubbish. The police have made the poster take it down. Are we even on the same page? Go check it out. Your family has been trending on Twitter for a while now, and everyone's throwing stones at you all. Get your PR department to deal with it. After hanging up, Jake checked the news, and his expression promptly fell. A storm brewed in his eyes. Gwen Lawson was indeed quick to act, and boy was she merciless and precise. To get back at Sienna, who had made up fake news to drag her name through the mud, she immediately took revenge against the Hall family. Jake hurriedly instructed Theodore to remove the trending topics hashtags, but he was told they had no authority to do so. The editor-in-chief of Universal Entertainment had made it clear that the Hall family was to trend for days, and no other media were to interfere in any way. Jake smashed a few glasses in anger upon learning about Judy's orders. Theodore popped a bottle of champagne while standing on the table of Halo Bar's lounge. "Come on, cheers to my return to Bellmont." Bradley Moss and a few other friends whopped and applauded from their seats. "We missed you. You're back for bigger things. Let's go. Cheers." After a few drinks, Theodore noticed Jake hiding in a corner and drinking alone in frustration. Knowing the reason well, Theodore hurried over to comfort his friend. "Hey, don't be sad. There's plenty of fish in the sea. You should be happy to leave the confines of marriage. Just ignore the tabloids. She's too merciless." Bradley was red in the face from too many drinks. He stumbled over and lay on the couch, huffing and puffing. "That's women for ya. That's not right. As men, let's be fair, who was in the wrong?" Theodore immediately got into a debate with Bradley, whose claims he disagreed with. He was honest around his friends. He argued Jake cheated in the first place and got his mistress pregnant behind his wife's back. Sienna is obviously his mistress. Bradley shot back. Even if Jake cheated, Gwen shouldn't have sent Caitlyn to jail and brought shame to the Hall family. She's crossed a line. Bradley engaged in the debate with Theodore despite his heavy eyelids. "Is that too much? If I were Gwen, I would have snapped even harder when I learned about the betrayal." Theodore got himself riled up from the debate when his friend dismissed the facts. All men cheat. His wife could have forgiven him. Bradley defended his skewed moral values. Theodore and Bradley were locked in a battle, while Jake kept his silence in the middle and wouldn't stop pouring wine for himself. One would get drunk easily when drinking alone in frustration. Jake drunkenly collapsed on the couch soon after amid Bradley's rambling. Unwilling to spar with a wretched man, Theodore left the room and sought the help of the waitstaff to get Jake out of there. As he did so, his gaze accidentally swept past a dazzling figure on the stage. She will make you a happy man. Theodore recognized the intriguing beauty singing on stage. Her lazy and oury voice echoed through the bar, sing the notes of the popular, melancholic pop hit Young and Beautiful. Sitting on a stool, she looked all the more gorgeous under the spotlight. Her tresses swayed gently, and her flaming lips parted as her singing transported her audience back in time. When the musical notes hit Theodore's car, scenes of Gwen crying on the balcony flashed across his mind. That night, she looked tearful in a frown. The fragility of her beauty took him by storm. Before he knew it, he was charmed and unable to peel his eyes off her. His mind started to wander. Yara cried out from her seat, "Darling, that's too emo. Let's do a happy one." Gwen winked at her friend in the audience. "No problem. I'm onto it right now." She immediately performed Les Champs Élysées with an animated smile on her lips, and she kicked her feet to the rhythm in a cheeky manner. The adorable lyrics and casual music were healing and cheerful. The audience broke into a chorus with smiles, and the atmosphere was great. The song transported Theodore to the sycamore tree-lined streets in Fernweld. He could imagine himself holding hands with Gwen on a stroll. He was mesmerized by Gwen. Never had he met such a versatile and interesting woman with a beauty that spoke to his soul. A tiny voice echoed in his ears. "Theodore Quinn, she's the one. She's that charismatic woman you'll fall in love with at first sight. She will make you a very happy man." The audience applauded Gwen after her song ended. Yara waved her arms wildly, yelling, "Babe, you're the best." Judy, too, clapped for Gwen's performance with a smile. After Theodore gathered himself, he proceeded to greet Gwen, only to be interrupted by Jake, who staggered through the doors heavily drunk. Jake leaned on his back, his breath reeking of alcohol. Jake, who was half-conscious, lifted his arm with difficulty and pointed a finger at Gwen on stage. He asked his friends, "Isn't she hot?" "That's my wife." With that, he lowered his head and fell asleep. "Jake, what's wrong with you, cheating on a hottie?" Theodore wiggled Jack's shoulder to check if he was awake. "I would be over the moon if I had her as my wife." Shrugging off Jake's remark as a joke, Theodore warned, "She's my crush, so watch your mouth." "Got it." Alas, Jake had passed out and missed Theodore's words. Theodore had not taken his eyes off Gwen at all. He decided against approaching her, not with a drunk Jake in tow, as that might ruin his image. He helped Jake back to the bedroom instead. After leaving Jake to Bradley and the rest, Theodore rushed out for his crush, but another singer replaced her on stage. He searched high and low for her, but she had left. Fighting the strong desire to meet with Gwen, he hurriedly called his assistant. "I need to know where in Bellmont is Gwen Lawson." The next morning, Gwen's assistant entered her office. "Ms. Lawson, someone delivered a bouquet of 999 roses for you to the lobby. The sender specifically asked that you collect the delivery yourself. 9 sign Mal Makar you a happy man." Gwen looked up. She couldn't immediately think of anyone who would send her flowers. 212 a one-sided affection. At that moment, Gwen received a text from Ryan. He wrote, "Gwen, do you miss me? 1. Your beloved brother, Miss to the moon and back. See you in Fernwald soon." She shuddered at the corny message and replied, "Not at all." Then, she turned to her assistant. "Please collect the flowers for me and distribute them to the ladies in the office." "Got it." The assistant left the office soon after, and Gwen went back to reading the documents. At that moment, Carson Lowe, the director of business development, knocked on her door. "Good morning, Ms. Lawson." He walked over and handed her a file with a shrewd look in his eyes. "Here's the monthly profit report. Please take a look." Instead of accepting the document, she stared at him coldly. "Mr. Lowe, do you have something else for me?" She glanced at the document in his hands. "You could have handed the report to my assistant and saved yourself the trouble." The smile on his face deepened. He faked some bashfulness. "Ms. Lawson, it was ignorant of me to have offended you in the meeting." She smiled at him with indifference. "It's fine. We've talked it out anyway. The more I think of it at home, the more guilty I feel. Can I buy you a simple dinner tonight to make it up to you? I have some latest news about Quantum Corporation I'd like to share with you privately." Carson's humility was a stark contrast to his arrogance in the meeting room before this. Gwen crossed her fingers in front of the insincere and fickle man. "Fine. I'll have dinner with you tonight." She raised her guard against the well-informed Carson, who had immediately learned about her intentions to win over Ashton right after she met Ashton at the dinner party. Whether or not he had the inside scoop on Quantum Corporation, she would still go to dinner with him just to see what was up his sleeve. "Awesome. Ms. Lawson, let's meet at the Tellerson tonight." He simpered as he left her office, but the moment he closed the door behind him, the grin transformed into a scowl. Meanwhile, the sweet fragrance of the imported Neptune roses filled the air in the lobby. It had been a while, but Gwen did not show up to collect the roses. Theodore had been lurking in a corner of the lobby to give Gwen a huge surprise when she came down to collect the flowers. After a long wait, he saw Gwen's assistant showing up to collect the roses. 2 bodyguards were ready to transport the flowers to the upper floors. Theodore wasn't about to give up. After all, he had placed a handwritten note in the bouquet. He waited and waited until it was time to get off work. The ladies in the office left work, each with some roses in their hands. Theodore finally gave up when he saw the ladies. Gwen most likely asked for the roses to be distributed to the employees without bothering to take a look. Frustrated, he noticed the hiring ad on the billboard. A twinkle appeared in his eyes. He had an idea. After work, Gwen arrived at the Tellerson, a famous fine dining establishment and landmark of Bellmont, where big-sided affection shots would visit at least once for the sake of it. Carson, a lower-level employee, might not be able to afford dinner at the Tellerson. She assumed he had received some help from his secret backer from Quantum Corporation. After walking past the shimmering lights, she was ushered to Carson's table. "Ms. Lawson, you're here." Carson did not get up to greet her. Instead, he started smoking with a complete change in attitude. However, Gwen wasn't troubled by his attitude at all. Smiling, she put away her bag and took her seat. "I wonder what tea of Quantum Corporation you wanted to spill." He tapped the cigarette ashes away. His greedy eyes scanned her from head to toe. "We're in no rush. Let's have dinner for now." She smiled and checked the time on her wristwatch. "I'll skip dinner because I'm in a rush. You should take your time." Standing up, he made his way to her seat and placed a hand on the back of the chair. He bent over and closed their distance. "Claim 1 is that woman seriously sleeping with another man." Gwen instinctively shifted to the next seat to put some distance from him when she picked up the overwhelming cigarette smoke on Carson's body. She could see the filth between the cracks of his teeth, which disgusted her. Carson looked like any other decent middle-aged man, but upon closer look, she realized that he was really repulsive. "What do you mean? Are you stopping me from leaving?" She tried to hold her breath, refusing to breathe in the same air as Carson. "You've just gotten out of Jake Hall's bed, and now you're on your way to seduce Mr. Duncan of Quantum Corporation. I salute you, Ms. Lawson. You immediately reign over the old guards of the Savant Group right after your return to Bellmont." Gwen flashed him a smirk as she raised a brow. Did you invite me to dinner just so you could heap praises on me? Of course not. I'm just curious about Jake Hall's woman. How different does it feel inside her? The smile on his face deepened. He fixed his lustful gaze on Gwen. A few days ago, he was humiliated by Gwen. At first, he brushed her off as just eye candy, but he was surprised by her incisive feedback for the company departments. She looked like she wanted to use her power for her ambitions, which made him feel threatened. Gwen snickered and mused, "Oh, I didn't know I was living in your head rent-free. Women like you are good for nothing. You can't get to where you are on your own. You gotta sleep your way up." Carson did not hide his overt discrimination against women. Gwen couldn't help but question the competence of Savant Group's HR department. How did they take in a useless loser like Carson low? "I'm also interested in your marriage to Mr. Hall. It'd be best if you could share some juicy details about your sex life too. How does that sound? Are you that curious?" Snorting, she scanned her surroundings. "I'm afraid it's inappropriate to discuss that with all these people around us. Ms. Lawson, don't you worry. I have it arranged." His smile widened when he showed her the room card from the hotel across the road. "I'll be waiting for you. Just as you said, I am with Mr. Duncan now. Aren't you scared that I'll tell him about this?" She shot him an amused smile in an attempt to read his emotions. As expected, he looked flustered but quickly hid it by laughing heartily. "You're just a secretary who happened to enjoy the title of Mrs. Hall for a short time. Our CEO Mr. Duncan doesn't take you seriously. If anything, he's only humoring you over the information you hold against the Hall Group. You're a disposable plaything. I'm sure he doesn't mind his employee enjoying you." Carson was bold for fantasizing about sleeping with her. "Mr. Lowe, your analysis sounds about right." She sipped her red wine with a smile. He continued, "You've just taken over, and you don't have the influence yet. You will definitely change Mr. Duncan's perception of you if you take part in Quantum Corporation's medical research project. So I take it that you're willing to share the inside scoop with me." Gwen pretended to look nervous to fool him into thinking that she cared about the news. "Of course. If you stay, you get to hear it." Carson had had many lewd thoughts about Gwen. He thought, "You bitch. It's time to show you what I'm made of when I conquer you in bed." One that woman seriously stirping with another man. Bradley watched their interaction from afar, and he thought there was something between them. He elbowed Jake. "Bro, see that? Your ex-wife is close to her employee. Why does it look like she's seducing him? You see it that way because you have a head full of dirty thoughts." "Watch your mouth," warned Jake. Bradley pouted and took a mouthful of food in silence. He and Jake had decided to have dinner at the Tellerson, not expecting to run into Gwen and Carson. Jake watched the scene unfold with increasing hostility. When Gwen left for the five-star hotel across the road with Carson, Jake's coldness transformed into fury. He seethed. Is that woman seriously sleeping with another man? How could Gwen turn into such an easy woman after the divorce? What do you get out of it? Driven by anger, Jake sprung up from his seat and followed Gwen out of the Tellerson. Standing behind him was Bradley, who boasted, "Am I right? A couple who dines at the luxurious Tellerson only has one goal later to get a room." Patting Jake on the shoulder, he suggested, "Bro, forget about that loose woman." Jake swatted his hand away. He walked toward the hotel across the road like he was in a trance. He couldn't believe that she had gotten cozy with Ashton Duncan and even slept around with Ashton's employee. He wondered, "Gwen, have you changed, or have you always been a loose woman?" Carson stepped into the elevator when it arrived, and Gwen was about to follow suit when someone forcefully grabbed her by the wrist. Jake's unfeeling voice echoed in the air. "Let's have a talk." Gwen scoffed when she realized who he was. Sounding indifferent, she taunted, "Mr. Hall, you seem like you have a lot of free time." "I'm busy now." Jake's appearance before she went up to the hotel room with Carson put her in shock, but she quickly collected herself. She brushed it off as a coincidence. Jake couldn't have tailed her. "Please take your time." Carson immediately put on an ingratiating look. He said to Gwen, "I'll wait for you in the room, Ms. Lawson." Gwen narrowed her eyes as she watched the elevator carry Carson up to his floor. She thought, "He's delusional if he thinks he can take advantage of me without getting hurt." As Jake tightened his grip on Gwen's wrist, she felt a pang of pain and shook his hand off. "Spit it out. Why are you sleeping with that trash?" He confronted her with an accusatory tone and a sour expression. Carson was notorious in Bellmont for being merciless in getting what he wanted. He'd been sleeping around so much that he might be riddled with STDs. Gwen nonchalantly folded her arms on her chest. "That's none of your business." She met his angry eyes with her bright, shining ones. Every word that came out of her mouth challenged his boundaries. She added, "We've been divorced for a while now. You still have the divorce certificate, don't you? I sleep with who I want. You don't have the right to question me." Jake's anger stalled, replaced by a look of conflict. She was right. It was not his place to question her choices. Feeling the burning gaze of her eagle eyes, he blurted out his real thoughts. "You've suffered a lot in the 3 years you lived with the Hall family, but you can't use that as an excuse to justify your behavior. Dating Henry Lawson gets you the general manager job in Savant Group's Bellmont office, but what about sleeping with Carson Lowe? What do you get from sleeping with that trash? You might as well sleep with me. I can at least offer you with more than they can provide." While he was speaking, Gwen slapped him hard on the face, attracting everyone's attention in the lobby. A fleeting look of heartbreak crossed her stern eyes. She jeered, "Oh, is that how you perceive me?" After 3 years of working in Hall Group, she was shocked to learn that Jake looked down on her just like as everyone else. He did not acknowledge her performance at all. Knowing he had misspoken, Jake clenched his jaw and took the slap. After quietly admonishing herself for her poor taste in men, Gwen looked up with confidence. His opinion of her did chat Waldo you to auto not matter. She said without a care, "I'm sleeping with Carson Lowe for my own reasons. Spare your worries, Mr. Hall." Marching into the elevator, she pressed the button without taking another look at him. With that, they parted ways. Gwen knocked on the door of the room that Carson had booked for them. He immediately answered the door with a lecherous smile and invited her to come in. "Ms. Lawson, you've kept me waiting." 3 still sharp after 3 years, Carson removed his clothes in a hurry after closing the door behind him. "Ms. Lawson, I'll let you in on all the secret of Quantum Corporation after tonight. I promise your business will thrive on that information." He was nearly drooling as he stole a glance at the hidden camera by the bed. It was not enough to enjoy Gwen's body. He wanted the footage to boost his ego, to prove that he, too, had slept with the CEO's woman. Besides, he could blackmail Gwen with the footage if he felt like it. Unable to hold back, he lunged at Gwen. Before he knew it, she grabbed the wine bottle from the table and hit his head with it. Stunned, he touched his wound and realized he was bleeding. "Arg bitch. How dare you hit him?" He rushed over and tried to punch her, but she pinned his arm with one hand and twisted it. His hand was immediately dislocated and went limp. Following that, she took a few steps backward before giving him a side lock. Her stiletto heel hit him right in the rib. They heard a crack when his rib fractured. Carson looked horrified. He didn't expect Gwen to be this good in combat. With a hand on his chest, he tried to escape the room with a bloodied face, but she grabbed a fistful of his hair and dragged him back. Carson's lust was replaced by fear. Shaking, he looked up. "Ms. Lawson, I was being stupid. It's all my fault. Please spare me." "Is that so? I thought you were interested in my prowess in bed just now. Are you scared now?" Her eyes carried a dangerous glint. "No, I'm not interested anymore. I'm scared." His fractured rib seemed to have hurt his lung. Grappling with the piercing pain, he worried that he might die right there if he didn't beg for mercy. But Gwen wasn't done yet. She mockingly patted his cheek. "Am I still just eye candy for you?" She was satisfied with her fighting skills in heels despite not putting her skills to use for 3 years now. Sobbing, Carson shook his head in silence as he was worried that he might get beaten up again if he misspoke. "Get onto the bed," she barked at him. "What are you doing, Mr. Lawson? I can't perform right now even if I wanted to." Incensed by his words, she punched him hard and yelled commandingly, "You definitely have a dirty mind, don't you? Lie down." Carson struggled to climb onto the hotel bed and stared at Gwen pitifully. Smirking, she turned on her phone camera and snapped multiple half-naked photos of Carson in just his boxers. "No, stop it. I have shame." He tried to cover his face, but there was no place to hide. Gwen neared the bedside and picked out the tiny hidden camera in the bouquet of flowers with contempt. "I'll enjoy the footage of your getting beaten up, you loser." She approached him and warned, "I hope this is your first time using a hidden camera on someone. If I find out you've done it to other women, I'll give you hell." Carson shuddered when he recalled the other hidden cameras at his home. He nodded furiously. Feeling dirty from touching him, she washed her hands at the sink and wiped them dry. She opened the door and grabbed a staff member who was on his way to deliver food. "Hi, please get an ambulance for the gentleman in here. He needs to get to the hospital as soon as possible." Shocked, the staff member rushed into the room to check on Carson, who had fainted from the unbearable pain. 3 still sharp after 3 years, the staff member contacted his colleague with a walkie-talkie. "Front desk, a guest has fainted." The other staff members moved fast. A few of them showed up within 3 minutes. They dared not bother Gwen with further questions as she looked intimidating with her arms folded across her chest. Instead, they softly inquired about the reason behind her presence. She waved at them and left, only to run into the tall and hunky Jake at the corner. They stared at each other. For aren't you tired of this? Jake couldn't turn a blind eye and ignore everything. He was determined to bring Gwen away, even if it was against her wishes. When Jake got upstairs, he overheard that Carson had been injured. Seeing Gwen's calm expression, he realized he had wrongly blamed her. A dull ache tugged at his chest. Gwen's cold, mocking stare from across the room felt like an invisible slap to Jake. He couldn't muster the courage to walk over, let alone accuse her. Trust. It was something he had failed to give her throughout their marriage. As Gwen walked out of the hotel, an ambulance arrived. The doctors rushed into the hotel with stretchers. She called the butler to send a car over, briefly glancing at Jake in his suit. "I'll give you a ride," Jake offered in a flat voice that was tinged with negotiation. Gwen's gaze was sharp and cold. "No thanks. I don't want to dirty your car, Mr. Hall," she rejected. "What happened earlier was my fault," he said with a hint of dejection in his tone. "As for what Caitlyn and Sienna did to you, I apologize on their behalf." Gwen took a step back, her demeanor indifferent. "There's no need to apologize. Why didn't you tell me how hard these past 3 years have been for you?" He only learned the truth after she had already left. Even now, when asking her, he had to be cautious with his words. Gwen had long lost her patience. "Mr. Hall, aren't you tired of this? What's the point of dwelling on it now? Where were you before?" A cold heart felt no warmth for late affection. The driver arrived in a Porsche. Gwen entered the car without a glance back. Jake stood there, lost in thought. When Gwen returned home, she took a bath and lay in bed. Her phone buzzed continuously with messages from her group of friends. She picked a photo of Carson and sent it to the group chat. Then, she recounted her battle and how she had used her high heels as a weapon in the group chat. "Your heart's desire. Wow. Girl, you're amazing. That black belt in kickboxing wasn't just for show. Ugh, he's so gross, especially in white underwear. My eyes hurt. Melodic moments. Should I delete it? Your heart's desire. No. Let me show it to my dog to gross him out. Peace all. Great angles. You should come be my photographer someday. Endless love. Girl, your skills are incredible." The group chat erupted in laughter. No one expected Gwen's message to bring Xenia out of her hiding. Gwen's message to bring Xenia was the founder of the international jewelry brand, Veer Jewels. Over the years, all the jewelry she produced had been deemed premium by the auction houses in Beldora. The city's socialites viewed wearing jewelry from Veer as a status symbol. "Your heart's desire. Wow. The eternal lurker has finally spoken. Let's bombard her with emojis. Endless love. I'm in Bellmont for an exhibition. I'll be back in Bellmont City in a few days. We should meet up. Melodic moments. Ryan is also in town. Have you been in touch?" Xenia disappeared again at the mention of Ryan's name. "Peace for all. Call me if there's anything." Gwen chuckled and set her phone down. These trivial matters among friends weren't taken seriously. No one took them to heart. However, she had not expected that Xenia was still reluctant to talk about Ryan. The three of them had grown up together. Xenia had feelings for Ryan since she was young, but she had never confessed due to her shyness. In the end, she lost her chance. Ryan had grown famous and was constantly surrounded by beautiful women. With her strong pride, Xenia never mentioned her feelings again. Gwen wanted to beat some sense into Xenia. They were in the same city. Xenia needed to make a move. Gwen planned to give Xenia some proper lessons when she returned to Bellmont City. After chatting one-on-one with Yara for a while, Gwen drifted to sleep with her phone in her hand. The next morning, Gwen arrived at the office feeling rejuvenated. She noticed the envious looks of the female employees. It wasn't until she reached the lobby that she noticed why yesterday's bouquet of roses had arrived once again. Neptune roses were rare in Bellmont City. This was a clear indication that Ryan had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Gwen called her assistant and instructed her to distribute the flowers to her female colleagues whenever she received any. When she opened the door to her office, she found Carson waiting for her on crutches. Theodore came knocking. Gwen calmly sat down and smiled. "You were just taken away by the ambulance yesterday and now your aura discharged. Mr. Lowe, you seem to be in great health. Ms. Lawson, you must be joking." "I'm only worried about disrupting the company's business," Carson responded. His head was still wrapped in bandages, and his hospital gown peeked out from beneath his suit jacket. He gave a greasy smile, saying, "I rushed back because I realized I hadn't told you the insider information about Quantum Corporation." Gwen gestured toward the coach with her chin, signaling him to sit down. This man was insufferable. He had stayed silent when she had asked nicely. Now, after getting beaten up, he brought the news to her personally. Quantum Corporation's nanorobots project is fully developed and ready to launch. It just happens to coincide with our Savant Group's medical development plans. Impatience flickered through Gwen's eyes as she rubbed her temples. If you have nothing useful to say, get out, she snapped. Carson trembled upon hearing this. He was well aware that her threats were never empty. He quickly continued, Quantum Corporation has partnered with Hall Group. They're in the final stages of signing the agreements. Hall Group, Gwen repeated, surprised by this information. Carson attempted to step closer to her to explain himself. However, he immediately backed off once he met her warning glare. I received news that they'll be holding a small interview at an equestrian club in the suburbs in a few days to seal the deal, he continued. Gwen twirled her golden pen and looked up at him. Is the source reliable? Absolutely. I can guarantee it with my life, he assured. Gwen murmured and lowered her gaze in acknowledgement. Such high-level confidential information could only come from the higher-ups. Carson knew better than to cross Gwen again. Next time, the consequences wouldn't be as simple as just a few broken ribs. Ms. Lawson, if the project with Quantum Corporation goes through, I have a small favor to ask, Carson requested with a hint of flattery in his voice. Gwen had already anticipated his request. You want to be involved in this project. Your insight is remarkable. You always know what I'm thinking, he continued to compliment her. Gwen averted her gaze and dismissed him coldly. I understand. You may leave now. After Carson closed the door carefully, Gwen sat in thought for a moment and made her decision. She was going to attend the upcoming interview session. In Bellmont City, any significant business deal inevitably involved Hall Group. Since it was impossible to avoid them, she decided she might as well face them head-on and see who would come out at the top. She unlocked her phone and scrolled through the latest headlines. To her surprise, all the trending topics about the Hall family had disappeared within 3 days. Several media accounts had even been shut down. Hall Group's official account had also released a statement, flatly denying all 3 topics. Gwen couldn't help but sneer as her expression turned cold. It was nothing more than a cover-up. If they cared so 225 Theodore care knocking much about their reputation, they shouldn't have engaged in such scandalous actions in the first place. Just then, a knock at the door echoed. The investment project department manager, Larry Hopkins, walked in and handed her some documents. Ms. Lawson, here are all the candidates for this recruitment. The investment project department was a key unit within Savant Group's Bellmont City branch, one Gwen took very seriously. Previously, due to a shortage of skilled talent, the department hadn't been able to reach their full potential. However, the HR department had worked tirelessly to prepare for recruitment, and now the team was nearly complete. Gwen quickly scanned through the resumes, nodding in approval. But her smile vanished the moment she saw a particular name. She pointed at the photo on the resume and jabbed at it repeatedly. Theodore Quinn. She coldly ordered Larry, remove this person. Larry checked the name and looked troubled. Ms. Lawson, Theodore Quinn has extensive experience in investment banking. He made a name for himself on Wolf Street at just 15 years old. He's exactly what our department needs, he persuaded. Gwen wasn't interested in listening further. She and Theodore were rivals, the kind who made her blood boil. Remove him, do you understand? Reluctantly, Larry agreed. Just as he was about to leave, Gwen stopped him. Wait a moment. 6 to recognize and utilize talent, Gwen sighed as she pulled out her phone to call Henry, who had just returned to Dornwick. Something felt off about the situation. Why would Theodore, the heir to Quinn Group in Dornwick, apply for a low-level position at her branch office in Bellmont City? It didn't sit right with her. She decided to check with Henry. The call connected. Hey, Gwen. What's the matter? Henry's voice was firm but laced with warmth and affection. Gwen glanced at Larry, who was standing awkwardly at the side. She lowered her voice and asked, Henry, that guy, Theodore, is in Bellmont City. He even applied for a job in Savant Group's investment project department. Did Quinn Group go bankrupt? Henry chuckled slightly. He knew how much Gwen disliked Theodore, and it was evident in her sharp tone whenever she spoke about him. No, they're doing fine. Theodore was sent to Bellmont City by the chairman of Quinn Group. But I had no idea he applied for a job at Savant Group, Henry replied. Got it. I'll get rid of him, then. Henry persuaded her. Gwen, hold on. You know how capable Theodore is. He's an expert in venture capital. If he's in your investment project department, your year-end profit statement will definitely impress your shareholders. Hearing Henry's advice, Gwen's tone softened into a more playful tone that was reserved for close family. But what if he brings up the marriage contract? Your identity has never been made public. He has no idea you're the 4th daughter of the Lawson family that he's betrothed to. He wouldn't even know unless you bring it up, Henry reassured. Sensing Gwen's hesitation, Henry pushed further. Savant Group's Bellmont City branch needs someone like him right now. Are you really going to turn him away because of a temporary personal grudge? Henry's words hit the mark. Gwen knew that the success of Savant Group's Bellmont City branch was her priority. She understood that recognizing and utilizing talent was essential to run a successful business. Reluctantly, she hung up the phone. She cleared her throat and addressed Larry, who had been waiting silently at the side for further instructions. We're keeping the Theodore guy. The manager couldn't hide his joy and showered her with flattery before leaving her office. The next morning, Gwen heard whispers around the office when she arrived. That man is so good looking. So, it was him who's been sending flowers for the past few days. Following the voices, Gwen was greeted by the sight of Theodore standing in a tailored suit with a massive bouquet of roses in his hands. He gazed at her affectionately and waved. Gwen scoffed lightly. So Theodore was the idiot who had been sending those flowers for the past few days. She had wrongly blamed her brother, Ryan. She walked past him with a cold expression, ignoring him completely. Theodore quickly jogged over to block her path. Long time no see. Do you remember me? He asked with a bright, sincere smile. No. I made you laugh on the rooftop in Dornwick last time. You even wiped your tears with my handkerchief, remember? 46 to recognize and Utite talent, Theodore continued, undeterred by her coldness. Gwen brushed her curled bangs as her patience thinned. Please move out of the way, thanks. I haven't thanked you for the emerald bracelet incident yet. Theodore handed the bouquet of roses to Gwen again with a shy expression. Gwen's expression darkened. She had hoped they could pretend not to know each other and avoid any contact at the company. However, she hadn't anticipated Theodore to be so clingy. It was maddening. She decided to assert her authority. She cast him a disdainful glance from head to toe, her gaze filled with hostility. Are you an employee at Savant Group? Yes, today's my official start day in the investment project department. Hello, boss, Theodore replied with a cheerful attitude, oblivious to the storm that was brewing. Gwen raised her wrist and pointed at her watch, her voice rising. Do you see what time it is? Why aren't you at work yet? And you're blocking your boss in the hallway. Do you even want this job? He had never seen a beautiful woman speak so loudly. Theodore swallowed hard, stunned by her outburst. It seemed she had quite the temper. Larry, who was waiting for the elevator, rushed over immediately upon seeing Theodore in trouble. He quickly tossed Theodore's flowers into the trash can and dragged him up the emergency stairs. He was desperate to prevent the new hire from getting fired by the furious Gwen. As she watched them leave, Gwen took a deep breath and walked toward the elevator. The others who were waiting for the elevator also began heading for the emergency stairs. Gwen was left puzzled. What was going on with everyone? Everyone was terrified, worried that their breathing might upset her. They had never seen their usually calm and pleasant boss raise her voice like that. Was it such a bad thing to receive flowers every morning? $18 million necklace. In the evening, Gwen and Yara visited a luxury store to pick up a few items. As soon as they entered, the staff immediately notified the account manager after recognizing Gwen. The account manager came with a bright smile on his face. Ms. Lawson, please give us a moment. The jewelry you reserved is still in the safe because it's highly valuable. We'll need some time to retrieve it. In the meantime, let me show you some other items. Gwen gave a slight nod and replied, no worries. We'll browse around on our own. Gwen and Yara wandered through the store, but nothing caught their attention. Babe, the clothes on this floor aren't great. They're all leftovers. Let's head upstairs, Yara said as she pulled Gwen upstairs. The account manager had a hesitant look on his face and awkwardly apologized. I'm really sorry, but the second floor has been reserved by a few ladies. It's not convenient for you to go up right now. Gwen smiled back faintly. No worries, we'll just take the jewelry and leave, she reassured. The account manager expressed his gratitude repeatedly. It was rare to meet wealthy customers who didn't cause trouble. Gwen and Yara sat on the couch and happily played games on their phones. Their voices drifted upstairs through the open staircase and Sarah overheard them. Sarah's expression instantly changed when she looked through the glass and saw Gwen. One of the wealthy women covered her mouth and snickered as she took the opportunity to insult Sarah. Mrs. Hall, one heard that your family has become famous online for being hard on your daughter-in-law. Is that true? Has your daughter, Caitlyn, been released from police custody yet? In the world of the wealthy, any chance to belittle others to elevate themselves was seized. The women wasted no time to poke at Sarah's sore spots. Sarah forced a smile, gripping her teacup tightly. That's nonsense. Hall Group has already issued an official statement. Those were all baseless rumors. Caitlyn was just assisting with a police investigation. Besides, she's studying abroad now. The laughter from downstairs irked Sarah badly. Unable to withhold her anger, she stormed downstairs and arrogantly confronted the two. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's none other than the walking disaster herself. You sure have a filthy mouth. Yara stood up immediately, ready to argue, but Gwen calmly held her back. Ignore her. There's no point talking to people like her, Gwen said coolly. She glanced at the account manager and added, just hold on to the jewelry. I'll come back another day. Gwen had long ignored anything related to the Hall family. There was no point engaging with petty people like them. The account manager checked the time and suggested, Ms. Lawson, the jewelry is already on its way. Why not wait another 5 minutes? Sure, Gwen replied. She decided to wait a little longer since she needed the gemstone necklace for an upcoming banquet. Sarah felt as though her efforts had been in vain. Gwen wasn't responding to her provocations at all. The items here aren't cheap. Can you even afford them? Sarah sneered with her arms crossed arrogantly. I could be generous and buy you a few sets if you want. Just take your things and leave. Stop spreading negative rumors about the Hall family. Keep your mouth shut, understood? She added. Yara fumed, nearly jumping up to retaliate. Who do you think you are, talking down to us like that? Gwen smirked and raised her eyebrows slightly. Mrs. Hall, how generous of you. Are you sure I can pick anything I want? Of course, Sarah responded arrogantly, motioning for the staff to assist Gwen with her chin. After enduring online criticism and the taunts of the other women upstairs, Sarah was eager to do anything to restore her pride. Although the clothes in this store were expensive, Sarah's personal funds could still afford it. Even if Gwen went crazy and wanted to buy everything, she'd entertain her. Gwen scanned the store and calmly said, I don't want any of the clothes here. Sarah crossed her arms and sneered, as expected. Someone like you can't even handle a little luxury. At that moment, a white armored car pulled up outside. 2 guards stepped out, carrying a silver briefcase. The account manager hurried over and informed Ms. Lawson, your item has arrived. He carefully took the briefcase, slipped on white gloves, and opened the first layer to reveal a velvet blue jewelry box. Then, he opened the second layer, displaying a dazzling necklace inside. Gwen glanced casually at the necklace. Mrs. Hall said she'd buy me something. How about this necklace? She asked Sarah. Gwen then turned to look at the account manager. How much is this? Ms. Lawson, the necklace is priced at $18 million. Sarah was so shocked that she dropped her teacup, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. $18 million. There was no way she had that kind of money. I have a black card. How could a necklace cost this much? This is daylight robbery. Sarah, who usually kept up a refined demeanor, instantly revealed her stingy and petty nature when things went against her. Her sharp tone immediately caused the staff to frown. The account manager stepped forward and explained, Mrs. Hall, this is a custom piece from Veer Jewels, created in collaboration with our brand. The canary diamond was once worn by the Queen of Eldland. In fact, the price is relatively low for such a piece. I don't believe you. You're just trying to scam people like us. Do you think it's that easy to take advantage of the rich? Sarah snapped as she pointed an accusing finger at the account manager. The account manager had dealt with difficult customers before, but Sarah's bluntness was something else. His face flushed with embarrassment. Why are you harassing them? Gwen said coldly with a raised eyebrow. You said I could pick anything I want. Why are you hesitating? Go ahead and pay up. Gwen gestured toward the group of wealthy women upstairs. The group leaned against the railing, eager to watch the scene unfold. Everyone in Bellmont's elite circle heard what you said. You can't back out now. Sarah glanced up and was met with the mocking expressions of those women. It her feel even more humiliated. What was supposed to restore her pride had only made her look worse. With the account manager's assistance, Gwen calmly put on the necklace. The canary diamond sparkled brilliantly under the store's lighting. The necklace complemented Gwen's elegance perfectly. Babe, your taste is impeccable. As always, Yara praised Gwen loudly and rolled her eyes at Sarah. Why aren't you keeping up the act? Weren't you boasting about your wealth? Can you even afford it? She added. Forget it, there's no need to trouble a housewife like Mrs. Hall. She's nothing but talk. Don't mind her, Gwen replied with a slight smile as she pulled out a black card from her purse. She handed the card to the account manager and said, charge it to this. A sharp-eyed woman upstairs immediately gasped, no way. Is that the legendary black card? It's the limitless black card that can be used worldwide. Another woman exclaimed. I heard there are only 3 people in the world with this card. She's insanely wealthy. Sarah stood frozen, at a loss for words. Gwen actually had a limitless black card. Compared to that, Sarah's credit card with a few $1 million limit felt like a joke. After the card was processed, the account manager respectfully handed the necklace back to Gwen. Ms. Lawson, would you like us to arrange for security to escort the necklace? He asked. It's fine. It's not worth much, Gwen replied nonchalantly. The crowd was left even more stunned by those words. To Gwen, an $18 million necklace wasn't worth much. Gwen let out a soft chuckle, then walked out with Yara. Sarah was left behind, completely dumbfounded. Once they were in the car, Yara couldn't hide her excitement. Babe, you should keep using money to crush them. I love watching their jaws drop, she said, holding onto Gwen's arm excitedly. Gwen chuckled. All right, I'll listen to you. Oh, by the way, any updates on the tickets for the equestrian club I asked for? Gwen asked. 22. How could I forget? When you're best friends on the job, it's bound to be a success. Yara winked at Gwen and took out the tickets from her bag. Go get a slice of Jake's fortune and let him cry into his pillow. Gwen's eyes gleamed with confidence. Mission accepted. 2 days later, on the day of the interview, Jake was deep in conversation with Ashton about the project development. When he glanced up absent-mindedly, he spotted a striking figure in the distance. The figure was riding on the hillside. It was Gwen. She rode effortlessly with confidence on a Dutch warmblood horse with a whip in hand. She quickly closed the distance between them. The horse's hooves stopped just inches from Jake's face, but he remained unfazed. His gaze was fixed solely on Gwen, who was energetic and graceful atop the horse. Gwen skillfully commanded the horse, and the horse knelt down obediently. She got off the horse gracefully. She was dressed in a perfectly tailored riding outfit with her black hair tied in a neat ponytail. She radiated youthful energy as she approached Ashton. Mr. Duncan, we meet again, she greeted charmingly with a soft smile. 9. Mr. Hall, are you afraid? Ms. Lawson, you're quite skilled at riding. Ashton complimented Gwen, his gaze sincere and free of any offense. Gwen glanced briefly at Jake, who was at the side, before turning back to Ashton. Mr. Duncan, may I speak to you in private? Quantum Corporation was a company focused on developing core technologies. Over the past 5 years, they had produced countless innovative, intelligent bionic robots. They had gained widespread praise across various industries. Their latest breakthrough with nanorobots was truly groundbreaking. It had the potential to solve numerous medical challenges that had remained unsolved throughout history. This was exactly what Gwen had her sights on. She wanted to secure this collaboration after she took over her position in the company. Jake's dark eyes remained cold, his voice filled with displeasure as he said, Quantum Corporation has already signed with Hall Group. What can't be said openly? His gaze never left Gwen from the moment she rode over on her horse. He had been captivated, unable to look away. Gwen had never ridden a horse in front of him, nor had she ever mentioned she could. There were so many things about her that he still didn't know. The collaboration between Quantum Corporation and Hall Group was still in its confidential phase. Yet, she had found out so quickly and was already trying to intervene. It was clear that Bellmont's business landscape was about to get even more complicated after this. Gwen felt slightly surprised. She hadn't expected the deal to be sealed so quickly. In just a few days, the two parties had already completed the signing. Though she was a bit frustrated by her late timing, her expression remained composed. She exuded confidence as she asked, is there still a chance for Savant Group to join this project? Ashton smiled, his sharp eyes revealing nothing but his true thoughts. Now that Quantum Corporation has secured funding from Hall Group, it would be inappropriate to bring in another investor. Gwen remained calm, as though she had anticipated his response. Wouldn't it be better to add another investor? It would upgrade the scale of the project and distribute the risks, she continued to persuade. Savant Group's medical research and technology would better support the practical application of nanorobots. Anyone truly invested in advancing this field wouldn't pass up the opportunity to drive it forward, she added, her voice steady. Her eyes gleamed with confidence as she held Ashton's deep gaze. Mr. Duncan, I hope you'll give it serious consideration. Ashton was moved but didn't waver. He passed the decision to Jake. Ms. Lawson, you truly are a skilled negotiator. I'm impressed, but this decision is no longer just mine. It also depends on Mr. Hall's opinion. Gwen inwardly sneered. Ashton was indeed a shrewd businessman. From a business standpoint, there was no reason to refuse to add another investor to expand the project scale. However, given her highly publicized divorce from Jake, their business entanglements made things complicated. If Jake flat out refused to cooperate, there was nothing Ashton could do. It was better to direct the issue back to the former couple and see what they would come to terms with. Jake lowered his gaze, his voice cold as he made his decision. I disagree. Why? Gwen set her riding whip on a wicker chair and casually sat down. Chester H, are you afraid to? It's unnecessary. With that, Jake turned to leave. Mr. Hall, are you afraid? Gwen's calm but pointed challenge echoed behind him. That's absurd. What would I be afraid of? Jake froze in place but didn't look back. Gwen walked up to him with her lips curled into a smirk. You're afraid that Hall Group's profits will be divided. You're afraid that I'll take a slice of your pie. It's clearly an opportunity to maximize profits and reduce risks. Yet, it's being dismissed because of your cowardice. She turned to Ashton and asked, Mr. Duncan, don't you agree? Ashton smiled but stayed silent. He had no intention of getting involved in the rivalry between the former couple. Say what you want. Hall Group will never collaborate with Savant Group, Jake said in an icy tone. His expression darkened like a storm about to break. Could it be that you still have feelings for me, Mr. Hall? Gwen dropped a bombshell. Zero. How about we have a race? Jake froze instantly, his deep gaze fixed on Gwen. He remained silent, maintaining a cold demeanor. She was stunning and completely unpredictable. He couldn't read her at all. Her questions felt like traps. One wrong move and he'd find himself in a downward spiral. He had to question whether there were still lingering feelings between them. However, he did regret ending their marriage too soon. Gwen lowered her gaze with a faint smile. Her expression was laced with a hint of coldness. Ha! It was just a slip of the tongue. A man as heartless as you wouldn't be bothered by such a trivial past, Mr. Hall. She continued, in business, profit is the priority. I'm sure you know this better than anyone. What are you trying to say? Jake's expression darkened. His cold, oppressive tone sliced through the air. Unfazed by his cold demeanor, Gwen replied, since it's not our past that's causing you to reject Savant Group, I suppose what's missing is a reason to convince you. How about we have a horse race? She asked. A stray lock of hair fell across Gwen's cheek. Her expression remained bold and confident. If you win, I'll stop bringing up Savant Group joining the project again. If I win, Hall Group has to let Savant Group join the project. Jake had undergone professional horseback riding training. His skills were on par with professional athletes. But Gwen was confident that she would beat him today. Ashton, though seemingly neutral, couldn't hide the bias in his response. Ms. Lawson has been very clear with your terms. Her riding skills are impressive too. The only question left seems to be whether you have enough faith in own skills, Mr. Hall. Jake frowned slightly, his gaze darkening as he looked at Gwen. Why should I compete with you? Gwen shrugged with an indifferent expression. Fine. When I leave, I'll make sure everyone in Bellmont knows that Jake Hall is a coward who's scared of his ex-wife. Her words had pushed him to the edge. He wouldn't be the Jake she knew if he brushed off her provocation. His cold voice replied, deal. Gwen's red lips curled into a bright smile. Of course. They were competing in a flat race. The racetrack spanned around 1 mile. It was approximately 3 laps around the field. From the viewing platform, Jake and Gwen could be seen taking their positions at the starting line. Gwen chose the same brown Dutch warmblood horse as before. She squeezed her legs against its sides to steady it. She glanced sideways at Jake with a bright smile underneath her helmet. Mr. Hall, are you ready? She hadn't imagined she'd be racing against Jake after their divorce over such an important project. Her excitement rivaled that of her horse, and she was eager for the race. She was determined to defeat Jake. She wanted to trample on his confidence over her feet, just as he had treated her during their 3 years of marriage. Jake glanced at her radiant smile. It was a kind of beauty he had never seen before. His eyes narrowed slightly as his thoughts wandered. Suddenly, the whistle blew. Gwen's horse leaped forward, half a step ahead of his. Jake quickly regained focus and urged his horse to catch up. On the racetrack, they raced at full speed with one ahead of the other. The sight of the two good-looking riders drew the attention of the people around. Many of them stopped to watch. Gwen held the lead through the first lap, her horse galloping swiftly. Jake's horse followed closely. He overtook her on the second lap. His sharp, chiseled features remained calm and focused. His muscular figure showed through his shirt when he grasped the horse rope. The sight of him made the onlookers gasp. As they approached, the final was just slightly ahead, and the two were neck to neck. The tension in the crowd was palpable, but Jake's horse, "When you lost." Gwen didn't linger on her loss in the second lap. Instead, she focused on the third corner ahead. At the crucial moment, she managed to overtake Jake by a small margin and cross the finish line first. The silent rivalry between them ended with Gwen's victory. The crowd, who had been holding their breaths, erupted into cheers when she won. Horse racing was unpredictable. The outcome was uncertain until the very last second. After a cool-down lap, Gwen halted her horse in front of Jake and dismounted gracefully. Her radiant, lively face broke into a smile as she removed her helmet. Her dark long hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her beauty captivated everyone, making it impossible to look away. Still catching her breath from the race, she said, "Mr. Hall, you lost." Gwen had once won the prestigious Queen's Cup tournament and received praise from the Queen herself. She had been passionate about horseback riding since childhood. For this reason, Henry had bought her rare horses and hired top equestrian champions to train her. At just 15 years old, she owned an Equal-Teak horse worth millions as her pet. There was no chance she would lose to someone like Jake, who was only half trained by an ordinary coach. In the past, she had hidden her strong and competitive nature to maintain a meek and gentle image, all for Jake's attention. Now, looking back, it all seemed like a joke. The faint buzz in Jake's chest continued. His complicated gaze lingered on Gwen for a few seconds before he finally looked away. "When did you learn to ride a horse?" he questioned. He was shocked that Gwen knew how to ride a horse when she had just arrived. Now, he was even more surprised that she had the skills for competition. The Gwen in front of him was wild and untamed, like a rose with thorns. She exuded a captivating allure that he had never seen during their marriage. He had to admit he was captivated. "Mr. Hall, you're going off topic. We're discussing Savant Group's involvement," Gwen remarked in a cold and distant tone. Jake swallowed the rest of his questions and replied, "Bring the contract to Hall Group tomorrow." Gwen lifted her head arrogantly, the corners of her eyes showing a hint of mockery. "Mr. Hall, you're really something else, always expecting others to follow in line. Let's be clear about one thing. Savant Group is coming in with equal shares. Neither of us is taking a loss. We're not here to be Hall Group's lackeys," she added. It seemed that he needed to be reminded that she was no longer the secretary he could command at will. Gwen handed the reins to the horse trainer, who had been waiting for a long time. Then, she turned her back on Jake confidently and said, "My assistant will handle the details. I'll only be involved when necessary." Jake's eyes followed her retreating figure until Ashton appeared beside him. "Be honest, Mr. Hall, did you let her win?" Ashton's eyes gleamed with amusement. After all, this partnership was the ideal outcome for his nanorobots project. It was a win-win situation for all involved. He wouldn't believe Jake failed to see that. Jake glanced away and calmly replied, "No, she has the skills." As much as he hated to admit it, Gwen defeated him. "Looks like your ego might be a little bruised after that," Ashton teased slightly. "No, she's right. Business is business. There's no reason to stand in the way of profit," Jake said, masking his slight disappointment. "Let's move forward with equality." With that, he walked out of the equestrian club. Gwen stepped out of the locker room after she changed out of her riding gear. Just then, she spotted Bradley and Jake approaching. Jake had an indifferent expression while Bradley chattered non-stop with his arm around Jake's shoulder. "Jake, how could you lose to that woman?" Bradley exclaimed. "You're the unbeatable legend of the Bellmont's horse racing scene. You must have let her win, right?" "No," Jake replied. His patience was wearing thin, and he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. "Well, she certainly knows how to play her cards. First, she divorces you without a word. Then, she comes back to Bellmont and flaunts herself in front of you. I wonder what her sponsor, Henry, thinks about all this. Will he think that the two of you are rekindling your old flame?" As soon as those words left Bradley's mouth, Jake shot him a cold, piercing glare. If looks could kill, this would have been IR. If you're that curious, ask her yourself. To fill in the amount yourself. Bradley was momentarily stunned by Jake's retort. Thinking Jake was just in a bad mood because he lost, Bradley shrugged it off. "I won't bother to ask that flighty woman. I'd rather steer clear of her." "Is that so?" Gwen's cold voice suddenly emerged from behind Bradley, causing him to jump. He turned around and exclaimed, "How do you walk without making a sound?" "I'm right here. Do you have something to ask?" Gwen stood firmly with her arms crossed. Her piercing gaze revealed that she had clearly overheard Bradley's insult. Jake remained quietly to the side. Though he didn't directly look at Gwen, he inadvertently stole glances at her several times. For some reason, his mood felt chaotic. "I'm not interested in women like you. Don't push your luck. Go find your sugar daddy." Bradley waved dismissively, his attitude dripping with disdain. Gwen took a few steps closer in her high heels. Seeing that, Bradley instinctively took a step back. "Has anyone ever told you that you look just like a hag in the market when you're gossiping?" Gwen remarked. "Divorce." Incensed, Bradley shot back, "How dare you?" You've been flaunting yourself in front of Jake even after you're going as far as to ruin his collaboration. I've seen many scheming women like you, and you have the nerve to mock me. What a joke. Just then, a janitor wheeled a cleaning cart past them. Gwen seized a bucket of murky water that had just been used to clean the floor and dumped it all over Bradley. Bradley was wearing a white linen suit today. When the water splashed over him, it not only drenched him but also revealed every detail of his physique. It was even more embarrassing than being completely naked in front of the public. Gwen Lawson, how dare you? Does this meet your standards for what a sugar daddy should do? Gwen pulled out a checkbook from her bag. She quickly signed her name and shoved it into the collar of Bradley's suit. Fill in the amount yourself. I'll cover the cost of your clothes and your humiliation. If I catch you gossiping about me again, it won't just be dirty water you'll be getting. With that, she strode away, her heels tapping on the ground. Bradley glanced at the check. Indeed, it was blank, with Gwen's signature prominently on it. Turning to Jake, he asked, "She has lost her mind, hasn't she? How am I supposed to go out and meet people looking like this?" Jake replied coldly, "You had it coming." He then loosened his jacket and tossed it at Bradley's face. Bradley fumbled to push the jacket away and hurriedly covered his waist with it. Looking at the two who were completely indifferent to his plight, he yelled, "Hey, why are you leaving? You think I deserve this, huh?" Back at the office, Gwen checked in on the investment project department's work over the past few days. She discovered that thanks to Theodore's involvement, they had seen a noticeable increase in returns. It was clear now that keeping Theodore in the project department was an incredibly wise choice. Chap 52 full in the amount Ursel Theodore had a keen instinct for venture capital from a young age. He founded his own investment firm as soon as he bought his first stocks. By the age of 15, he had already made a name for himself on Wolf Street. If it hadn't been for his father, Pedro Quinn, things might have turned out quite differently for him. Pedro feared that Theodore would get lost in the world of money, so he insisted that Theodore return to the family business to learn management. After reviewing the various reports, Gwen clocked out for the day. As she stepped outside, a striking red sports car pulled up beside her. Theodore stepped out, this time bearing not a bouquet of roses but a beautifully wrapped box. His charming eyes sparkled with a cheerful smile as he greeted her, "We meet again, milady." Gwen glanced at her watch and was about to say something. "Don't you dare start with that work talk now. It's after hours," Theodore replied earnestly. Clearly, he was still apprehensive about her earlier outburst. Gwen looked at her watch and realized that indeed it was past 6 p.m. "You can't block your boss path during," Theodore gulped, looking a bit flustered. "I know you're not a bad-tempered person. Is there some sort of misunderstanding between us? Work hours? Do you think you can do whatever you want after hours? Holding a grudge Van her. 3 Holding a grudge was her specialty. Misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding could there be?" Gwen narrowed her eyes as she recalled vividly the humiliation she had endured at Theodore's hands. There was no way it could be just a simple misunderstanding. Too bad. I do have a bad temper. She had many admirable qualities, but holding a grudge was her specialty. Recalling Henry's instructions, Gwen felt a thrill of mischief at the thought of toying with Theodore. She wouldn't reveal her true identity as she was eager to watch him fumble around cluelessly. "You'd better keep your distance, got it?" Theodore, completely oblivious, opened the box. Inside was a shimmering emerald bracelet, clearly worth a fortune. It was easily several times better than the one Sienna had bought out of spite the last time. "This is the thank you gift I mentioned the last time. Do you like it?" Theodore had spent a lot of time picking out this emerald bracelet. He bought it only after consulting several experts in the field. It was a gesture filled with sincerity. "Take it back. I don't need it. I really like you, milady." Theodore confessed his love again. He exuded an undeniable confidence. His handsome, charming looks could win over anyone, even those who might hold a grudge against him. Yet the person standing before him was Gwen. "I don't like you." "Why not? You're not my type." Theodore seemed hurt by her rejection. Gwen indeed had her own ideal type. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to adjust his approach. "Could you be more specific?" Gwen's expression remained cold. "You're dumb. You'll affect my future child's intelligence." Theodore couldn't help but feel it was the biggest joke he had ever heard. After all, he was someone with an IQ of 167. "I find it hard to believe your reason for rejecting me." Gwen raised an eyebrow. "Really? I've heard that your department has a particularly tough project you haven't managed to secure yet. Isn't it because of your stupidity?" Theodore Quilty realized she was referring to the ongoing competition with Merendi's Mysoria Bank for the options. This project was indeed challenging. He had tried several strategies, only to be consistently thwarted by Mysoria Bank's overwhelming dominance. Even without Gwen mentioning it, Theodore had already been infuriated by their strong-arm tactics and was planning to show them his capabilities. He said confidently, "I promise, milady, I'll secure that project and show you I'm the smartest one around here. By then, will you take me out for a meal?" Noticing that her provocation had worked, Gwen decided to relent. "Prove your worth first." Theodore beamed, seemingly unfazed by the challenge. "No problem. I'll return with a victory." As a Porsche pulled up, Gwen got into the car and drove away. That evening, Gwen called Henry to proudly report her progress. On the other end, Henry chuckled affectionately. "Got it. By the way, the gifts are ready. I had Alfie bring them back. Chap 53 holding a good'un was Hesperity. He'll join you tomorrow for the Quantum Corporation project. Are you sending Alfie to assist me?" Gwen felt a surge of nervousness. Alfie Mills had been Henry's right-hand man for over 10 years. Having such an important person by her side showcased Henry's support and trust in Gwen. "Yes, I know you can handle everything, but it eases my mind knowing he's there. You're the best, Henry." A warm feeling spread through Gwen. When she returned to Bellmont City, many were waiting to see her fail, but Henry's support was her strongest backing. "Stop with the flattery and get some rest," Henry chuckled before hanging up. Gwen slept soundly that night. The next morning, she yawned as she made her way to the living room. Alfie was already there, neatly dressed and ready. "Good morning, Ms. Lawson. I'm Alfie Mills and I'll be assisting you from now on." His tone was crisp and straightforward, lacking any obsequiousness, which Gwen appreciated as she preferred a professional approach. "Welcome." She noticed a pile of gift boxes on the table. They were clearly gifts from Henry. As she relaxed on the couch, she opened one of the boxes. Inside was a chauffeured watch adorned with 201 carats of diamonds, shimmering brilliantly with a breathtaking design. Gwen estimated it to be worth around $3 million. Gwen tried it on and admired it before smiling in satisfaction. Henry's taste remained impeccable as ever. Later, the two arrived at the company. In the general manager's office, Alfie skillfully presented the morning data, and Gwen confirmed that everything was in order. Suddenly, Carson barged in despite the secretary's attempts to stop him. "For I'll push it as far as I like, Ms. Lawson." "I couldn't stop him," the secretary said awkwardly as she followed Carson into the room. Gwen remained calm. "It's fine. Just close the door." Carson's ribs had healed significantly, and the bandages around his head had been removed. "Ms. Lawson, I saw the project proposal for Quantum Corporation. My name isn't on it. Was it just overlooked?" Gwen twirled a pen casually, her expression unfazed. "It wasn't overlooked. I simply didn't let them add your name. We agreed on this, Ms. Lawson." Carson's smile vanished, replaced by a cold glare. "It's rather rude to leave me behind after you've achieved your goal, don't you think?" Gwen raised her sharp gaze at Carson. "You need to remember, I'm the boss. I have reasons for my decisions." Carson, feeling indignant, retorted, "Don't push it, Ms. Lawson." "Oh, I'll push it as far as I like. What are you going to do about it?" Smiling, Gwen tossed a thick stack of photos onto the table and lifted her chin defiantly. "I'm afraid problems will arise if someone like you is involved in the Quantum Corporation project." Carson took a look at the photos. Instantly, shock was written all over his face. Trembling, he glanced at Gwen in terror. Where did you get these?" "I have plenty more. Do you need me to print some extra copies for you, Mr. Low?" No. Carson's bravado evaporated immediately. Gwen lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Her lips curled into a derisive smile. "My guess was right. You really are no stranger to taking photos without consent. I can easily reach out to all of these people. If they find out you've been secretly filming your dealings with them, they might not just be angry, they could be out for blood." Carson's heart raced. He hadn't expected Gwen to discover his little hobby, but given the potential profits from the Quantum Corporation project, he decided to go all in. "Don't think you can threaten me with these, Ms. Lawson. Most of them have benefited from me as well. If we're talking about embarrassment, we'll all share the burden. I'm not scared. You should stop deflecting, Ms. Lawson. Just add my name to the project, or you'll regret it later. Don't waste your breath. I said I'm not adding it, and I mean it." Gwen shifted her tone while still exuding an air of authority that weighed heavily on Carson. "But I might reconsider if you tell me who is backing you in Quantum Corporation." Carson was so furious he couldn't find the words to say. It wasn't that he didn't want to spill the beans, but once he did, he'd be admitting that someone was leaking company secrets. Gwen and Ashton would surely bring it up in the future. Carson wasn't foolish enough to drag his backer down. "Just you wait. With that, Carson stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Alfie, standing by, turned to Gwen. Ms. Lawson, should we remove him from the company? No, not yet. His connections are too intricate. I need to use him to catch the mastermind behind him. Gwen instructed Alfie, keep a close eye on his movements in the company and report any issues immediately. Understood. Alfie continued, by the way, Quantum Corporation called, saying that the meeting for this afternoon is all set. Got it. Share 5411 Phuket as far alike. Suddenly, Gwen thought of Theodore. What's Theodore doing? I checked his itinerary. He took the earliest flight to Merendia this morning. Great. Finally, no one is around to bother me, Gwen said with a bright smile. At noon, Ashton called, apologizing profusely for a sudden project development seminar. He instructed Gwen and Jake to communicate with the board regarding any progress issues. Gwen agreed and headed to Quantum Corporation with Alfie. She stepped into the conference room with poise, carrying a rare white Hermes crocodile bag. She was dressed in an elegant mist blue suit with flawless makeup. Jake was already inside. When he saw the graceful figure clad in blue, his fingers froze on the table. His gaze held emotions that no one could decipher. Alfie pulled out a chair for Gwen and stood behind her without a word. Gwen greeted the seated directors with a polite smile before arching an eyebrow and glancing at Jake. Her voice was icy as she greeted, Mr. Hall. Jake was deeply hurt by Gwen's cold indifference. His chest tightened with an unnamed anger, but with no outlet for his frustration, he responded in an equally cold tone, Ms. Lawson. 5. I won't watch from the sidelines. With the tripartite collaboration between Quantum Corporation, Hall Group, and Savant Group nearly finalized, the next step was to address the details of the agreement. As both Savant Group and Hall Group were investing significant resources, it was crucial to confirm every aspect. A small oversight could lead to millions in lost profits. No one wanted to see their money wasted. The moment Gwen opened the project file, she frowned. Why is Savant Group's personnel list missing from the exchange project? It was standard practice for the three companies to share strategic information. The documents clearly indicated that Quantum Corporation and Hall Group were to share resources, yet Savant Group had been excluded. These projects were previously managed solely by Hall Group and Quantum Corp. Adding Savant Group's personnel now would slow down progress. We'll inform you once we have results. The speaker was Priscilla Pearson, a female director sent by Quantum Corporation. She looked to be in her 40s and had aged well, though the stiffness of her smile suggested she might have gotten Botox. Oh, really? Gwen nodded, seemingly agreeing with Priscilla's reasoning. She closed the project proposal and smiled sweetly. Then, Ms. Pearson, could you explain why, even after signing the contract, our side still hasn't been allowed to review the core technology for the nanorobots? Priscilla took a sip from her water glass. She was prepared for this question. These matters should be discussed once Mr. Duncan returns. We wouldn't want any accidental leaks of technology that could harm Quantum Corporation. She cast a sidelong glance at Jake. Upon realizing he had no intention of speaking up, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She wasn't worried that Jake had any opinion about the commotion today. With the divorce drama in the air, he was likely relishing the chance to make Gwen look bad. Gwen smirked coldly. So, what you're saying is that as long as Mr. Duncan is abroad, Savant Group won't have access to the core technology. If he never returns, does that mean we'll just be throwing money to watch from the sidelines? That's not true, Ms. Lawson. We're just acting out of concern for confidentiality. Priscilla smiled at the department heads. Isn't that right? Everyone remained silent, clearly siding with Priscilla. Meanwhile, Jake sat quietly, observing Gwen like a bystander. Just then, Gwen casually said, in that case, I'll withdraw my funding. Priscilla's expression changed instantly. Her earlier intimidation tactics had caused Savant Group to withdraw funding. Once Ashton returned, she knew she wouldn't be spared from the repercussions. Don't make such a joke, Ms. Lawson. We've signed a contract, and withdrawing now would constitute a breach. That's fine. Consider it a breach of contract, Gwen replied nonchalantly. Priscilla nervously set her water glass down. Savant Group would be liable for substantial penalties. Bad that money is a drop in the bucket for us. Instead of just watching from the sidelines, we'd rather toss that money away. Gwen's eyes glinted with a hint of threat as she continued, besides, we can easily make that money back by obstructing your medical research projects. Priscilla felt her scalp tingle with anxiety. Cold sweat even broke out on her forehead. Quantum Corporation needed Savant Group's funds and the vast medical network they offered. If they terminated the contract, it could lead to serious consequences, possibly even shutting down the nanorobots project. Priscilla had meticulously used Carson to attract Savant Group's investment, and she couldn't let it all fall apart over such trivial matters. At this moment, she regretted being swayed by Carson's provocations. The idea of trying to suppress Gwen to gain more profit had turned out to be a complete joke. Please don't be upset, Ms. Lawson. We can negotiate this. Let's stick to the contract. I'll have someone handle it immediately. Since it's negotiable, Gwen's gaze swept over the various department heads, who had varying expressions. If you think adding personnel to the project is a hassle, raise your hand. Feel free to resign after the meeting. At once, the room erupted into chaos. Everyone had refrained from including Savant Group's personnel at Priscilla's insistence. Why was the blame falling on them now? The contract clearly states that Savant Group has the right to appoint or dismiss department heads involved in the project. Am I wrong, Ms. Pearson? Priscilla felt utterly vulnerable, and her smile grew increasingly strained. What about the remaining projects, Ms. Lawson? Deputy heads can take over. If you lack this basic level of staffing, it makes me question Quantum Corporation's capabilities. Gwen looked at Priscilla with an ingenuine smile and continued calmly that would only reinforce the need to breach the contract. Clem 6, can't we talk calmly? The department heads could no longer hold back. Preserving their jobs was the priority. Ms. Lawson, we can add your personnel in right now. We'll definitely share resources with Savant Group. Another person chimed in, I'll send the project proposal to the relevant parties right now. Gwen nodded. Complete it within the hour. Anyone who doesn't meet this deadline can leave. Her tone left no room for discussion. The department heads hurriedly complied. They abandoned the meeting to make calls and arrange for their subordinates to act quickly. While at it, they shot accusatory glances at Priscilla, leaving her feeling trapped and unable to respond. Ms. Pearson, you seem to like hearing stories from others, Gwen sneered. You think I got here solely by looks, so you could make things difficult for me? Of course not. It's all a misunderstanding. Please don't take it personally, Ms. Lawson. Priscilla's tone was completely subservient now. Just then, Gwen stood up from her chair and turned to face Jake, who had become invisible in the meeting. The show of strength has ended, Mr. Hall. I'll be leaving now. Without waiting for Jake's reply, she pushed open the door and stepped outside. Alfie followed closely behind, carrying her bag. Just as they reached the elevator, she heard steady footsteps behind her and turned to see Jake emerging from the conference room. As the elevator doors opened, Gwen and Jake stepped inside together. Jake's indifferent voice broke the silence. When did you become so domineering? I've always been this way. Did Henry teach you? Jake's tone grew darker, revealing a jealousy he didn't fully understand. Gwen didn't bother to look at him. What does that matter to you? Feeling increasingly irritated, Jake stepped closer to her. Can't we talk calmly? No. Gwen arched an eyebrow. Her voice was laced with frost as she said, You used to speak to me this way, Mr. Hall. Why are you the one getting angry now? Jake paused at her words. As memories flooded back, he tried to recall a moment when he had spoken patiently to Gwen, but no such instances surfaced. He found himself at a loss for words. Yes, we're working together now, but we shouldn't have private interactions unless necessary. Things like taking the elevator together shouldn't happen again. When they reached the first floor, Gwen strutted out of the elevator, leaving Jake behind to ponder his thoughts. That evening, Gwen, Yara, and Judy gathered at Halo Bar for a small get-together. After a lively round of dancing, they were all feeling fatigued. Judy handed her phone to Gwen with a serious expression. Any idea what's this about? Confused, Gwen took the phone. A smile crept onto her lips as she read the words on the screen. Yara leaned in to see as well. Which stupid reporter is spreading lies about my babe again? Destroy them, Judy. Her voice rose in outrage. Charter Cat We Talk, Callie. The article title was eye-catching and straightforward. Female executive secretly meets with subordinate. Beneath it were several photos from the night Gwen accompanied Carson to the hotel after he got beaten up. The comments flooded in. Seriously, she left a wealthy family for this. I don't believe it. I'd rather believe she's having an affair with her boss than a subordinate. Looks like the divorce hurt her. Now she's drowning in money and power. Judy plopped back onto the couch. As she swirled her drink, the ice cubes clinked against the glass. Her expression was cold and serious. I've got someone to investigate it. We'll have answers by tonight. Gwen, already accustomed to such scenarios, calmly set the phone down. Nothing fresh here. Same old tired comments. The creativity of netizens has really declined lately. Judy shook her head in exasperation. Only you could think that way. Meanwhile, Yara wrapped an arm around Gwen. Come on, let's go sing. As they stepped out onto the stage, they encountered Bradley, who was embracing two tall, scantily clad women, with Jake standing nearby. "I finally got my revenge, Jake," Bradley said with a grin while tightening his hold on the women. Jake froze for a moment and looked at him. "What do you mean? What did you do?" "I found a video of that woman sleeping with her subordinate at the hotel. I took screenshots and posted them online with a flashy title. That promiscuous woman deserves to be scolded. 7 What right do I have take it down now?" Jake said with a frown. "Things didn't go the way you think after you left." Bradley was incensed. "How could it not be? She's exactly that kind of woman. If you hadn't chased me away, one would have definitely slapped that shameless couple and shown them what decency is." Thinking back to Jake's despondent expression, Bradley felt a surge of frustration. His anger grew as he continued to express his thoughts. "She toyed with me at the equestrian club and even threatened me. I need to make sure the internet knows her true colors. Really? I'm waiting for your slap." Gwen's icy voice pierced Bradley's ears, causing him to jump in fright. "Why are you everywhere?" He shook off the goosebumps on his arms. He was always caught bad-mouthing her. It seemed that every time he spoke ill of her, she was right behind him. Gwen stood behind him with her arms crossed. She turned to Judy and said, "Well, no need to investigate anymore. The culprit is right in front of us." Yara pointed a finger at Bradley and scolded, "So, you're the one bullying my babe. I'll deal with you today." Gwen stopped Yara, then pulled out her phone and tapped a few times before shaking it at Bradley. "I just sent your wife photos of you with these 2 ladies." Bradley instantly released the women he was holding and shouted, "Gwen Lawson, you're playing dirty. I heard your wife married down, and you don't hold much status at home. If she finds out how you're fooling around, do you think she'll ask for a divorce when you get back?" Bradley stammered, What nonsense. My wife would never believe that." However, he nervously checked his phone. At the next moment, a call from his wife came through. He quickly stepped aside and answered meekly, "Hello, honey." On the other end, a furious voice erupted, forcing Bradley to quickly turn down the volume on his phone. "I'll give you half an hour. Get home now. If not, you'll face the consequences." Okay, I'm coming right now. Please don't be mad, honey." After hanging up, Bradley rushed back to Gwen, fuming. "What are you doing? Do you know this could all me? If I get killed, that's way worse than your reputation being ruined." Gwen's voice turned icy at those words, her intensity rivaling that of Bradley's furious wife. "Your reputation is important, but mine is worthless." With piercing eyes, she glared at Bradley and the crowd behind him. "What exactly are you all so proud of? Was her reputation supposed to suffer for their unfounded accusations? Was Bradley's reputation somehow worth more than hers?" Jake considered stepping forward to explain, but the moment he met Gwen's furious gaze, he fell silent. He was reminded of the defamation Gwen had faced online because of him. At once, guilt washed over him. Gwen silently mocked herself. How foolish she had been to desperately try to get along with these people. When she married Jake, they looked down on her as they thought she had climbed the social ladder. They often belittled her during their gatherings. Now that she was divorced, they maintained their lofty demeanor, thinking she somehow benefited from Jake. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. At that moment, a janitor passed by. The bucket he carried contained remnants of a customer's vomit, floating with yellow grease. Without hesitation, she grabbed the bucket and splashed it all over Bradley. Bradley screamed, horrified by the stench that enveloped him. He looked around for help, but his friends had backed away. Jake frowned and turned his face away. "Go wash up. Don't come near me." Gwen took the paper towels Yara handed her and wiped her hands. "Why didn't you cash that check I gave you? Did you throw it away? If you did, I'll write you another one. I can cover your clothing expenses a few times." With that, she hugged her Yara and Judy and headed toward the stage. Bradley nudged Jake. "You need to control this woman, Jake. She's getting more and more outrageous." Jake shot him a cold glance, his frustration boiling over. "What right do I have to do that? We're divorced." 8 Quit playing the good guy. Jake, feeling a deep sense of unease, hurried to catch up with Gwen. He grabbed her arm. "Bradley didn't mean to. He misunderstood you. Don't hold it against him." Gwen forcefully pulled away. "You really care about your reputation, don't you, Mr. Hall? What makes you think you can tell me not to hold it against him?" Jake glanced at Judy and Yara, who were both glaring at him with hostility. "Can't you be more forgiving? Let's talk about this like friends." Gwen chuckled indifferently. Her eyes were filled with cold detachment. "I don't have friends who are divorced from me, only dead exes." Though Jake had heard this kind of rejection before, he still couldn't manage to take it in stride. He said seriously, I'll release an apology statement tomorrow morning and have him delete the post later. I don't need your fake kindness. Aren't you the one who allowed your friends to treat me this way? Me? Jake frowned deeply, clearly not agreeing with her. Gwen's expression showed nothing but bitter disappointment as she locked eyes with Jake. It's because of your repeated indifference that they think I'm someone they can trample on at will. Now you want to play the good guy. Compared to Sarah's and Caitlyn's blatant disdain, or Bradley's accusation, your hypocrisy disgusts me the most. Jake was shaken to his core. He had never paid attention to Gwen's situation in Hall Manor, so he had always assumed things were as calm as they seemed. He never touched her, so they never had kids. Sarah always used this against her, but he never spoke up for Gwen, not even once. His friends constantly badmouthed Gwen in front of him, but he never took it seriously. He allowed their disrespect for her to fester. Realizing this, he felt utterly ashamed. Gwen turned away calmly. Any trace of hurt was completely gone. Even if you don't do anything, I have plenty of ways to make Bradley apologize. Without a second glance at Jake, Gwen put her arm around Yara and said, What do you want to hear tonight? I'll sing it for you. Judy, concerned, asked, Are you okay? I'm great. Couldn't be better. We can leave if you're upset. As a reserved person, Judy rarely showed such a caring demeanor. Gwen shook her head. He's not worth it. My babe would never get upset over something like this. We should party even harder tonight. Yara pulled the two ladies toward the crowd. You're right. Let's drink till we drop. The next day, in the general manager's office, Gwen was intently reviewing a report while Larry stood beside her with a smile. The report highlighted Theodore's victory in defeating Mysoria Bank and successfully acquiring a listed company. MS. Lawson, we're so lucky to have someone like Theodore on board. He actually pulled off a merger we had no hope of winning. I couldn't even sleep last night because of the excitement. The data looks good, Gwen responded calmly with a nod. After Larry left, Gwen received a text from an unknown number, time to fulfill your promise. See you tonight. She raised an eyebrow. It was from Theodore. He had proven himself with his skills, so she couldn't back out. But how did he get her number? She'd have to ask him about that later. As soon as the workday ended, Gwen grabbed her bag and headed downstairs. Theodore's flashy sports car was already waiting. He got out, walked around to the passenger side, and made a grand gesture. Your chariot, milady, he said smugly. This time, Gwen didn't refuse and got in. Theodore took her to a restaurant called Faith, known for its romantic atmosphere. He attentively pulled out Gwen's chair and signaled to a violinist who had been waiting. The violinist began playing Salad d'Amour, while the restaurant manager presented a bouquet of crystal roses. It was clear that Theodore had put a lot of effort into the evening. Gwen glanced at the roses and said indifferently, Just put them on the table. You don't like them? Theodore asked. Gwen rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. This place is full of couples, and with this setup, it feels like a proposal. What do you think? Do I like it? Well, this is our first date. Of course, I need to show some effort. Don't all women like this kind of thing? Theodore's eyes gleamed as he spoke with a smile. Gwen rolled her eyes. It's only sweet when it comes from someone they like. Otherwise, it's just a burden. 9. I'm divorced. Theodore's grand gesture drew the attention of the entire restaurant. Couples around them whispered excitedly, wondering if a proposal was happening. Not far from them, Bradley sat with his wife, whom he had finally managed to placate after days of groveling. He was overjoyed at catching Gwen in what he thought was another scandal. He discreetly snapped a photo of Theodore's back and sent it to Jake with a message. Jake, look. Your ex-wife has already found her new target. He has a pretty good figure too. Jake was in the middle of a meeting in Hall Group when the message came through. His expression instantly darkened and his temples throbbed with anger. He slammed his phone onto the table, startling everyone in the room. As he grabbed his coat from the back of his chair, he muttered coldly, Carry on without me. I have something to take care of. With that, he stormed out of the room and headed straight for the restaurant. Back at the restaurant, Theodore straightened up and said seriously, Milady, I admit that my public confession was rash and probably gave you a bad impression. I apologize for that. Apology accepted. Just don't do it again, Gwen said. Theodore's eyes were filled with sincerity as he gazed at her. But my feelings for you are real. I was captivated by how easily you outsmarted that fool into buying that bracelet at the auction. Seeing you cry in the wind on the rooftop made my heart ache. I had always thought I understood women, but I had never cared about someone's feelings like I did that night. Later, back in Bellmont, I saw you singing on stage. That was when I knew I had completely fallen for you. Gwen remained unfazed by Theodore's heartfelt confession. She took a sip of her wine and smiled faintly. Do you know I'm divorced? Theodore had anticipated this and immediately swore his loyalty. Milady, your divorce doesn't affect the way I see you at all. Do you know who my ex-husband is? Why should I care? Whoever that blind fool is, he's not worth mentioning. When Theodore first looked into Gwen's background, all he found out was that she worked as the general manager at Savant Group. As soon as he heard she was divorced, he rushed off to buy flowers for his confession, not bothering to listen to the rest. Gwen's gaze shifted to the entrance, where she spotted Jake approaching, his expression as dark as a storm. A glint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Aren't you worried that I was the one at fault in that marriage? No way. The one who divorced you is blind. You're amazing. Losing you is his loss, Theodore exclaimed passionately, nearly leaping to his feet. Gwen tilted her chin toward the person behind Theodore and said, "It's him." Theodore, confused, turned around and was stunned when he saw Jake standing there. He greeted him absent-mindedly. "Hey, Jake. What are you doing here?" 0 FMS divorce 2-2. Jake didn't respond. He simply fixed his gaze on Gwen, his brows furrowing as a storm of emotions swirled in his eyes. He couldn't believe Bradley's so-called new target was actually Theodore. Said he, "You are you staring at milady?" Theodore clapped Jake on the shoulder. Jake's gaze shifted back to Theodore. So the milady he mentioned in their group chat referred to Gwen. The three of them stood in awkward silence until Bradley strolled over and pieced together what was happening. He glanced nervously at Gwen and checked to see if there was any dirty water nearby before clearing his throat. "Theo, didn't I tell you? Your milady's ex-husband is Jake." A thunderous realization hit Theodore, leaving him speechless. His mouth went wide with shock. Gwen slowly stood up and handed the crystal roses back to Theodore with a calm expression. "Keep the flowers, or better yet, sell them and use the money to fix Jake's eyes." "That's a bit harsh." Bradley started to speak but was immediately silenced by a sharp, icy look from Gwen. Theodore, swallowing nervously, turned to Jake and asked, "Jake, is what she's saying true?" 0 I won't marry that monster. After what seemed like an eternity, Jake finally spoke. "What do you think?" "She." Theodore's eyes widened as he pointed at Gwen, then at Jake. "And you?" In the end, he pointed at himself. What's happening here?" He felt utterly lost, overwhelmed by the barrage of information. Bradley rubbed his nose and leaned over to the completely bewildered Theodore. "Theo, you really messed up this time. A friend's wife is off limits." Theodore shot back, irritated. "They're divorced. Everyone has the freedom to love." He shoved Jake lightly and added, "I didn't know she was your ex when I met her." At that moment, Gwen walked past Jake calmly. Behind her, Jake's voice was cold and heavy. "Aren't you going to explain this to me?" Gwen sneered. "Why should 12 with that?" She turned and left. "Wait, you can't just leave us here," Theodore called after her. Jake stormed off with a dark expression, with Bradley trailing behind. Meanwhile, Theodore returned home in a daze. He couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, Theodore barged into Gwen's office despite her secretary's attempts to stop him. Gwen didn't bother looking up. "What do you want? Did your good friend not give you a moral lecture?" "I thought about it all night and I can't give you up," Theodore stated, standing tall and serious. "And I've become even more certain of my feelings for you." Gwen was quite speechless. That's all. She had expected Theodore to be shallow. "Your previous marriage is in the past. Everyone makes mistakes, and it was Jake who didn't cherish you. Ending it was the right choice." He rushed on as he was worried that she would interrupt him. "I'm not interested." Gwen had anticipated that Theodore would take the hint and back off, but he only pressed on. "Don't be so quick to reject. We're both single," and although Gwen's lips curved into a subtle smile as she glanced at the tablet in her hand. "Although what? Where do I even start?" Theodore sank into a chair, looking troubled. "Since we're on this topic, I won't hide my identity any longer. I'm the CEO of Quinn Group. I joined Savant Group to pursue you." Gwen nodded. "I know." Theodore was shocked for a moment but quickly realized Gwen probably already knew everything before he started, since she was quite perceptive. "In that case, do you know I'm tied to a marriage contract that I can't shake off?" Gwen nodded again. "I've heard a bit about it." Exasperated, Theodore sighed. "Your boss' sister is my betrothed, and she shares your name." "She shares my name. Why don't you suspect I'm her?" Gwen asked. "One yoni many that mond, not a chance. I'd bet my head on it. She's an absolute monster with a face full of acne, while you're a goddess." Gwen's expression turned dangerous. She said through gritted teeth, "Oh, really? So what do you plan to do about it?" "Don't worry." Theodore leaned against the table, suddenly drawing closer to Gwen. He spoke with genuine sincerity. "I won't marry her. Just wait for me. I'll tell the Lawson family now that I'm breaking off the engagement. I won't drag it out and put you in an awkward position." Gwen stifled a laugh. Aren't you worried that the daughter of the Lawson family will come after you? Why should I fear that oblivious monster? At that moment, Theodore's phone buzzed. Seeing it was Pedro, he thought to himself how inconvenient the timing was. This was a crucial moment for expressing his feelings to Gwen. With a hint of annoyance, he answered, "What's up, Dad? You bastard. Do you even know what you're saying? You're going to give me a heart attack." Pedro shouted from the other end of the line. "How did you know what I was saying?" Theodore held the phone a bit farther away, but couldn't shake the feeling that he heard an echo. He found it puzzling. Gwen turned her tablet screen toward him, signaling him to look. Theodore glanced at the tablet and his eyes widened at once. On the screen, Pedro was fuming with rage, and his mother was looking at him with disappointment. Beside them, Henry, the heir from the Lawson family, was sipping coffee calmly. Theodore's mind went blank just like it did yesterday, and he felt dizzy.